Good evening. I know you've probably been told that there is overflow seating over in the conference center, so if you're in the back and you want to get a seat, the conference center is open right now with seats set up. So good evening. I'm Temecula Mayor Mary Ann Edwards, and I would like to call this meeting of the Temecula City Council to order. And before we move on with anything, I'd like to talk about somebody that is very near and dear to the city and who really was dedicated most of his life to the city of Temecula, and we just lost him. He was a hero for us, and his name is Ron Parks. He was Temecula's first mayor. On the first city council, he was instrumental in helping to form and shape and grow the city, just in every way. And he served on the council, and then after he served on the council, he came back to work. He was an amazing engineer, and he came back to work for the city as a senior engineer. Lived in the city many, many, many years and was involved in everything that you can think of that's related to Temecula. Rotary Club of Temecula, very involved. Balloon and Wine Festival, the tractor race. How many of you remember the tractor race? Oh, good. So we are all long timers now. We are not old timers. We are long timers. So I am going to adjourn this meeting in the name and the memory of Ron Parks, but it's going to be very, very late. And I wanted everyone to hear. He passed away yesterday. Yeah, there's a great picture of him. And you see the original council members, and that was a really fun council. And that is how my husband and I got interested in city government. These guys were such a hoot. We came to the council meetings just to watch. And, you know, surprise, surprise, we learned a lot of things along the way. He was wonderful. He was also Temecula's Santa Claus. Did you know that? He was Temecula's Santa. And I can't say enough about Ron. I have a lot of stories I could tell you that are really funny, but I won't take the time. But how many of you knew Ron Parks? Oh, that's good too. Well, thank you, and I will be adjourning the meeting in his memory today. Okay, so we have our invocation today, and that's going to be given by Pastor Pete Acosta of Reliance Church, and then followed by the flag salute. So, Pastor Pete, are you here? Usually not clear over in the conference center, so if you could please stand and remain standing for the flag salute.
I go first. It's a pleasure to be here with each one of you guys tonight. I thank you for the opportunity. So let me start in prayer. Lord, thank you, Father, for this evening. Lord, I pray that tonight would be a night that you would be glorified, Lord. And I pray for each person that's here on the city council, Lord. I pray for them, their families, just a tremendous responsibility they have, for the privilege that we all have to see what council members prior to them, Lord, have done and been part of to what we get to see Temecula as a city today, Lord. And so, Lord, I pray for every decision that needs to be done, that, Lord, it would bring you just glory, and I pray wisdom over every decision they make. And I pray for every issue that would be brought, Lord, that it would be able to also be resolved in a way, Lord, that bring you glory. So, Lord, I pray just for peace and wisdom over all the discussions tonight, and that every family here today and those in the city today would know that Temecula, Father, is a blessing for so many families and even the surrounding cities as well. And my family as well are just blessed to be a part of it. So I thank you, and we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. If you please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That sounded really good. Really good. Okay, Madam City Clerk, could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Schwank.
I'm here.
Councilmember Ron.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
And Mayor Edwards.
Here. We have some presentations this evening, and I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem to help me. with the proclamations to come down front. But the first one is a community update by Chief Executive Officer Darlene Wetton at Temecula Valley Hospital. And so Darlene, I hope she's not in the overflow. There she is. Here she comes. We know you're busy, and so thank you for being here. I think we're anxious to hear how everything's going.
Thank you, Mayor Edwards. City Council members, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Andrew Ho. Dr. Ho is the Chief of Staff at Temecula Valley Hospital and also a wonderful cardiologist, and so he's going to be joining me this evening in our presentation. So if we could pull up the PowerPoint here. So I want to start with just a little bit of information about what's kind of new at the hospital before we talk about COVID. This past year, of course, has been a tremendous strain on the hospital and very difficult, but we never strayed from our focus on quality, so that's always been really important. This past year, we became a designated comprehensive stroke center, so we are the only one in this region with this important designation, meaning that you have to travel about 60 miles in a helicopter usually to have the level of care that we have for stroke patients in this valley. So that's a real tribute to the neurologists, neurosurgeons, and the entire team at the hospital to deliver that level of care. Leapfrog, as many of you know on the council, is a designation of quality and safety. Across the country, if you go back, please. Across the country, Leapfrog designates top hospitals throughout the country that have received the highest level of safety. And we were designated a top hospital in 2020 for Leapfrog, in addition to our 9th A grade. And hospitals are graded on an A through F scale. We are an A hospital consistently at Temecula Valley Hospital. Also, we're proud to continue to expand the teaching capabilities at the hospital, and we now have over 100 residents that have joined this community. That's been a great embracement by the city as well to really partner with us on those new residents that have come here. Makes a difference because these are our future physicians in this community. So they've been welcomed, embraced, and they're having their teaching experience at our hospital. And believe it or not, this October we'll celebrate our 8th birthday. So I appreciate all the support for that.
I can't believe it.
I know. Unbelievable, huh? So if you go ahead and change the slide, thank you. I wanted to share that we are seeing an increase in COVID cases in not only Riverside, but also in Temecula, and to bring that to the city's attention. Because I know when you see this on the news, you think, gosh, that's happening in Florida, that's happening in Texas, Arkansas, in the South. It's happening right here in our community, and we are seeing a significant increase in COVID. And that's measured by the county as well as by area, so it is spiking in this area. We are seeing a surge. And we're also seeing a significant increase in the number of patients who are being hospitalized at your local hospital. So I wanted to let you know that is occurring. The community needs to know that as well. Go ahead and try the next slide. So I want to hand this over to Dr. Ho because I think it's important that you hear from a physician, an expert in the medical field, on the importance of vaccine and testing and other things related to COVID.
Good evening, Dr. Ho.
Good evening. Thank you, Darlene, for inviting me.
I promise you'd be nice. It's his first city council meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be scared.
Very
Even though
nice.
your face looks really big up here, if you happen to see your face, don't be scared.
Well, thank you very much, Darlene, for inviting me, and thank you, Temecula City Council, for having me here. It's an honor for me to be here, actually. Before I start, I just wanted to make light of something. So when I was elected Chief of Staff at Temecula Valley Hospital, I've always dreamt of this great, amazing job where, I get to shake hands with senators and city councilmen and kiss babies, take pictures. And the second I became Chief of Staff, the pandemic hit, and pretty much my whole Chief of Staff tenure has been about COVID-19, and it's been one heck of a ride. But certainly, you know how they say things, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm Superman right now.
Yes, yeah. Well, we think you are Superman, so.
So I was asked by Darlene and the hospital to give a brief update on COVID-19 from a physician's perspective, specifically with regards to the COVID-19 vaccine, which a lot of people talk about, with regards to testing for COVID-19 infection, if you do suspect you have it, as well as the Delta variant, which is certainly the most talked about variant right now in the whole world. And so COVID-19 vaccine, I think certainly it's a topic that we all tread lightly because it's certainly there's people at both sides of the spectrum. There are many patients at one side who just cannot fathom anyone not getting the vaccine. But yet I have talked to a lot of people and they feel super strongly about not getting it. And so where do I stand on this spectrum? I stand far to the left as much as possible. I think most physicians, most providers do tend to favor the vaccine. And the reason is because, and the numbers can be debated, you can ask, is it really 95% effective or is it 90% effective? Is it 95% effective against the spread of disease or is it 95% effective against serious infection? And so those numbers can be debated, especially since we have new data that comes in every day from across the world. But what I can tell you is on a broad spectrum, the vaccine is super safe and highly, highly effective.
Can we just keep it quiet, please? Please, 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 please. Please be quiet. If I have to clear the room, I will. Please be quiet. Thank you. Let Dr. Ho speak. Quiet, please.
So,
Excuse me. Stop. If you can't be respectful and have some level of decorum, then I'm going to ask the City Council to vote on moving your item to another meeting. This is not how we act in this city of Temecula. This is not how we act in the city.
Listen.
This is disgusting.
Madam Mayor, people have the right to their own opinions. They have the right to express their opinions, but people cannot interrupt a speaker.
People can't interrupt the speaker, and you wouldn't like people doing that to you when you get up to speak and provide your public comments. So could we please give some respect, or we will take a recess.
All right, let's do a recess.
Quiet. Officers?
Madam Mayor, let's just proceed with the remainder of the doctor's report, and if people have a different opinion, they can express that during public comments later on in the
Yes.
meeting.
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. I've learned to adjust my presentation based on the situation. And so I'd like to adjust it a little bit. And I think, instead of expressing so much of my views, I just wanted to give some more basically numbers and facts. And so in preparation for this presentation, I did run our numbers at Temecula Valley Hospital. I also looked at numbers of other hospitals in the area as to the patients that get admitted. So these patients, you don't just get admitted to, for example, Temecula Valley Hospital just because you have COVID-19, right? You get admitted to the hospital because the physician who sees you feels that you are super sick enough to be admitted. So we run those numbers, and also every hospital now runs their stats as to the people who get admitted who are vaccinated and who are not vaccinated. And I can tell you that as of 2 days ago, when I ran the number for Temecula Valley Hospital, 97% of those patients that were sick enough to get admitted were unvaccinated. So that's the number, and that's my presentation without any bias.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ho. And, we'd like to extend our appreciation to Temecula Valley Hospital. We know you've been under fire in the last 2 years and incredibly busy. And so many Temecula residents were impacted by COVID in many ways, but thank you for standing in the gap. We also know that your doctors and nurses worked days sometimes not being able to go home because of all the patients that needed your help. And, we just can't express enough how grateful we are for everything that you've done for our community.
Thank you so
Temecula Valley
much.
Hospital, and we'll keep thinking about you and keep you in our prayers, and let's hope that this levels off. And I want to be done with this virus. So does everybody.
Thank you so much.
So, darling.
Are there any questions from the council? Are there any questions from the council?
Questions? Comments? Compliments?
Just
Zach
thank
does.
you. I know the hospital staff, doctors, nurses, and everyone at the hospital has worked tirelessly over this last year, and it's gone vastly underappreciated. So I want you to know from me that I appreciate what you're doing in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
Dr. Ho, you got something else?
I just wanted to say, I know some of my patients are out there in the audience. I just wanted to say hi.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And, we'll
you.
stay in touch. We want you to come back again on a regular basis and fill us in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation, we think of our first responders as part of our family. They are part of our family. And this gentleman has been around for as long as I can remember, and he never gets any older. It's just not fair. So this is a City of Temecula Certificate of Recognition for Fire Captain Daryl Hoopengarner. So he's here. Come on down. Well, you know what they say, everybody loves the fireman. Yeah.
Very true.
So I can't remember a time when you weren't here. So let me read this presentation, and then Mayor Pro Tem Ron is going to bring it down to you while you speak and give us a little, tell us. We want to know what you're going to do. So this is presented on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of the City of Temecula to Fire Captain Darren Hoopengarner. The City of Temecula is proud to recognize Fire Captain Darren Hoopengarner on his retirement from CAL FIRE and the City of Temecula. Fire Captain Hoopengarner began his fire service career in Sun City in 1987 as a volunteer firefighter. Fire Captain Hoopengarner was hired by CAL FIRE as a seasonal professional firefighter in July 1989. He fell in love with the City of Temecula when he began working at Station 73 in April of 1997 and moved his family here in 2003. He was promoted to engineer in 1998 and became truck certified in 2001. Fire Captain Hoopengarner loved high-risk rescues and became rescue certified in swift water, confined space, technical high angle, low angle, and trench. I'm going to ask you what some of those are. He was promoted to captain in 2008 at Station 17 in Mira Loma, where he was responsible for putting the tiller truck in service. He worked at the Urban Search and Rescue Program stations and was an instructor for tiller truck driving course. He joined the Riverside chapter of CAL FIRE Local 2881 as the chapter treasurer in 1999 and served as captain or chapter director from 2001 to 2005 and as deputy director from 2006 through 2016. In 2002, he helped create the endorsement committee for the chapter to become familiar with political activities, events, and candidates to ensure that they had a voice in local elections and to forge relationships with city and county leaders. Fire Captain Hoopengarner was instrumental in securing and maintaining the 4.0 staffing in Temecula, a critical component for the safety of fire personnel and the citizens. In 2004, he helped to procure funding from the City of Temecula to allow firefighters from Temecula to attend paramedic school. When he left Temecula in 2008, it was always his dream to return to Truck 73 as a captain, and his dream came true in 2014. Fire Captain Hoopengarner retired in May 2021 out of Fire Station 73 and off Truck 73. We congratulate Fire Captain Darren Hoopengarner on his many accomplishments during his long and distinguished career with CAL FIRE. We thank him for his many contributions to the City of Temecula and for his dedication as a fire captain on Truck 73. Your dream came true, and congratulations. We can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Oh, he gets flowers.
All right. Well, Darren, it's a big loss to the city to have you retire. You've been a staple here for many, many years. I've enjoyed working with you over those years. It's been a great, great run, and can't thank you enough for all the service and protection that you've provided our community. I also want to thank Lori in the back there.
Lori, you need to come down here.
Come on down,
Come
and your son as
on.
well. It's important to recognize, absolutely. Family dedicates a lot of their time and effort to allowing you to protect our town. And can't thank you all enough for the work you've done. And I know you're sticking around, so look forward to continuing to see you around town.
So go ahead, Chief Prater.
You know, we definitely have a brother and sisterhood in the fire department, and that could be seen here tonight with his Truck 73 brothers from the fire department. So we support each other. Darren has been instrumental in the community, doing a lot of events, really reaching out and touching a lot of us, and leading the fire department here in Temecula for a long time. So as a fire chief, it's an honor. Congratulations on your retirement. And we know that as firefighters, even though we have, you know, all this stuff going on at work and we're gone for 2 or 3 weeks, your wife, congratulations to you. You finally get to rest, right? So, and enjoy that. So, thank you and congratulations.
Darren, could you just take a minute and tell us just a little bit of, you know, what you have in store? Because I have to live vicariously through other people's vacations. So if you go ahead and share that with us.
First, I want to say thank you for the recognition, Mayor, Council, staff. It's, you know, Temecula has always been my love. When I first worked here in '95, you know, it was a lot different, and I was just working overtime at a fire station, and I said, I got to get here. I got to get assigned here, and I eventually worked that out. And like you said, once I got here, I said I got to bring my family here. The city of Temecula, the city council has always given us the tools above and beyond a lot of times what we need. We're very fortunate here in the city to have 4 firefighters on every piece of equipment. I don't know if there's another fire department in Riverside County that has that. So you guys should be commended for that, and I thank you for that. So yeah, it's very special. I was happy to retire on Truck 73. I remember working here before we had Station 92. I remember working at 84 when it was at Linfield as a temporary building. So I did spend some time here, and I was very fortunate to do so. As far as what I'm going to do now, it's you know, my wife asks me the same question probably every morning. She wants
to be ready. That's why.
She's been supportive, obviously, and I've brought up a few ideas, and she said no. So I do love to play golf, but I'm not good enough to be like a pro or anything. But I did learn something I want to tell a quick story from one of the golfers I golf with pretty regularly. He's a retired police chief from Boston. So I went and played one day, and I said, hey, I mowed the lawns today. I went to the gym. And he said, wait, stop. You mowed the lawns? I said, yeah, the front and the back. He goes, first mistake, rookie. That's a 2-day project. So I'm still learning how to do this. But I'm not going anywhere, you know. I want to thank my brothers and sisters for being here, supporting me tonight. Thank Wendy Miller from the city. I know she was a big part of making this happen also. So I'm not going anywhere. I'll still see you guys around. And thank you very much for the recognition tonight.
So that new shiny truck doesn't tempt you at all? That new shiny ladder truck doesn't tempt you to stay?
It definitely did. I didn't get to work on it. You know, that would have been the 3rd ladder truck we got to work on here in the city. It did. I did get to drive it around.
Okay.
Not too far.
Hang around and maybe
Chief,
they'll let you
so-
drive the back of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that good at that. I'm better at the front. So
Better not
and
then.
the guys will probably tell you that a couple
Yeah.
stories about that. But
Hey, thank
anyways,
you.
thank you so much.
Congratulations, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for everything you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, hey, the circus is in town. We have a proclamation for Circus Vargas, and I think, unless they were able to come at the last minute, I think there is no one here to accept this, but we'll send it to them. So just let me read a little bit of it. Whereas Circus Vargas, America's favorite traveling big top circus, continues to thrill and enchant children of all ages and is returning to the city of Temecula celebrating their new and amazing 2021 edition, Mr. V's Big Top Dream. Okay. Whereas Circus Vargas will begin its 4-week tour in Temecula, so it's 4 weeks from Thursday, August the 5th, and will set up its big tent in the parking lot at the Promenade Mall. Circus Vargas enjoys giving back to the communities they perform in and has worked closely with the city of Temecula to honor the heroes of the special needs community, including families of children affected by pediatric cancer. From August 5th through August 23rd, Circus Vargas and the city of Temecula will celebrate the special needs community and all of its heroes at the circus, including the Southwest Riverside County Autism Task Force. Circus Vargas invites all youth, including youth with special needs and their families, to also enjoy a matinee show where new memories can be treasured for generations to come. Circus Vargas, steeped in tradition and devoted to all things magnificent and happy, will present an array of unparalleled artists and performers dedicated to captivating and astounding all Temecula citizens and children of all ages. So I am glad to present this proclamation on behalf of the Temecula City Council to Circus Vargas, and we will make sure that they get it and go to the circus while it's here. Thank you. Okay, because we have a few extra people in the house tonight, we have, I can tell you right now, we have 60, a little bit over 60 written comments that we want to get to, and we have 50 comments that have been sent in digitally. So we're looking, and each one is 5 minutes. So we're looking at hours and hours of public comments. So, and we're going to hear those, but what I want to do right now is to move the business portion of the meeting, which is at the end of the agenda. I want to move it up to this point. And we'll start with item 15 right now. And then when we're through with that, and we get through with item 17, then we'll go back and finish the rest of the agenda. So if you want to, and because there are so many speakers, you're welcome to get up and do your, give your comments, but to save time, if you want to, then you can say, I agree, or you can raise your hand or say, I agree with the previous speaker, or I don't agree with the previous speaker. And that way we might be able to shorten things a little, but we will stay here until everyone is heard. So that gets us on to item number 15, which is the appointment of the planning commissioners. So Madam City Clerk, you have that staff report.
Yes, Madam Mayor. The city currently has 2 vacancies on its Planning Commission. These vacancies were advertised and recruited for utilizing a variety of methods, including but not limited to the printed newspaper, city website, Channel 3, social media, community stakeholder platforms. The application period for the vacancy was May 1st through June 30th, 2021, and the redacted applications were submitted within the time period for consideration as a part of the packet. The terms will begin immediately and upon appointment and run through the December 31st, 2023 year for a full term. And we had 16 applicants total. I know that we do not have all 16 present here, but as a part of the approved process for the City Council's Board and Commission appointments, applicants are invited to provide a very brief 3 to 5 minute presentation if they would like. At that point, council members are welcome to ask any follow-up questions that they may have from their resume packets or from anything they hear. And then after we have heard from the last individual, we will go ahead and ask that the City Council have a discussion and appoint 2 members to fill the vacancies on the Planning Commission. I will go ahead and call all 16 names in case there was any changes at the very last minute, but I know for a fact that not all of them are here. So the first speaker is John Atherton. I don't think he's here. Okay,
And Madam City Clerk, do you want them to just wave their hand at you? Do you want them to stay in the back? Do you want them to come down
no,
to the
they'll
front?
go ahead and come up to the podium
Okay.
and provide their presentation.
And also, there could be somebody over in the conference center, so
Yes.
it may take a second.
Yeah, they can go ahead and hear us over there as well. At this point, great. Okay, at this point, if there are any Planning Commission applicants in the conference center, please go ahead and make your way to the council chambers. So I believe John Atherton was one of those that couldn't make it. Robert Bender. Robert Bender.
Here he comes.
Hi, Robert. And after Robert is Leonard DeSanti.
All right, thank you, council members. Not going to have the show of the first or the second guest. Thank you to all of our first responders to start off. So, council members, Mayor Edwards, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you having us all here tonight. And here's the presentation for me wanting to serve our community. Good evening, council members. I'm beyond grateful to be here this evening with the opportunity to speak to each one of you. My name is Bobby Bender. My beautiful wife and I moved to Temecula 4 years ago. We have 2 kids that attend Crown Hill Elementary School. I work as a vice president of investments with the private client group at Wells Fargo Advisors. My profession requires me to do deep due diligence into micro, macro economic trends. You know, my clients would tell you that I love the analysis, absolutely love the analysis of capital markets and credit markets, private markets, most importantly, the, innovative entrepreneurs that we have designing the future of what we're going to experience in our world, whether those are publicly traded companies or private companies. I would tell you something different. I would tell you what I tell every single one of my clients. The most important thing that I provide to you is information. I live in my community. My kids go to school in this community. My wife and I truly love this community. I'm from North County, San Diego, so coming up to Temecula was a little bit different than what I initially wanted, but ever since I've been here, I don't want to leave. I live here, my kids go to school here, I work on the other side of the street here. If I didn't have to leave Temecula, I would be fantastic. I can take the road over the hill to Palm Springs for a vacation and I'm good. Economic development and investment is most essential for the growth that we all look for in our future. This city it's growing up, it's growing out. With roughly 39 community parks, a booming winery industry, and a main drag known as Old Town, I'm concerned with a population tapering effect. This potential tapering effect further solidifies the need to capitalize on tax-based revenues. I fully understand that I don't make policy. My focus is that I want to work with each one of you in council to materialize the future goals that we have as a community to derive the quality types of revenues like transit occupancy tax or retail sales tax. I like to refer to these as euphoria taxes, opposed to other taxes that we deal with in our day-to-day lives. My goal is to be an attribute to my colleagues, analyzing policy, most importantly, understanding the impact of our future economic development. Development is essential. However, it could and potentially does come at a cost of the environment. Sometimes a monetary value should be overlooked for the intrinsic value of environmental governance. And in my line of work, one of the hottest trends is ESG, and understanding how we can build sustainable infrastructure, sustainable development in a way that pays dividends for us going forward each and every year. I'm lucky enough to be pretty good friends with another council member, Mr. Councilmember Ingram. Him and I have had many discussions about the endeavor that I am going on. This is the first time I've spoken on at any kind of city thing. I've spoken to financial advisors, I've spoken to investment people much bigger than this room, but let me tell you, after the first two, a little nervous. So I've spoken to him about this endeavor. I want to drive, I want to help, I want to do better, I want to make our community thrive and help them understand cost-benefit analysis. So to sum it up, I'm going to leave you with kind of what I took from our conversations, our discussions that we've had. It would be an honor and a privilege to serve this community for the future of our generations and our generation's kids. So I appreciate the time. Thank you guys for letting me come up and speak, and I'm out.
You did great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Leonard DeSanti. Leonard? Okay. Jeremy Dykes, come on up. And then after Jeremy is Andrew Doty.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Edwards, City Council members. Thank you for this privilege to be here tonight, and be in front of you guys. My name is Jeremy Dykes. I have recently retired from the Navy after a little over 21 years.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. While serving in the military, I was a hospital corpsman. I did 8 deployments, moved to many places, and held many different titles amongst my career. While originally from Arizona, a little over these past 3 years, I have decided to lay and call home Temecula. I finished my service on board Camp Pendleton with the Marines as a senior enlisted advisor in charge of a battalion of 1,300 Marines. During the pandemic, I was responsible for tracing and tracking COVID cases with the battalion, employing mitigation protocols to reduce the likelihood of transmission throughout the battalion. As a result, we had minimal numbers of positive cases and effectively continuing with our mission. One of the most rewarding things that I've done in my career, I was a Navy instructor, where I was able to mold and mentor sailors and become a hospital corpsman. And by the way, hospital corpsman is the medical aspect of the Navy, so kind of like the medic for the armies. But just to mold and mentor new sailors becoming, also I had the privilege of being the president of the CSAD, which is the Coalition of Service Members Against Destructive Decisions, where we would recognize and work with the community out there, orphanage of Boysville, and we provided safe spaces and worked on parks. Also, Texas Ramps, which was a nonprofit wheelchair ramp for veterans and low-income seniors out there. Being part of the Navy and many organizations within it, I was honed skills like servant leadership, teamwork, and effective communication. And I'm looking forward to pursue and use these skills in this position here in Temecula, which plays an important role in our city and an economic rebuild of our city for COVID-19. I believe this role is an ideal way to continue to serve and give back to the community where my family and I live. I appreciate this opportunity to share my experience and your consideration for this application toward this board. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Any questions? Nope, looks like you did a great job.
All right, thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Andrew Doty? Okay, and Andrew Doughty? Okay, Bob Hagel? And Bob will be followed by Jan Hawks.
Good evening, Mr. Hagel. Is someone playing a radio or something?
He's trying to turn it off.
Okay. Go ahead, Bob.
Good evening, residents, council members, commissioners, and staff. I'm Bob Hagel, a recently retired resident of Temecula, and I've lived here for almost 19 years. I owned a small local business for almost 18 years and served on various Temecula Valley Chamber committees. Our customer base was primarily local businesses, nonprofits, military, and government organizations
Bob, raise your microphone a little bit.
throughout Riverside
There
County.
you go.
See if we can get it to stay.
Oh, you got mic failure. Oh, it's really bad. Guys in the sound booth, help. There, he's got it. Okay.
I served on the board of the Murrieta Chamber of Commerce for 2 terms and served as a CEO in 2009. I also served the city of Murrieta on a local issue commission and on several committees, including the Economic Development Committee. Prior to that, I had 28 years' experience as an executive in the corporate relocation industry. I held real estate licenses and appraiser licenses in my early career. I also consulted with large corporations regarding the movement of employees in their houses or their homes, as well as corporate facilities, including corporate headquarters. I've owned 5 homes in 3 states and have designed and had custom built. I also owned a commercial building which I designed the interior and had custom built out for our business. So I'm familiar with both the commercial and residential building processes. I've served on the Temecula Citizens Corps in its infancy as a leader for more than 5 years. I've been a public traffic safety commissioner for the city of Temecula for almost 15 years, missing only 1 meeting. I also serve on the patient advisory committee for Rancho Springs and Inland Valley hospitals and attend the hospital performance improvement committee meetings with the hospital's executive staff. As a public traffic safety commissioner, we have worked on many traffic calming projects and developments, some relating to road layout and design issues. I am very familiar with the road system, layout, and zoning in Temecula. I understand the most important role of a commissioner is as an ambassador for the city, helping residents and visitors get answers to questions and concerns. I have served on numerous committees, including the Uptown Specific Plan, Quality of Life Master Plan, and represented Temecula on the California Highway Patrol I-15 Safety Committee. I've attended many city events and ribbon cuttings over the years. As the commission chair, I also was deposed in a lawsuit related to a traffic accident a few years ago. I believe all my business and commission experience would be of value to the Planning Commission, staff, and the applicants. My goals would be to support housing, apartments, business facilities, and jobs for all residents, help reduce neighborhood speeding through road design, and reduce cut-through traffic issues. I will follow up on crime and other issues related to liquor license CUPs, conditional use permits. I will represent all the residents' interests and seek to bring balanced solutions to all matters brought before the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one.
Go ahead, Stu.
I don't have a question as much as I do. I want to echo what you just said about commissioners in this city are ambassadors for our city.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why it's very important when we choose a commissioner to pick one that we know is going to be representing the city well. And you've represented the city very well. So I just want to thank you for that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for your dedication, Bob.
Thanks.
We'll take just a minute to fix the drooping microphone.
Yes. Thank you, Jonathan. And then
Thank you.
Jan, go ahead. And then after Jan is Ross Jackson.
Good evening, Jan. How are you?
council members, and staff. It's so good to see you again. I was here last February. You told me keep trying, so here I am for a second chance. Tonight, I want to answer 3 questions: why I want to serve, how do I qualify, and what's my vision for Temecula. First, why I want to serve. As an immigrant, I've lived in a few cities searching for a home: Chicago, Albuquerque, and San Diego. As soon as I moved to Temecula, this is it. I've lived here for 14 years. I got married in the chapel right around the corner in the old town, and my children were born and raised here. For the last 10 years, I've been a stay-at-home mom. Because I was not working, I was able to volunteer whenever I could. I served at church, greeting, speaking, and teaching Sunday schools. I also taught at the Good News Club at the local school. For the last 8 years, I've been part of Toastmasters, where I help people to be better speakers and leaders. I served as club president, VP of membership, and area director. For the last 3 years, I've been the president of my homeowners association. I planned successfully for a safer neighborhood without increasing the dues. For the last 2 years, I've been on the school board of Springs Charter School, making plans to offer the best education for children in our community. Bottom line, I love to serve, and I have a track record of serving. Second, how do I qualify? I love planning. That's in my DNA. When I was in China, I planned to come here and live an American dream. As a result, I got a full scholarship from UIC, earned my PhD in molecular genetics, and started a promising career. My science background gave me a keen eye for the details, as well as the ability to see the big picture, think critically, and plan strategically. I'm an excellent communicator, and I have won many speech contests. I'm also a leader. When I was the president of Temecula Toastmasters, I led my club of 40 members to achieve the highest recognition for any club, the President's Distinguished Club. That took careful planning. As a result, I was voted the Toastmaster of the Year. I lead by serving, listening, and being a team player. I respect others, and I have integrity. I mean what I say, and I do what I say. I have tenacity, and I do not give up. I have an all-in attitude, and I strive for excellence in everything I do. Those are all the qualities I can bring to the commission. Lastly, what's my vision for Temecula? I want to preserve the rich and dynamic heritage of Temecula, a city of families of new and old, young and young at heart. I also want to see the city grow, providing more opportunities for families through local businesses. It takes a balanced approach to have the perfect combination of city and country with a small town flair. I want to continue the tradition of the commission while bringing a fresh perspective. I want to see people continue to enjoy Temecula's growth. And I want to see future generations to continue to call Temecula home.
Excellent. Very good. I noticed when you said you were a stay-at-home mom, as was I, and when you said when I didn't work, we worked.
Yes.
We worked very hard. Anybody have any questions? Exceptional. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Ross Jackson. Ross, here he comes. And then after Ross is Dan Keck.
Good evening, Ross.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, esteemed team. My name is Ross Jackson, and for the last 17 years, I've lived in Temecula. I have 40 years of experience in construction management, civil engineering, structural engineering, hazmat, and a host of other items in the civil engineering departments as well, including bridges, roadways, tunnels, wharfs. We don't have any wharfs here, but I worked for the Coast Guard as a commercial diver, doing underwater inspections for them, as well as I did for the U.S. Navy. My wife has been here since 1989. My son graduated from Chaparral, who is currently serving in the U.S. Navy in Special Ops. Sorry, I can't tell you what he does. He'd shoot me. Currently, I am the Old Town Local Review Board Chairman, which I gladly would give up to take this position as the Planning Commissioner. I'm also on the Old Town Merchants Association as the Vice Chair. I have served in the city of Temecula on the First Night Artwork Show program that we had back in, 2014, that we had it over in the Truex building.
Yes.
Where Mr. Truex and I greatly donated space for the art showing. I believe in this city, or else I wouldn't be here, and I believe in the people. And you've all heard me say this, that I have no personal agendas for any of this. My agenda is for what the people want. And my agenda is here to make sure that this city of Temecula is safe. Now, I could live anywhere I want, just like everybody else could. I've been all over the world, corner to corner of the United States, doing various jobs, but I've enjoyed living here. My quality of life is unique, to say the least. I came from Seattle, where I lived there for over 35 years, and my motorcycle got put away in October and never came back out until May. Here, I'm allowed to ride pretty much every day of the year, rain or cold, whatever. So it's the quality of life that really drives a person to stay here. And I feel, as Planning Commissioner, I can help ensure that those attributes will continue to grow as long as I'm on that board. Again, I'm here for the people. I have no hidden agendas. I put my boots on 1 foot at a time, just like everybody else, and I get down in the trenches and work. I may have some personal conflicts at times with people, but I always resolve those at the end of the day, and we all come out smiling, and we all get the exact things that we need to do. So, with that in mind, I thank you for the consideration of this position, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Ross. Any
Thank you.
questions?
The next applicant is Dan Keck. Dan? Okay. Mel Mercado? Mel? And then after Mel is Thomas Metz.
Mr. Mercado, good evening.
Good evening. Last time I was in a big room with full of people like this, it was my own wedding, and I feel a little nervous, so
Oh, don't be nervous.
the only difference is that I know where the exit doors are. No, I'm
Don't be
kidding.
nervous.
I feel good. Good evening, Mayor Edwards and members of the council. My name is Mel Mercado, and I'm truly thankful to be here participating in this process and hoping to be selected as one of the 2 new planning commissioners to serve the city. I have a long history in serving communities in many volunteer capacities. I enjoy and take great heart to be part of a community, small and large, to engage collaboratively in many, to discover and set common goals and objectives, to challenge each other with civility, because it's okay to have dissenting viewpoints, to focus on our common purpose to get the job done, but importantly, keeping in mind to appreciate all the people around you that work hard to accomplish our objectives. I've applied this very simple principles in various capacities. As a board member for the Great Oak Boys Lacrosse Parent Support Group, leading a cityhood incorporation effort many years ago, even most challenging as a youth co-coach for the local Temecula Youth Basketball League or the Temecula Girls Youth Softball League, which was probably the most difficult to do. My background in urban planning and nearly 30 years of professional experience in building development, governmental entitlement, land planning, urban design, and architecture are proven skilled experience to select me as your next planning commissioner. Along with these skills, there are 10 invaluable attributes that I felt have gained through my life as a volunteer and professional. I believe these attributes are critical for me to be an effective planning commissioner. 1, just be a good listener. 2, study the case material diligently. Be prepared, take notes, write questions beforehand. 3, be bold to ask the hard, tough questions. 4, challenge the merits of the project as necessary. 5, encourage staff and the applicant to collaborate where issues might be able to find a common ground. 6, gain knowledge, study your craft. In the case as a planning commissioner, I familiarize myself with city planning documents, zoning code, your specific plans, citywide design guidelines, and of course the general plan, which is the blueprint of our city. And as a planning commissioner, we are stewards of that document. I do wish to acknowledge that the most important resource for the planning commissioner is the planning department staff. These individuals are invaluable to the city's planning process. I know that firsthand. 7, embrace dissenting points of view. I think that's refreshing. 8, for myself, I want to be clear and defined in my own point of view when we engage in discussion and when an applicant comes before us with a planning case. 9, learn from the experienced commissioners. Ask them questions. They've been here longer. And 10, I honor and respect the seat of the Planning Commission, and I recognize its importance of duty to provide recommendations to the City Council on planning matters in order that it would be purposeful, bring positive benefit, and well-being for the community. So with that, I'm ready to serve diligently with humility. Thank you very much for giving me this time to address you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. That was very, very good.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions? No? Are you still nervous?
I'm ready. I can't get out those doors real quick.
You did fine.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. The next speaker is Thomas Metz, to be followed by Adam Ruiz.
Thanks for telling me. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Edwards and members of the City Council. My name is Tom Metz. I'm a 21-year resident of Temecula. I have 29 years of government service behind me. 6 of those years were spent working for 5 tribal governments in North San Diego County. The other 23 years have been spent working for the City of Palm Desert as Deputy City Treasurer. I am now close to retirement, and I would like to continue in public service. The Planning Commission represents an excellent opportunity to do so. The reason that I'm interested in the Commission is that I would like to improve the quality of life for the residents of Temecula, as well as enhance the city's reputation as a resort destination. I believe that I would bring certain strengths to this position. First, I have an extensive board and committee experience. I have served as an elected official in San Diego County on the Palma School District Board of Trustees. I currently serve on the Board of Trustees of the California Asset Management Program, a $6 billion local agency investment pool. I also serve on the board of directors of the McCollum Theater Foundation. With respect to committee experience, I am currently the legislative chair for the California Municipal Treasurers Association. I have served as the bylaws chair for the Government Investment Officers Association. I have served on the League of California Cities Revenue and Taxation Committee. And I have served for 14 years, or I did serve for 14 years, on the City of Palm Desert Finance Committee. Second, as a municipal employee, I am familiar with the public hearing process, including the concept of due process and the need for an appearance of fairness. I understand how city government works and the role of staff. I am familiar with the Brown Act and the importance of avoiding any appearance of impropriety in my conduct or speech. Third, I believe that my legal and analytical background would be an asset to the Commission, since land use and development regulation is a legally driven process. My diverse background also enables me to look at an issue from many different perspectives. I strive to be a good listener and to ask good questions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for considering me for this position. I stand ready to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Metz. Mayor Pro Tem Ron has a question.
Yes.
Evening. So in your application, you talk about smart housing mix
Yes.
as an opportunity. Can you just explain that a little bit?
I can't go into a tremendous amount of detail, but I was looking at different materials and I came across that, and apparently the city of Austin had a plan that a lot of cities were looking at in terms of how to create more diverse and inclusive housing.
Okay, thanks.
So I have to congratulate you, Mr. Metz. You're the person that has been in City Hall that has nearly as many degrees as Dr. Ron.
Oh, I don't think I have that many.
So thank you very, very much. You did great.
Okay, thank you.
And then Adam Ruiz, I see you. And following Adam is Anthony Salem.
Mr. Ruiz, good evening.
Good evening. Let's stay up. Maybe not. That work?
Yep, good.
All right. Madam Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, Commissioner Levine, thank you for having me tonight. Again, my name is Adam Ruiz. I am a almost 25-year resident of the city of Temecula. I actually went to high school here when it was the only high school, Temecula Valley Bears. Left because when you're done with high school, what else are you going to do? I didn't think I'd ever be back in Temecula. And as fortune has it, I came back in 2000 and fell in love with this place. I got married here, bought my first house here, and I've raised a family here. My business that I started was in 2005, and that really kind of launched my involvement with the community. Bob mentioned earlier about ambassador, and you mentioned about being an ambassador, and I think that's a huge role that the commissioner plays, and one that I currently play on the community services. But being involved with the community is nothing new to me, and I think you guys can probably see that from the application that I've turned in. Joining the chamber in 2005 was my first bug, and then from there I've been part of multiple different organizations. One of my prouder moments was starting a Rotary Club here, the New Generations Rotary Club, which, believe it or not, it's been almost 11 years since we started that. Served on many organizations, currently serve as chair of the Southwest California Legislative Council here, first vice chair for the Murrieta Temecula group, and quite a few others, to be honest, throughout the community. In 2019, I became a city commissioner here with part of the Community Services Commission, the Fund Commission, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I have nothing bad to say about it, especially with Eric here and Mr. Hawkins here as well. But never say anything bad about it. But I just think the opportunity for me now to potentially move on to Planning Commission, I think it's a good time for me. One of the things that really drew me into the community services really was the involvement with Parks and Rec, because I was a longtime coach for my kids. My son has now graduated high school, will be moving on to serve in our military, and my coaching career ended when he graduated as well. So I think the opportunity to continue my service on Planning Commission is an opportunity for me to bring some ideas, some new energy, some new perspectives. I have served on our state association of realtors on their land use committee for many years. I'm also a national director representing California on the national level for the Association of Realtors, and I've served on that national land use committee as well. And what that's really done is just given me both an insight to what other areas and other communities are doing, but it's also an open network of a place to go get answers if there's other ideas or questions about what we might have going on over here. And then involved with the community, I just want to go back and really touch on that. Our commission meeting last night looked very similar to this. I mean, the room was full. And I'm not going to take full credit for it, but there was something that was posed on Facebook. And I, talked to staff, but then jumped in and invited everybody to come out. And I want to kind of be that bridge, between us and the community like we talked about. And I think I've proven that over the years. So happy to answer any questions. Really just wanted to take some time to come out and thank you for this opportunity, and hopefully can earn a spot here on the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions?
I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ruiz, one of the things that you said is that you have ideas that you would like to bring. What would be one of your top priorities?
I think one of the biggest things in my background, obviously, is within, housing and residential housing, and there's a lot of different areas that are being looked at right now, both from state, national, and how do we kind of look at things here. We're in a little bit of a different situation with our build out, and I know a lot of questions that I tend to get is, what are we going to continue to do? I can get into in much longer depth over the 5 minutes of what we're allotted here, but I do think there's challenges. I do think there's opportunities for us to step in locally, and then there's conversations that we need to have and be able to represent ourselves at higher electeds as well. But housing is definitely something I'm very passionate about.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks.
Next is Anthony Salem. Anthony? Lawrence Slusser. I know Lawrence is here. Hello. And then after Lawrence is Fernando Solis.
Good evening. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I first want to say how much I appreciate what you do, especially what's going to happen tonight. I don't envy you and give you the best for the best. My name is Lawrence Slusser, but my friends call me Larry. And I hope you'll remember me as the guy with the white hair. And you could say I've been around the block a few times, and I've had a lot of life experiences. In the lighthearted words of Ronald Reagan, I will not make age and inexperience of others an issue in seeking this position. I love Temecula and have lived here for 20 years. And I'm here to stay. I'm not going to move out. In fact, my wife and I have our final resting places in the Temecula Cemetery. Temecula has been a gathering place for my family. There's 6 residents of Slussers here in the city. And most importantly is my wife of 46 years. She's chosen to live here, and so for that reason, I'm not moving.
That's probably a good idea.
By way of background, I have a Bachelor of Science in Construction Management, and with my company, built 350-plus tract homes in the Inland Empire before moving to Temecula in 2001 to build custom homes. In 1997, I went back to school and became a physician assistant and have worked for 20 years in local urgent cares and have enjoyed that. But now, because of COVID, I'm retiring from medicine, and now I want to help serve in the community. Community service is not new to me. I was a founding member of the Interfaith Council of Murrieta and Temecula and served 4 years as its secretary. And I have also served in many outreach programs when I served as a lay leader in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, such as the Nativity Festival, the Crystal Apple Award, honoring high school teachers, and the Family First Award, honoring individuals who promote family values. I was a leader in Helping Hands Project, providing refurbishing work on the Boys and Girls Club, and also helped in painting the large concrete sign on the south entrance to the city. Well, that's enough for the past. Now for the future. If appointed to the Planning Commission, I pledge to attend each meeting prepared. And by that I mean prepared by visiting the sites associated with the agenda items and studying the application or plan that is to be discussed. I pledge to listen to the city staff, the applicant, those who support, and those who do not support the agenda item before making a decision. I recognize the power of the Planning Commission and pledge to use that power only for the good of the citizens. My vision for the city of Temecula is to continue the family-friendly community the city is known for, and also to support the needs of individuals. I favor managed growth, but want to address the side effects of that growth, such as traffic and environmental issues. I also favor business-friendly a city to provide local jobs for our residents so they don't have to drive so far away to work. And lastly, the general plan revision. I plan to work with staff to achieve the most and best use for every parcel in this city. In short, I want to do my part to continue the Temecula legacy, and if possible, make it even a little better. Thank you for your consideration. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Larry. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. And I will remember you as the man with hair.
Okay, Fernando, I see you. Come on up. And then our last applicant is Ray Wellman.
Good evening, Mr. Solis. How are you?
Hi, how you doing? I'm a little nervous. It's pretty
Oh,
big
don't be
down here.
nervous.
Okay, so good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Fernando Solis. I have been a resident in Temecula since my beautiful wife and I bought our first home here 2 years ago. We both grew up in LA, but we wanted to leave very quickly, so we decided to live here. And we think it's the best place to raise a family. So hopefully, one day we'll have a family together here. I'm very interested in the Planning Commission position because I believe that I can contribute my professional experience and my education through the expediting process of any new projects or any new projects that the community would wish to push forward. My education includes a master's in public administration from California State University in Northridge. I also have a bachelor's in urban planning from Cal Poly Pomona and have an associate's in architecture from Rio Hondo Community College. Within the last 8 years, I have worked in different municipalities, and I've also started my business 3 years ago. So I'm very familiar with the design phase, with the construction phase, the beginning of the project to the very end. My experience includes working for the city of Beverly Hills, the city of El Monte, the city of Rosemead, the city of LA, and the county of Riverside. So within those years, I worked in all those cities, and I had the opportunity to work on very different dynamic projects, from very, $100 million, $200 million projects to a very small project. I understand the complications of each project, and I really believe that my experience and my education would be a good asset to the city as a commissioner. Currently, I have my business in the city of Temecula. I have an architectural office. We do architectural engineering and consulting. So I range from approximately 50 to 100 projects a year. And we do multiple projects. We do commercial, we do residential, we do custom homes for all throughout California and also in Mexico. We do custom houses. And I love the city of Temecula. I plan to buy another house here. I believe that if I can give something back to my community, it would actually be my experience and actually sit as a commissioner. I have a lot of ideas for possible developments in the city of Temecula because I do this for a living. So I represent a lot of clients all throughout California. So this is what I do for a living. So it's my passion. Being a commissioner here would be awesome because I love my community. One more thing that I'd like to say is that Temecula is, from the cities that I lived in and I grew up in, Temecula is very different than a lot of cities. It's kind of like a center place where it's a connection, but at the same time, it's kind of by itself. So it's in the middle, kind of from LA or to San Diego, and we have a lot of tourism. A lot of people travel just to be here. I know the downtown is always full. I'm very interested in the downtown, and I spend a lot of time there with my wife, and all our friends come visit us. So I have a lot of ideas that I could probably bore everyone with all these ideas, but I would really love to be part of the Planning Commission. And with that said, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, I got one.
Go ahead.
Sir, what is, let me see, I wrote it down here. What is one idea that you would bring to our downtown to change it or create something different or keep it the same?
I don't think I would change the downtown. Well, I would add to it. So the downtown is very successful. Something that I would like to bring more is more hotels and also more nightlife to the downtown, and also more restaurants for families that are here, and also a connection corridor from downtown to the wineries. There is no connection. So I would do like, I would say like an autonomous vehicle that doesn't drive, like it drives itself, and that would transport people from the downtown to the wineries throughout the whole day, and there'll be 10 of them. So there's no connection.
All
There's
right.
also not a lot of connections within each winery also, which is very important to, I believe, Temecula.
Wonderful. Thank you
And
so much
that's
for
just
answering.
Sounds like you're going to open another business.
I'm very happy with my business, designing houses, and maybe in the future, but as of right now, I really enjoy what I do.
We're
too.
very happy to have you here, and congratulations.
Thank you.
for moving.
And Ray Wellman? Ray, okay.
Hi, Ray.
Good evening.
Stay close to the microphone.
Oh, stay close. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Good evening, council and mayor. I applied for this position online, and when I applied, I didn't realize that there was a presentation. So I was sitting in my house, and I got this email that says you're going to have to do a presentation in front of council, and I was like, wow, that's scary, because Temecula City Council is world famous, as we know, and if you go on a Colbert show or you watch CBS News, you know that could be part of the show. So because of that, I wrote down my notes so I don't make any comments that could be taken out of context here. So that's important. And I almost feel like I'm on America's Got Talent. You guys are the judges, and I'm going to show you I got talent.
Well,
So-
we're not nicer than some of them, I'll tell you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and start with my written stuff so I don't say anything wrong here. Well, I always say good evening. I am here volunteering to serve on the Planning Commission. My name is Ray Wellman. I'm U.S. Navy retired, and I have lived in Temecula for 27 years. When I was in college, a friend of mine was majoring in decision sciences, and I thought that was crazy. I'm thinking, why would you major in decisions? You've been making decisions through your whole life. But now that I've gotten older, 30 years later, I realize decisions are everything. I mean, everything you do is a decision, and cities have important decisions to make. So, another thing, while I was in the Navy, one of the most popular sayings was, your lack of planning is not my emergency. And that's true in the Navy, but here in cities, it is an emergency for all of us when there's a lack of planning. A lack of planning, I believe, can lead to greater poverty, inability of government to provide services to its taxpayers, a lack of adequate infrastructure, inability to deal with natural disasters. According to the Planning Commissioner's Journal, an ideal candidate should be a good listener, have knowledge and understanding of community issues and ordinances, be fair and open-minded, be prepared, good communicator, analytical ability, and relevant experience. In Temecula, we need good planning recommendations from our Planning Commission. I have watched the Planning Commission online, and I believe they do a good job. I would like to continue that. What are my qualifications? I have a Bachelor of Science from Virginia Commonwealth University. I work in the tax field. I'm an enrolled agent. I represent taxpayers before the Internal Revenue Service for tax issues that include audits, appeals, and collections. I'm experienced at researching federal and state tax code. In closing, commissioners represent the city at large. Planning commissioners should not represent any particular interest, person, or business. Planning commissioners should provide good input that will positively impact the city as a whole. Please consider me as an appointee to the Temecula Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. You did great. Any questions? No? All right. You're good. Okay, Madam City Clerk, this is up to us how the policy or the procedure that we're going to use to select. And I know in the past something that has worked. I've circled my, I have more than two. This is not going to be easy. But I have circled the ones that were of interest, and we can do this a couple of ways. We can each write down, our top 4 candidates and then compare and see if we have 2 in common, right? Or we can just go down the line one by one and say who our 2 candidates are. So I'm open to either way. Don't be shy. Anybody ready to go? Okay. Then, you know what? They took so much time to come and speak. So let's go down the line. Oh, boy, this is really going to be hard. Let's go down the line and have everybody name your top 2, and I'll keep track. And Madam City Clerk will keep track, too. So, Jess, you want to go first?
Why do I go first?
Because you're
all
on the
time?
left.
Gosh, he's on the right. Gosh.
Okay, Stu, go ahead.
I'm just joking, Stu. It's not a big deal.
Go on.
So are we doing 4 or 2? I'm sorry, I was writing down.
Well, let's do 2.
Okay.
And see what happens.
You really-
Well, we'll get a better result. Let's go ahead and name your top 4.
Okay. All right. I was just writing down my 4th one.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me put this last one. Okay. Do we do it in particular order?
Nope.
Okay, good. That makes it a lot easier. All right. So if I chop anybody's names, I apologize. Again, in no particular order. Hanan Hawks. Am I saying that right?
Juan.
No. Juan. Yeah. Juan Hawks. Robert Hagel, Mel Mercado, and Ross Jackson are my top 4.
Okay, who was your first one?
Number 7.
Hawks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hockeys. I'm sorry. Hockeys.
Okay. So, and Jackson, and Hagel. And your 4th one was?
Ross Jackson.
Okay. Got it. All right. You got it, Matt?
Which wasn't easy, by the way.
No, it's not.
It's not easy. You all did great.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah, wonderful candidate pool. Thank you all for submitting the applications. I would list Bob Hagel, Mel Mercado, Adam Ruiz, and Larry Slusser.
Okay. And Larry, I'm going to go last. Okay. So go ahead, Zach.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. And, thank you for coming out. 16 applicants for 2 vacancies. We continue to see the community come out for these positions, so thank you for everyone. It's obviously difficult. Bob Hagel, Thomas Metz, Adam Ruiz, and Ray Wellman.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Stu.
Okay, again, I just want to echo with these guys. The talent pool in this city is amazing, so thank you all for applying. And if you see me standing a lot, it's because I just spent 8.5 hours from Yosemite to get here to this meeting, and I got here at like 6 o'clock. So I'll be doing a lot of standing tonight and eating candy because I got to stay awake somehow. Robert Hagel, Mrs. Hawks, Adam Ruiz, and Fernando Salas.
Okay. And I see a pattern developing here. So I'm going to go with Bob Hagel also, and Adam. And I liked, hang on, I got to get them in right order here. Solis And my fourth one was Mercado. Okay, Madam City Clerk, can you make any sense out of this?
Yes, so actually I have 5 votes for Robert Hagel, I have 4 votes for Adam Ruiz, and then I have 3 votes for Mel Mercado, and then 2 each for Jan Hawks and Fernando Solis, and then 1 for Ross Jackson, Tom Metz, and Ray Wellman. Based on the fact that you have 2 vacancies, your top are Robert Hagel and Adam Ruiz.
Very good. Now, let me just say one thing. To everyone that's here that applied, there are now 2 seats open on 2 other commissions. So don't give up. And, you know, all the commissions are wonderful. It's a great place to contribute. It's a great place to learn. It's a great place to serve. So you will, if you have signed up for the city app or signed up to receive the newsletter, then you'll automatically receive notice when applications are available or seats are available. And I would encourage everyone that applied tonight to apply again for a different commission. But I'm so proud of, first of all, for you coming out and standing up here and speaking. It can be intimidating. And second, for your strong desire to serve the city. And obviously everybody loved Temecula, and so that was the best thing of all. So congratulations to Mr. Hagel and Mr. Ruiz, and we'll be back here doing the same thing to fill other
need
seats.
to make a motion for that.
Go ahead.
I'll move for appointment of Bob Hagel and Adam Ruiz to the Planning Commission.
Okay, got a motion and a second. And are we voting electronically?
Yes, so the second was?
I seconded it.
Zach.
All right, so if you give me just a second here, you should go ahead and see it on your screen. Okay, that is unanimous.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay, so that was item number 15. Item number 16 is a parking update for Old Town, and this is a receive and file item, so who's up?
That would be me, Madam
Luke.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. I do have a brief update on Old Town parking, and this comes at the request of the Old Town Steering Committee made up of Councilman Schwenk and Alexander. So just for some quick background to recap, the council previously received a presentation on the results of the 2019 Old Town Parking Study, and at that meeting, the City Council provided staff direction to do 3 things. First was to increase parking supply wherever possible, immediately and as soon as possible. Second was to improve parking efficiency through the use of technology opportunities. And third was to continue to monitor parking usage and patterns in Old Town over time. So on the first directive point, staff has been in discussions with the property owner of what we refer to as the Mashburn lot. And if successful, this site would be turned into a temporary parking lot for the public. It would include somewhere around 140 new parking spaces, which would increase the publicly available parking spaces in Old Town up to around 1,992, and that includes parking lots that are available as well as on-street. Here you can see the lot itself with an overlay of the potential parking lot. Just to orientate you, this arrow is pointing at the southern Old Town arch, so this is as you approach Old Town from the south on the corner of Old Town Front Street and First Street. And of course, this lot would represent an addition of 140 or so spaces to Old Town. Staff is hopeful to return shortly with a lease agreement for council. And hopefully the lease will include a year or 2 minimum. That's what we're really hoping to do, so long as the property owner is amenable. So the second directive point was to improve parking use efficiency, and we're planning to do that, or proposing to do that through the expansion of the parking logic system, which is currently in use on the Civic Center parking garage. Some of you may be familiar with this, and it's proposed to be expanded to the 6th Street parking lot as well as the south side or the Stampede parking lot. So what is this system? It's actually very simple. You have an entering sensor, an exiting sensor that are divided by dividers, and you have a sign out front that basically tells you exactly how many spaces are available in that parking lot at any given time. So a car goes in, it ticks up one, the car goes out, it ticks down one. It's actually very simple. So currently, this is a map of Old Town. The parking system is in place at the Civic Center garage. And then, of course, we are proposing to add it to the 6th Street parking lot and the South Side parking lot to give Old Town some good coverage. So this would be the 6th Street parking lot. You can see the two exit and entry points here, one off of Mercedes and one off of 6th Street. And this is a mock-up of what it could look like. This is not a definite, but just to give you an idea. You can see the two sensors and the divider as well as the sign, so folks driving by can tell if it's full or has spaces, and create a little bit of a less, well, it creates more efficiency for the driver so they know right away. Again, this is the other entrance off of Mercedes Street, same thing with the sensors and the display. The other parking lot is the South Side parking lot, or more normally referred to as the Stampede parking lot. You can see the two entrance points, one off Front Street and then one off of First Street, and the exact same setup. You have the sensors, the dividers, and the display letting you know how many parking spaces are available. Addition to this, and one of the most important pieces is the proposal to place signs at the north and south entrances to Old Town. So as you enter, before you actually get into the heart of Old Town, there would be a sign there. And this is just, again, just an example of the design, but would function similarly to this. And instead of saying level 1, 2, and 3, it would say something like Civic Center parking garage, 6th Street parking lot, and South Side parking garage. And it would tell you before you even came into Old Town how many parking spaces were available in those parking lots. And then we'll also are proposing to do some simple signage to get people over onto Mercedes Street as soon as possible, because that's the easiest access for most of these parking lots. And lastly, the future parking studies. We heard from council last time that there was some additions of things that you wanted us to look at. So what we've proposed to do is to expand that from a one time of year count to a quarterly count at minimum. That way we capture all seasons of the year, when school's in, when school's not in, high vacation season, low vacation season. We're also proposing to do a count on a special event day. We know that it'll be full, but it'll give us a sense of where exactly it's kind of bursting at the seams and where it's overflowing. We're proposing to expand it, the survey area, to include Pujol Street, because that's what we heard through the last survey, that people were using Pujol Street to actually park and access the theater campus. And then we will be asking the consultant to provide us actually much more specific near-term implementation strategies, not just the mid and long term, but what specific kind of infrastructure, proposal on actual technology platforms that would work best in Old Town for us to consider and to bring back to the City Council. So like I said, that was a brief update. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Questions? Zach?
Just one. Luke, so on my phone, I can see how many parking spaces are currently out here. The 6th Street Stampede, will that also be available online? So even before you leave home, you could check?
Yes, good point. Thank you for that. Yeah, the system will be connected to the city app, so all 3 parking lots will be visible on there, and you can look from home or anywhere and find out how many spaces will be available in those parking lots.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Luke. Very exciting. Okay, so now we are ready to move to item number 17. And if we could, because it's going to be a long evening starting now, I'd like to take a quick break and just, so everybody can take a minute. It won't be very long, 10 minutes at the most, and then we'll be back, and then we'll be ready for hours and hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start. If you want to take your seats. Comments? 150 comments? All right, we're ready to get started. Madam City Clerk, tell me once again how many comments we have, both written and digital.
Yes. Madam Mayor, at this time, we have a little over 60 email comments.
Okay.
And a little over 60 in-person comments. So if everyone was to take the...
Please take your seats. We're in session again, and we're talking about your comments. So we have 120 comments.
Actually, we have a little over 120 comments by a couple.
Okay.
At 5 minutes each, we're looking at potentially 10 hours
Okay,
of public
10
comments.
hours of comments, so we'll expect y'all to stay that long. You have 5 minutes to speak. You don't have to take the whole 5 minutes if you don't want to, but we're here to listen. So could you please take your seats and we'll get started. Okay, Randy, you're going to start off this.
Yes, we have a very quick staff report, then we'll turn it back over to you for a report from Councilmember Alexander.
Okay.
Followed by questions and public comments. On July 14, 2020, the City Council approved its Race, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative, its READY initiative. As a part of that initiative, on August 25, 2020, the City Council created the READY Commission. In adopting Resolution 2020-59, the Council established, among other items, the name of the commission and its role and purpose. At the July 27, 2021 City Council meeting, Councilmember Alexander requested that a renaming of the READY Commission be placed on the next agenda. This item is before the City Council tonight as a result. And Madam Mayor, I know Councilmember Alexander has a presentation.
Okay, so go ahead, Jess. Oh, got it.
All right, so there is a presentation, Madam Mayor, just I don't know how you want to do this. I want to have dialogue. I want to have questions with each other rather than just me speaking out. And so that's kind of what my thought was, is to be able to bring some questions to the City Council, have us discuss them, and then kind of go from there, and then bring some things as well to the attention of everybody and how we can go.
Typically, discussion would come after public comments because we want the input from the audience. So we would be free to discuss at that time.
Perfect.
And you'll have, I'll ask for questions as soon as you finish your initial presentation, and then if anybody has any questions. And then if not, then we'll go right to public comments.
Okay.
Okay.
So just a quick presentation on it? That's what you're, okay, so again, I have tons of slides, and I hope you all stick around to see them. It's obviously been brought to my heart over the last year since I was running for City Council, and also I've been here, that people think that there's issues here, race issues, equity issues. I've been here for 7 months on the City Council, and there has not been many people, if any, that have come to me and said where the ball is getting dropped. All I hear is comments about difficulties, but I want to be able to help those individuals. But I do not believe it's a race issue. As I've said before, we are one human race. And so if you are racist, that means you are actually against the human race, and that's us as a whole. You know something? I think I'm actually going to do this whole presentation. I decided. It's on my heart to do it. So
you can do that.
All right. So my thought here was I wanted to break up race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Number one, Marianne and Matt Ron, we spoke about, I guess, over the last 1 or 2 meetings about race and how we just wanted to take a look. And yeah, there is a definite possibility, the two of you spoke about, that we could look at changing that name. Point 2, I want to talk about something that was put on the last City Council meeting that really disturbed me and several other members of our city, and that was a picture of George Floyd. I want to talk about George Floyd a little bit, not putting him down, Again, being a New York City police officer, I speak facts. I look at what's ahead in front of me and go from there. So number one, why is a man who is not even in our city, why are we putting him up on our city council picture? For somebody, for someone who is somebody that I would never want my son or my husband to ever aspire to be. That's number one. And I think I speak for everybody when I say that, at least a good majority. Why are we displaying his picture as a martyr here in Temecula when he is from Texas and Minneapolis? He went to jail at least 5 times from 1997 to 2007. His profile as a court document reads like a career criminal, including drug abuse, theft, criminal trespassing, aggravated robbery, as well as entering into a woman's home, pointing a gun at her stomach while looking for drugs and money, and we put him on the screen. Are we serious? Forward our time to 2020, Floyd was arrested by passing a counterfeit $20 bill in a grocery store while under the influence of fentanyl and methamphetamine. Not somebody I think any of us need to aspire to be. At least I hope so. That's point one. So I think we need to start getting off George Floyd's thought, and we need to start looking at our city and our residents here. Again, I haven't seen any barriers, or nobody directly has come to me. We've had a commission now in there for 6 months, and I haven't heard where the barriers are. This Thursday, I hope that all of you will come out to find out where our barriers are where the barriers are for individuals here in our city. If they are, again, pick up the ball, let's keep moving. We've got a city to run, we've got things to do. We want to be here for everybody. Number 3. I'm going to ask for a picture if I could, please. You know, a lot of people will say possibly, well, I'm not really the type of person to, maybe I'm racist, people have said. Maybe I just don't want to listen to the other side. Well, if you can please put on slide 3 for me. This was on November 3rd. This gentleman was Denton Burr, the Black Lives Matter advocate who led the Black Lives here in Temecula. This was on the night of our election where I got to pray with him and talk with him in that grass that you're seeing for over 40 minutes. We talked and we had conversation. He has my personal phone number. There is nothing wrong with calling me and connecting with me, but act like a human being and bring me problems that I can actually solve, not something that needs to be solved at the kitchen table. All right, you can take that one down, please. I hear a lot about feelings, but we all have to be an adult. It breaks my heart to know and to hear that people are getting called names. We have all been called names before, and it is not right, it is not fair, it is not just. However, we need to call those people out who are doing that. So if there's somebody hurting your children or being disrespectful, that's where we have to be the adults and speak to those parents. But as a city council member, it is not my job here to be at your dinner table to teach your children how to act. I want to bring up something, and I want to be very careful because this is not against right now at all Temecula Valley School. However, if you can please put up the video. Hold on. I got a lot here. Sorry. Where's the video? There it is. Number 4, please. Just pause it so I can just talk for a second. So again, it's not my job as a city council member, nor is it a job of a teacher to ever sit there and teach our kids how to act. But since everybody wants to bring it to the city council, I'm going to expand it. There are problems going on throughout our city, and it is rooted in CRT. Whether you want to see it or not, the fact of the matter is it's there. So on this video, I'm going to show a teacher, not to mention his name because you can't see him because he's got a mask on, but he is actually teaching critical race theory here to your children at the high school. Please play it.
Let's just make sure there's a level playing field for everybody of situations, because I got to tell you, when I get pulled over by a police officer, I had one happen a year and a half ago on my motorcycle. I'm sitting there asking questions as to why did you pull me over? Why do you think you needed to do it? What was the inspiration behind pulling me over? I mean, it was like a 20-minute conversation with this guy. He still wrote me a ticket. If I was a black man, if I was a Hispanic man, you know what I would have probably done? I would have said, yo, yeah, give me the thing to sign. I'm moving on. I do not want to get any sort of altercation with this. That's total privilege. How does that happen? Because I feel, and I don't want to go off too much on this, Jared, I feel that the judicial system has not let me down because I've never been in trouble. But if I was perhaps a black man or marginalized man that has had altercations, I have heard time and time again that the judicial system has not always worked for them. Whether representation, whether the police followed procedures, whether police, broke protocols, etc. So those are some things that they're good.
Okay. Hold on. We got a lot of comments, and I appreciate you guys. I really do. I really, really do. That's kind of scary to me. We have a teacher telling us we have white privilege. To me, that's critical race theory. If everybody's going to speak, let me speak. The fact of the matter is I do not believe that anybody has privilege over one another. That's why I got elected as a city council member. Next, let's go to equity. This is a hard word for everybody to wrap their head around. This has been a hard word for me to wrap my head around, and I have been looking and studying and talking to people to try to figure out what in the heck this is. So here is my thought. If you can please do me a favor and put up slide number 1. So this was shown at the Ready Commission. This picture right here by one of the ladies, she sits over here. I'm still learning names, I apologize. Looking at equality and equity, and I'll tell you what really bothers me with this. The first thing when I looked at this is, number one, first, let me reverse. I see a young child in a wheelchair, and how incredible are we able, as a society, to be able to help them out? Because they need help. If they need help, we need to help them. And I agree with that with anybody if they need help. I would never let that. If somebody needs a hand, that's what we're here for. But when I'm sitting here looking at this, we should be giving, if somebody needs a box, let's look at equity. If somebody needs a box, let's give it to them. If we can afford it, let's do it. Can you move to slide number 2, please? This is my thought of equity. Equality and equity. Equity, as I'm looking to the right, what bothers me with this is obviously it is rooted in CRT. And if you don't know that, you need to start looking and involving yourself in local government and what their thoughts and what they're doing here with the National League of Cities, California League of Cities, and all of the others. We can go on for a long time. But the problem is so somebody's going to bury all the time that I do. So if I worked really hard and I worked 40 to 60 hours a week and I actually own a business and became something, somebody who feels that they are not exactly where they want to be feels that I have to give them more, which I will tell you, I will gladly do, but don't force me to do it. Okay, next, Ready Commission. Again, looking at everything, looking at the Ready Commission is very deeply rooted in CRT. It is deeply rooted in race and equity. When I look at people talking about white privilege, it really bothers me. It really ticks me off. And it should tick every single person of color and from white to black off. It really should. Everybody. We're going to do another YouTube video. I want to make sure I got the right one again because I got a couple here. Here it is. If you can play clip number 6, please. This was from, just pause it for a second, this was from the Ready Commission. I'm going to be honest, this was one of the first videos that I actually started watching. I really wanted to get involved because of just a lot of things going on, obviously, across the United States. And I really wanted to start getting an idea of what my commission looked like, who they were, what their thoughts were to start moving forward. But the problem is again, when we have the roots of what our commission is rooted in and all of the ideology and theories, and it is not, I want to make sure I'm saying this right, because again, I have to be very careful, and I want to be. When it is tainted from the beginning, the whole thing's bad. You cannot start with something and think it's going to be prosperous for the majority of the time, especially when it continues to be tainted throughout the whole thing. So if you can do me a favor and start with a clip. This is our city city clerk. She's reading some stuff off to the Ready Commission, please, talking about equity.
Last year, they went ahead and in their resolution 2056, they assigned specific definitions to diversity, inclusion, and equity. And here are those definitions. So as you move forward thinking about what an equity value could look like, this is the definition that the City Council has already approved for equity. And I wanted to put up the diversity and inclusion definitions as well, because they are not necessarily independent of one another, and there is crossover and tie-in and overlap between all three of them. But focusing on that last one, equity means the commitment to work on policies that may direct or indirectly discriminate on a variety of factors, and provide an opportunity for all persons to succeed based on what their needs are to achieve that success. So that is the context in which the City Council last year was moving forward and giving the direction for an equity value. Now, we are not cutting edge on this front, but we are also not lagging on this front. In fact, earlier this morning, I was on the ICMA's annual first inaugural equity summit, and it was very obvious. There was approximately 300 or so of practitioners in government, myself included, that are working in communities across the nation right now, in cities, towns, villages, boroughs, in the equity space. And there were cities and towns and villages and boroughs that were ahead. They had been already working in this space for a few years, some even longer. And there were those that were just starting like last month. So we fall somewhere in the middle. So I wanted to give you a sense of what a couple of other cities, this is not, it's really just to get your juices flowing on this, on what other cities have adopted. So in Buena Park, they just adopted theirs in March of this year. And they said that they will continue to actively focus on equity and inclusion in their institutions, policies, and programs, and will continue to engage and protect the community voice and work with others to close the gaps of inequality for the benefit of all residents of Buena Park. Portland says equity, access, and the removal of institutional and systemic barriers to resources and opportunities are essential in diversifying their workforce and for the public good. And their vision is to lead people, cultivate change, and develop a culture of innovation, inclusion, and inspiration to strengthen their city and their community. And then Dallas says that they understand the diverse needs of the community they serve, and their equity goal is to ensure everyone has access to opportunities necessary to satisfy their essential needs. So this is just a very small sampling.
Okay, thank you very much for playing that. If you could just put that slide up one more time, just at that last one, please. Thank you. Nope, back. Or there you go. Okay, I want nothing to do with Portland. That's all I have to say. Nothing. This is Temecula. You are Temeculans. I don't want rioting like we almost had a year and a half ago. That garbage can stay outside of our cities, for all I say. It's one thing to protest, but when we have Antifa people coming in, and the reason why I'm talking about this, there is a reason, because I'm showing why race and equity need to be out of the equation. That's why I'm going through this. So I know somebody's going to say that, but we have to understand that we don't need this in here. Race and equity are rooted in CRT and critical race theory and all this stuff that we don't need in our city. So that's why I'm talking about this. Next. My next big question is I'm trying to understand, and I'm hoping somebody can explain this to me, whether it be on a city council member or a staff. I'm trying to understand why, where was it? There it is. Why we are talking about ICMA inaugural in a first equity summit during our Ready Commission. Does anybody know what some of their glossary looks like? Well, let's pull it up. Can you please pull up number 7 for me? Nope, go back. Number 7. There you go. Thank you. Institutional white privilege is on their website. Policies, practices, behaviors of institutions such as schools, banks, nonprofits, Supreme Court that have an effect of maintaining or increasing accumulative advantages over those groups currently defined as white, and maintaining or increasing disadvantages for those racial or ethnic groups not defined as white. CRT. Racist. Next. Interpersonal white privilege, behavior between people that consciously and unconsciously reflects white superiority and entitlement. This is on their glossary. These are their words that they use, not mine. Can you please go to the next phrase? I'm going to start just after Martin Luther King. This is a phrase that this ICMA has on their website. I just found this morning. This turned my stomach. We are the ones who can forge real change in our community as our cities, towns, and counties rebuild from pandemic. We can create a new foundation that replaces white supremacy and racism with aggressive respect for human rights. I think we have laws for that. So I just want to say to finish up, and I've said this before, I want to get rid of race and equity. I love diversity and inclusion. I have lived all over the world, and I'm going to tell people right now, if we think what we are, that you're not happy where you live, I can tell you right now, move to somewhere like India that I lived. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and this is from me, and I'm going to talk to my city council, that me living in India, talk about a caste system, about racism, that's a caste system. About people being separated because of who they are and how much money they have. That's exactly what that separation is, and we're going to end up having that here in our city and throughout our state if we do not stop. We have to stop this now. We have no choice. We either stand up now and start having a backbone, or we are just going to fall apart. I'm telling you, I'm calling it right now. We can either decide that or not. Thank you. Thank you. Do we want to have the conversation in front of everybody? We could do that.
I'm sorry.
I don't need to be in Cuba.
Excuse me. We're ready for any council questions.
Council questions.
Council questions.
And then public comment.
Council questions, and we'll move to public comments. Nothing? Okay. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the first speaker?
Yes. The first speaker is Rodney Jackson, to be followed by Bob Quaid.
My name is Rodney Jackson. I was invited by one of the members on your Ready committee. I'm a retired veteran, 35 years working for the federal government from the Navy side, and and just training our soldiers, all branches. I got 2 kids currently in the Air Force. One of them is a first lieutenant. The other one is a technical sergeant. I got a son-in-law, Mexican kid. He's on deployment right now. He's a pilot. He's on the side of the helicopter with the gun. He volunteered for that. Don't ask me why. But I don't know much about Ready and all that stuff. I'm here just supporting a friend that's on the board. But I disagree with some of your comments. I understand why you said them, and being a professional, I was a police officer. I talked to some of your other fellow police officers, so I understand law enforcement, I understand laws. I work for the federal government again. So all I know is this. Instead of focusing on the bad, why don't you celebrate who's doing it the right way? If you're talking about diversity, if you guys gonna talk about diversity, don't talk about BLM or all that white privilege stuff, because we already know that's what people want you to do. That's what the devil wants to see happen in y'all society. But the bottom line is, why don't you take a different approach? Why don't you focus on who's doing it the right way? If somebody doing what you just said as far as diversity or whatever word you want to call it, celebrate them. Put more light on that than the opposite. You know, I mean, we're dealing with so much in this society today, from this virus, all this other stuff you're talking about, and I'm not going to sit here and try to explain it all. I just know that when you focus on who's doing it the right way more than you focus on the ones that's doing it the wrong way, you tend to start getting better results. That's how I look at it. Don't get caught up in the devil in the detail stuff. That's the only thing I'm going to say about that process. But,
The next speaker is Bob Quaid, to be followed by Brandon Harvey. Yes, Bob Quaid, to be followed.
A couple times in the last month, so I'm going to pass it. There's plenty of other people.
Okay, the next speaker is Brandon Harvey, to be followed by Dario Bianchi.
How you guys doing? Well, my pastor brought this up in church, and I wanted to be a part of this, and I was thinking more or less what to kind of talk about today. I'm a little quick on one end as well, but I'm also biblically based, so you're going to hear both on that. I kind of think of the Japanese. They have a saying about masks. That we all wear 3 different types of masks. The first mask is the mask that we have the rapport right now, you and I. We don't know each other from anything, but I'm going to show you the respect that you're giving me. The second mask that we have is the mask that we show our family, our wife, our kids, those type of, the interaction that we have and whatnot. The third mask, though, is the mask that no one sees except what's up here. The thoughts that go up in our minds, the temptations that we have, the wrong things that we do, the mistakes that we make, the anger, the eyeballs watching all around, waiting for the next person to just get down and stop so I can hear my voice being heard. I wrote on the sheet CRT. One of the reasons I wrote that on there was because I know children are a sponge. They accept, they take, they give, they love. They don't have any pre-thoughts about racist hate. They play, they love, they want their toy if another kid has the toy. But with CRT, what we're doing is we're implementing a divisiveness at a young age. And when we do that, as they grow up, that black friend or that Mexican friend or that Hispanic friend that we might have had might now have a hindrance from us being able to even have that opportunity, because now I'm looking at them, and I've listened and I've watched some other speeches of children who have gone up and spoke to city council and whatnot, saying that now they're looking at race where they never did. As a white male, I'm a mucker. I scoop horse poop. That's my job. I don't have any privilege. I work hard. But I also, my next door neighbor is a black man at 74, and we're best friends. When I looked for an attorney to fight for my kid, I looked for the content of character. My third attorney, her name was Brenda Pfizer. She was a black lady. I didn't look at her because of her color. It was because of her qualifications. I've had a black boss who was my best friend. But at the same time, when I look at kind of what's going on, to give you a little bit of background, if I may really quickly, I came as a bartender from the Viper Room up in Hollywood. I saw flesh at the extent of what I saw flesh. I thought I could be a part of that, control it, make it part of my own. I was involved in a lot of sexual things that I'm not proud of, but they were experiences where I wanted to be in something, I wanted to be validated, I wanted to have purpose. And what the other gentleman said is when we're focusing on the positive things and we're looking at those things, we have a way to move forward past that. Now, I also go, like I said earlier, I'm very biblically based. So one of the things in Luke 17, it talks about, Jesus says to the disciples, the things that cause people to stumble are bound to come. Each of us, we sin. We make mistakes. We're all human. It's something that we do. But then he says, but woe to any of those whom they come. It would be better for them to be thrown into the sea with a millstone tied around their neck to cause one of those little ones to stumble. So watch yourselves. Now, when it's saying that, it's the little ones is believers. But as you probably all have kids and grandkids or whatnot, some of those kids don't believe. But if we're impressing upon these children at such an early age that this is what it is, that there's white people who are better than black, yeah, things happened and that's not good, but we learn from it and we move forward. If we keep impressing upon them that, woe to yourselves, watch out, because the God that I follow, and I understand we all have our own truths, we want our own truths, we want to justify our own truths, but John 14:6 says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. So if he's the truth, it's not about what you guys want. It's not about what any of us in here wants. It's about what his truth is. And at the end, it says in Romans 14:11, so then each of us will give an account of ourselves to God. Whether you believe in God, whether you don't, it's not important. We're all going to have to kneel one day, and we're going to have to give an account to the Lord of the things that we've said and spoken and done. And I hope for all of us in here that moving forward, we look at those things and go, okay, there's a God who loves us, but we can't just keep continually doing what we're doing, because we're going to have to be accountable to that God of spreading these things that may on the surface level looks like it's really good and it's our own truth. But the reality is it's not. And it's leading us down a spiral where if you just read Revelation and you look at what's coming, we're at the door and he's knocking on all your hearts. So I appreciate your time for letting me come up here, and I hope I didn't offend anyone.
Perfect, because your time's just now out.
Yes, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
And after Dario is Jeanette Chun.
Okay.
Good
my wife, she will read for me, please.
Okay. I'm Joyce Bianchi. We're making a connection here. I hope that you see other people will speak on it. What we see is infiltration of Marxism with the critical race theory and with the Reddy Commission. So we're trying to, that's the connection that we hope that you are able to make. So bear with me. Freedom isn't free. Sometimes it has to be taken. Our world is constantly stirred with dissatisfaction. Our country is currently experiencing turmoil reminiscent of dark times. Improvement of man's condition never comes as a result of blind hope, or rarely, pious prayers or random chance. They're a product of knowledge and thinking. An increasing number of people are beginning to suspect that the government's actions are the cause of our social ills. Productive citizens who know how to run their businesses resent being told what to do or bureaucratic constraints. The poor are finding that with all the expensive government programs available, their lives are frozen in misery. Power-hungry forces have generated movements categorized as cultural revolution. Totalitarian regimes such as the Chinese Communist Party, the ex-USSR, and Nazi Germany, among others, have had their own versions. Here's a list of how they operate or organize. They systemically purge social and political leaders and look to install their own, while claiming they are doing it for the people. Think about that. They disparage and harass influential cultural figures that do not agree with them. They destroy, dismantle, remove, or vandalize monuments and cultural sites. They ban literature, art, culture, and music. They justify violent rebellion against the establishment. They rewrite history and revise educational curriculums. They demand that society conform. They want family and friends to report nonconformity and they call for punishment. They insist on speech control and mount propaganda campaigns using their politically approved language. They pit various elements of society against each other, such as one race against another. The Reddy Commission wants to tear down the old society and build one according to Marxist-Leninist principles. They're using the same philosophy as Black Lives Matter, which is a Marxist organization. You know, if you looked on their website, they removed the reference to "we are trained Marxists." They've taken that off. Misinformation together with propaganda is the way these folks are acting. Since the Marxists couldn't win on their long march using the class struggle, they're now using the newly created race struggle to destroy the United States. If this council believes that this town should be subject to Marxist propaganda by the Reddy Commission, then the council will be held responsible for the decline of Temecula's quality of life. We already lost over 300 businesses, which are the backbone of Temecula. How many more businesses and citizens do we want to lose? No to the Reddy Commission and the Marxists who want to take over this town and our country.
The next speaker is Jeanette Chun, to be followed by Jeanette Chun. And after Jeanette Chun is Julie Gary.
Hello, City Council. Thank you so much for the time that you guys are giving us to talk with you today. I don't know if everybody knows me, but my name is Jeanette Chun, and I'm the CEO of Birth Choice here in Temecula, and I'm very privileged to have also been a Temecula resident since we moved here in 2001, and my children graduated from Temecula Valley High School. I also worked as an employee of Temecula Elementary School. This has been a wonderful place to live in. I've enjoyed it. It has been a delight to raise my children in this space. One thing that I want to come to you guys today and share is mostly my first part will be about Birth Choice and who I represent, because I'm very grateful for the trust that the City Council and certain members of the City Council has given to Birth Choice and the care of its citizens. We have a baby shop and a material assistance portion of our center, and it's a nonprofit organization. Everything comes in through donations. It's been a very, very hard year this last year through the reduction of having to reduce all of our staffing and our hours by half, with the need from the people growing exponentially. We actually tripled the amount of people that came to us with less time to serve them because of the financial need that they were in. Many people, because of the fear of not having the goods that they might need to raise their children, might consider abortion as their only option. And it is our hope and our mission to be able to provide them with resources so those that want to keep their children can do so, and also provide them parenting courses so that they feel equipped to know what to do and how to do it. I'd like to share with you that this last year, we just did our mid-year impact report, and I would like to let you know that we are open in Temecula on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 to 5, so please keep that in mind when I give you these incredible numbers. 815 total client visits, 65 pregnancy tests, 40 ultrasounds, 337 parenting classes, and 351 material assistance appointments. That's in 28 days of being open since January. And I want to share with you that the council members that so graciously gave Birth Choice a grant for our baby shop and our material assistance and parenting program, we were able to produce a very large number of hygiene kits for mother and their child, as well as strollers, pack and plays, car seats, formula that's very much needed because it's incredibly expensive, diapers and wipes. We give that all for free. We ask nothing in return, but we want to be a very strong element in this community to make Temecula strong and viable so that the parents can feel as though they can raise their children in this city and have help to do so. If anybody knows anybody that needs the help, please let them know about us, because we do not want anybody left behind, and we will find the resources that they need. We love them very much. There's no disparaging of anybody in our center. And I have to say, in my last minute that I have left, This has been a journey of my life taking this position. I took it, Birth Choice has been around in the community for over 30 years. I took this position over 7 years ago after being on the board for a year. And I have never in my time here seen such a desperate need for people to be helped. I, as a woman who is white in a biracial marriage, have never had my children treated improperly in Temecula. They have done everything that they needed to do. I have never had disrespect, and we have never disrespected anybody. It hurts my heart to hear things about white privilege, because I want to tell you, I don't know if all of you have been, some of you have heard my story that I've shared at our galas, but most of you have not. And I came from no privilege. I clawed my way up to where I am. I worked 3 jobs while raising my children to even help my husband get through college when 2008 happened and his bank shut down. There is no privilege. We had our family in the apartments, in a 2-bedroom apartment for 11 years with 3 children in 1 room while we saved the money to be able to have a down payment on a house. No one helped us with that. We get to where we are because we work hard, because we have principles that we apply to our lives, and we help other people. When you help other people and you raise them up, the Lord God himself will help you be raised up. And I will tell you, my faith helps me to be strong. And I have talked to so many young women. I have been a lay counselor for 20 years in crisis and trauma. And the greatest crisis and trauma that we face right now is honestly a devaluation of people
10
and a
seconds.
devaluation of humanity. And we will not be able to move forward if we don't stop that. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So the next few speakers are Julie Gary, Tim Thompson, and Allison Donahue-Biggs.
Good evening. I'm Julie Geary, and I've lived in this valley since 1997, and I'm a resident of Temecula. I love this city, and I want it to be a place where everyone feels welcome and included. I'd first like to thank Councilors Stewart, Schwenk, Ron, and Mayor Edwards for their continued devotion. Sorry, phone problems. For their continued devotion to pursuing positive policy and their work to make our community better for everyone. Whether it's a pump track, an inclusive park for all abilities, or new lights for the community theater. Your love for the city and the people in it is apparent. You have an open door policy, and it's easy to email you and make an appointment to discuss issues and concerns, or to clear up misconceptions, and you answer questions. And I thank you for your commitment to communication with your constituents. There is, however, a city council member that is not doing this work. Jessica is not putting in the work to make positive change in the community.
So she's going to have
Could you please let the speaker speak? Please let her speak.
I'm speaking.
Everyone is going to be respected, so, nobody has booed any of the others, so let's just let everyone speak and be heard, please.
And I hope that wasn't used against my time. Her words and actions have put Temecula on the national stage and in a bad light. She's complained about the amount of work involved in being on the council. She's made serious faux pas in her rhetoric, which have deeply hurt many people in this community. Words matter. It is egregious to choose language when you know it's insensitive. When a mistake is made, a real leader apologizes and rights the wrong. They don't make excuses, they make change. I understand the topic of race can make some people uncomfortable. Talking about race can be uncomfortable. And we must reflect on our language, our actions, our past transgressions that may have hurt others. In the words of Maya Angelou, when we know better, we do better. Taking the R out of ready doesn't solve racial inequality. Taking the R out of ready is like burying your head in the sand, closing your eyes, and proclaiming racism doesn't exist in Temecula. Temecula isn't perfect. Not everyone here has love in their hearts. But the focus of Ready is not just about race. It's not just about race, but acknowledging race acknowledges the lived experiences of others. Taking the R out of Ready erases and devalues the triumphs and the tribulations of people. We see race. We must acknowledge race and celebrate the beautiful diversity in this community. Equity means removing barriers so that all people can have the same opportunity, but not necessarily the same outcome. This isn't musical chairs. Expanding equity doesn't take away opportunities from others. We simply add more chairs. And many people speaking here tonight are not Temecula residents. Someone told them to come here. Someone told them.
Please, 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 let's respect the speaker, and respect will be extended to every speaker.
Someone told them what to think and what to say.
Shh, please.
Jessica's presentation came directly from the talking points of the 412 Church and the Murrieta Temecula Republican Assembly.
Please.
The equity graphic came from one of their weekly newsletters.
Please do not yell out. Let's respect the speaker.
These are not her original thoughts. She was simply repeating the agenda of these local hate groups. The 412 Church should not be leading public policy in a secular government. These people have not communicated with city council members or the Ready commissioners. They are believing misinformation that they saw online or heard in their church, and they are living in fear of something that is not an issue. George Soros has nothing to do with this.
Shh, please.
And I'm going to give everyone the definition of Marxism. It examines the effect of capitalism of labor, productivity, and economic development, and argues for worker revolution to overturn capitalism in the favor of communism.
You have to summarize, Julie, please.
And Ready isn't dealing in any of this. You guys took my time. I'm going to finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is sad. This is not Marxism.
Julie, your time is up.
They used my time. I have 2 more things. I can't get my thought out.
All right, 10 more seconds.
I say to these people, question the source of your information. Reach out and communicate with people outside your bubble. Council, do not listen to the noise. Do not listen to this hate. Do not listen to the nonsense. Lead with love and keep the R in Ready.
Thank you. Shh. Quiet, please.
Tim?
Who's the next speaker?
It's Tim Thompson, to be followed by Allison Donahue Beggs, to be followed by Gary Audie.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tim Thompson. I am the senior pastor of 412 Church in Murrieta. I want to thank Councilmember Jessica Alexander for standing up for our community today. I don't know where you stand, Mr. Ron, in your faith, or if you have any at all. You seem kind of dead to me spiritually.
Oh.
Yeah. You're not supposed to comment on what I say. Yeah. Hey.
Go ahead, Pastor. Please, go ahead, Pastor. Get closer to the microphone.
Mr. Ron?
Get
Mr.
closer to
Ron,
the microphone.
The speaker has
We
the
can't
right
hear
to
you,
finish,
so get close.
and
There you
without-
go.
without interruption
Could you
from the
possibly,
audience or from the
Pastor,
council.
Pastor, could you possibly ask the people to not interrupt you or the other speakers?
Look, I don't tell them what to do, okay? Despite what that young lady said, I don't tell them what to do. They have brains, they can
there's
think for themselves.
there's no need to be angry with me. I haven't done
Yeah.
anything to you. I
Yeah,
respect
I'm-
you, and
I'm
I want to
not-
hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
But I can't when everybody's talking.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So, but Ms. Edwards, Mr. Stewart, I do know that you claim to be strong people of faith. And I want to, and Mr. Schwenk, I don't know where you stand either. I have no comments on you though. I just watched the wickedness that Matt Ron does, and it disgusts me. So the thing is, I want to call upon you two specifically to consider what's happening here today, and recognize what's going on. The vast majority of this community is with Jessica Alexander. They appreciate her and they love her. There's a very small group of people right here, very small group of people, who cheered when the video of the teacher was played. They cheered for that. They're celebrating wickedness. They're celebrating dividing people based on a race, which you know, and you shook your head as I talked about it last time I was here, you know is not biblical. So as people who claim to be Christians, I want to remind you of something, that even a little bit of sin will ruin the entire lump. A little leaven ruins the lump. This small little group of people over here who think that they're so important, okay, and their message is important, it is wicked what they're saying. They're celebrating evil. And I implore you to listen to the vast majority of people that are here that says, we don't want this in our community. It is wrong for our community. It is sin, and it cannot be tolerated. Okay, you would tolerate just a little bit of this, and it will spread to the rest of our community, and it will infect our beautiful city of Temecula, and it will infect our entire valley. Okay, we do not live in a systemically racist city. We live in a very welcoming, very, very diverse community that we're all proud of and we're thankful for. So I'm asking you, please, side with Jessica Alexander, because you will be siding on the side of righteousness, goodness, and true love. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next speakers are Allison.
After Allison Donahue Beggs is Gary Audie and Raquel Galeano.
Good evening, Mayor Edwards and council members. My name is Allison Donahoe Beggs, and I have lived in Temecula for 23 years. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm employed by the Riverside County DPSS. My husband and I have raised our 2 sons here, and our youngest is about to start his junior year at Great Oak High School. First, I want to thank the council for establishing the Ready Commission. This act by the City Council made me even more proud of the city that I live in. As a social worker, it's important to me to work towards strengthening communities and ensuring everyone feels included. Honestly, I don't see how anyone could be opposed to this beautiful purpose. When you hear the opposition and the reasons they're opposed, I know you see even more the need for the Ready Commission. The opposition is on their own justifying the need for the commission. So I hope that you take both the support and the opposition you are hearing as justification to keep the Ready Commission as is. Please do not change the purpose or the name. I was fortunate to be elected as an Assembly District delegate, which means I attend a lot of different meetings with a lot of different people. And I hear at these meetings, and it's hard to hear sometimes, that there are people who have difficult experiences, hard, uncomfortable experiences in Temecula. I don't like hearing that about my city. I want that to change. I want us to be better. It's something that we have to work to improve to ensure all people feel comfortable, safe, included, and welcome in this city. I want to work towards that goal, and I see the Ready Commission as a wonderful avenue towards this goal. Again, thank you to the City Council for establishing the Ready Commission, and please keep it as is. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary Audi, to be followed by Raquel Galliano, to be followed by Rich Handy.
Mr. Audi, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me tonight. I know it's kind of unusual for a commissioner to speak from this dais, but I feel like that a commission is under attack. This is an important issue, and hope all goes well. Council members, the work you do is so inspiring. I'm a resident of this city since 1989. I've been through some rough times. I've had the support of this council, the support of this community, and I think it's time to get back to work. I have a prayer for you tonight. It's a prayer for healing racism. Lord, if I've wronged someone and racism is the root of that wrong, lead me in reconciliation. Lord, show me my own prejudices. By your grace, help me to see hatred. Help me to love the way you love and teach kindness as you do. In your name. As a former educator, I was always inspired by this very short passage in Ephesians. Through teaching, Jesus removes hostility and introduces harmony. Tonight, I'd like to teach a quick 3-minute lesson on racism. In psychology, research tells us that one of the reasons the human race has survived is because it has a biological instinct to protect those who are most like us, our family, our clan, our loved ones. Behavioral scientists refer to this as implicit bias. Because of implicit bias, when we see someone who looks considerably different than we are, we make a prejudgment that is instinctive. Humans are naturally programmed to protect themselves and their group from the perceived danger. This bias results in a fight or a flight reaction, originating in the part of our brain that oversees our most primal emotions. That's the bad news. That these primitive emotions like fear and anger that are meant to help us survive as a race leave us all with a biological mechanism for prejudging and can lead to racism and discrimination. The good news is that human brains have developed beyond other animals. The human cerebral cortex gives us the ability to think and rationalize beyond these initial instinctive reactions. So, the takeaway should be, we all must accept the fact that humans are innately prejudiced. But we can rejoice in the fact that humans have the mental capacity to overcome racism, discrimination, and negative emotions like fear and anger. My hope is that tonight, our human rational frontal lobes win out over the emotional center of our brain to use the thinking and reasoning part of our brain to remove hostility and introduce harmony. Our city is at a precipice. Do we choose to go down the path of anger and fear, spawning hatred and conflict? Or do we choose the route of optimism, well-being, and collaboration. We've had a rough 18 months, a lot of strain on all of us, and we're on edge. Let's let our council and staff get back to doing the work of the people. Our new Race, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Commission is comprised of members who are very courageous. They were appointed by the council to safeguard our community of ever going down that negative path, and to inspire us to always consider inclusion to all, no matter of religion, physical, mental,
Gary, you
or
need to
social
summarize,
capacity
please.
or race. I'm done. I urge you and I pray that you support this commission by making the right.
Please be quiet. Go.
3 words.
Wrap it up, Gary.
Righteous
Wrap it up.
decision on item 17.
Thank
Thank you.
Raquel? So after Raquel is Rich Handy, to be followed by Alexandra Galliano.
Well, good evening. I can almost see you over the.
Sorry.
It's okay. I have the same problem myself.
Kind of nervous. Okay.
Don't be nervous. Just talk to me.
Hello, council members. I'm here today because I wanted to speak up. I attended the last city council meeting, and I saw a lot of people arguing against the Ready Commission, saying that racism doesn't exist or we don't have a race problem. And as a 10-year-old, I can assure you that it does exist and that we do have a race problem. The first school in Temecula I went to, I used to get bullied a lot. And when I would tell the teacher, she would side with the kids who didn't look like me. And it started becoming a pattern. And I soon realized that even though I was the one getting bullied, I was also getting punished by the teacher because I didn't get any help or support. One time it got so bad that I got hit in the face with a tetherball. And when my mom picked me up, my whole cheek was red. And my mom took a picture of it and sent an email to my school. The next day, my teacher didn't do anything. Just gave them a warning, that's it. I felt a sense of disrespect toward me and that my issue wasn't taken seriously enough or important enough for a real repercussion toward them. With the Ready Commission, I feel seen. And I'm sure other people feel seen too, because the commission is saying, okay, racism is a problem, so how are we gonna fix this problem? And with you changing it, I feel like you're gonna be taking all that away. It's wrong, and I don't want the Ready Commission to change because it's starting a hard conversation that's going to affect the community for the better, not worse. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you.
Rich Handy.
Good evening. Good evening.
You know,
Excuse me.
I'm Rich Handy. I happen to be a Vietnam veteran, airborne infantry. I was drafted, and I did serve the country. You know, I also was awarded a Bronze Star just to brag a little bit.
Thank you for your service.
But tonight I'm not here to talk about that. I want to tell you, first of all, that I work for a business in Temecula, but I do not live in Temecula. What I see, though, is when I come down here, my wife and I shop here, my wife and I eat here, we do a lot of things in this community. I see a diversity of population that live here. I see tourists that are a diversity of people that come here, and they seem to all be getting along with each other from maybe it's just a surface thing. I don't know. I didn't go to the school this last young lady went to. But I have also worked in banking for many years before I moved out this way, and I was probably one of those privileged people living in Newport Beach and traveled around the world and all those things. But even us privileged people have struggles and things that occur. And right now, I just want to make a comment about Dr. Ho. Dr. Ho was my cardiologist, and I have a pacemaker. I would not be here today if it wasn't for him. So I wanted to just mention that. I have traveled all around the world. I've seen different cultures, and it just disturbs me that we have to deal with this issue of race. I believe we all belong to one race, the human race. I also believe that lives do matter. Lives matter, and if you have to put a color or a shape, or even if they're born or unborn on it, then you're not considering what a life is. What is a life? It's when my heart stops, I'm dead. When my heart starts beating, I'm alive. Now, where is that first starts beating? Could be at conception, like many people believe. Could be at birth after leaving the woman's body, or sometime in between. It doesn't make any. We're arguing over silly things. Race, let's get back to race. The DNA, you do a DNA study, and I'm not an expert in it, but I understand the DNA difference between somebody who is white, black, green, yellow, whatever color you want to pick, is less than 1%. We're arguing over less than 1% difference with everybody in this room. Why can't we get along with the 99% that we're the same? Let's get together that way. It's just a little disturbing that we have to have the argument. 50 years ago, I worked in a bank in Florence and Central, basically Watts, California, downtown. I was a white guy working in a community that was primarily a black community, if you want to identify races. And I experienced some of the racial situations there. In fact, I told my boss it was not right. And I could go into the details. I don't want to spend all the time in the details, but basically I could see some of the things that were occurred 50 years ago. Now, I'm 77 years old. Heck, Moses didn't even start till he was 80, But I could see that. But I've seen so much progress in this in the last 50 years. I just can't believe that this is happening today with all this progress. And when you select a commission, they're supposed to be somebody that does what you guys want. They're there to help you decide what you want. You are the ones that have to make the decisions, not them telling you what to do. So you need to be making these decisions. And if you take the advice of Jethro, who was Moses' father-in-law, he gave them 4 criteria to pick leaders. They have to be able to do the job, not by their color, race, or creed or anything. Are they able to do the job? Are they God-fearing? And do they tell the truth? And do they hate covetousness or bribes? Covetousness meaning the idea that you want to covet something is you're reaching beyond what you have and you want to take something that somebody else has. You don't want to do that. Now, let's talk a little bit about this CRT stuff, which I'll just
37 seconds.
That's fine. I'll just wrap it up with this, with that. If you want to know what equity is and equality is, equity is you all go to school, you guys work really hard. You guys don't work at all, but I'm the teacher, and I'm going to give you all a C. Every one of you works C's, the ones that worked hard and the ones that don't work at all. You all get a C. That's what equity is. Is that right? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
And after Alexandra is Rick Reese, and then Denise Wilson, and then George Rombach.
Hello, I'm back. I first want to thank Madam Mayor, Councilmember Schwenk, and Councilmember Stewart. And I'm sure if you were here, Councilmember Rom, you probably would have actually heard me too. Because I believe that each of you genuinely listened intently, and I did feel hurt. After leaving the last city council meeting, I was mostly disheartened after listening to some of the public comments. To hear over and over again that either racism doesn't exist or there is not a race problem in our community felt very frustrating, coming from people who would most likely not be subjected to racism. The fact that there is this much of an issue simply with the R acronym supports that there is a problem. While I was disheartened, there is a part of me that empathized with the opposition because I believe most of them are caring citizens, even those who are not actual residents of Temecula, and are using their First Amendment right to speak out, such as I am. If this many people care, then this tells me we can work together to find a better understanding of each other. There are cries of things such as the leftist mob, and I can promise those who are in support of the Ready Commission are a group of people who care about our community just as much as those in opposition. and in no way want to destroy our city, but want to uplift it from its deficiencies. I heard a lot of others speaking from their religious lens, and often a phrase I hear when it comes to justifying certain opposition to certain sins is, hate the sin, not the sinner. And one sin I don't feel like gets the same passion for hate is racism. As an actual resident of Temecula, I am firmly opposed to changing the Ready Commission's name and mission. Taking away the R from the Ready Commission is not going to help our city. Racism in our town is a problem, and it will still exist even if the R acronym is gone. We have an opportunity to show that our city is not afraid to tackle tough issues and create a more inclusive environment of its changing population. If the commission is eliminated or changed, it is only going to push off the need for it later. The absence of the topic of race does not equal the inexistence of racism. Racism isn't always black and white, as we have been shown examples of in textbooks or history class. As a brown woman in our community, I often feel like I have to present this persona that proves I belong here. I have been in spaces where others can be uncomfortable with my presence until they hear me speak English, and then their shoulders relax. There have been instances where people speak to me in Spanish first, with the assumption that I don't know the English language. While in one regard it can be seen as helpful, in another it proves that there is a first impression that I somehow don't belong. The city stands to benefit in the long run. I teach my children something called surface level feelings. These are the feelings we get first, like anger or sadness, and we tend to react based on those feelings. That often come from a place of misunderstanding. What I tell them is that in order to get a better understanding, we have to push deeper. This commission is going to give the city an opportunity for that. Once the noise drowns out, we can get to a deeper understanding, even for those who have a hard time talking about race. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could, Randy, if we could hold for just a minute, so we're going to have to extend the meeting. So about how many comments have we had?
We probably have a couple of hours easy.
Okay, so why don't I have a motion to extend till 1 a.m.?
Move to 1 a.m.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Rick Reese, to be followed by Denise Wilson, to be followed by George Rombach.
Hello, good evening, City Council. A few points I want to bring up tonight. I've emailed you before, but I just want to reiterate this. The Ready Initiative and the Commission are based broadly, and this is the term that comes from the agenda report that was presented by the city clerk. She used the term based broadly on the National League of Cities REAL program. The REAL program stands for Race, Equity, and Leadership. The REAL program is developed by the left-wing Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which itself is a partnership between a group called Race Forward and another group based out of UC Berkeley called the Othering and Belonging Institute. Should be noted that Race Forward is a George Soros-funded nonprofit group to the tune of over $1.4 million since 2017. Anyways, both these groups combined together to create the GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, and it was that group that was contracted by the National League of Cities to develop the REAL program, which, again, is what the Ready Initiative is broadly based on. Questions I have: can you define or quantify what based broadly represents? Is there a number? Is it 50%, 75%? I'd like to know how much of the REAL program was incorporated into the Ready Initiative. I'd also like to know how much of this left-wing activist agenda has seeped into the Ready Initiative and, by hence, the Ready Commission. And I also would like to know, why do we have these initiatives that were developed by these far left-wing organizations? Moving on, Councilman Stewart, I've never met you personally. Personally, I think you have a good heart, and it seems to me that at least the perception out in the community is that this commission was enacted because of what happened to you last year. It wouldn't surprise me in the least that this is almost like a setup, like a character assassination that was directed towards you. Sometimes I think people use the term catfishing. As I read recently in the LA Times, the email question that was put to you about your plans to end police violence and racial policing in the community, to me it's kind of like a classic heads I win, tails you lose kind of question. From my point, until it can be demonstrably proven with unbiased facts that our community is rife with police violence and racial profiling, then the premise should be rejected wholeheartedly. Our sheriff's deputies deserve the presumption of innocence just like anybody else in our community. The question put to you kind of reminds me of that you hear it sometimes where they ask a candidate, so tell me, by a real sleazy reporter, so tell me, candidate, when did you stop beating your wife? And that's how it rings to me. It was a cheap shot. I think there's an activist group. They were out for a political scalp, and they got yours. And it's a good thing you're a barber because you know a lot about scalps. And I have the sense that they're looking for another political scalp, another trophy from Councilmember Jessica Alexander, because that's how these people operate. Going on, I keep hearing this, that we have people here that somehow don't deserve to speak before the city council because they don't live within the city limits. Well, I would say if you have a business here, if you work here, if you shop here, your taxpayer dollars are going to support this city. You are a stakeholder. You're a stakeholder, and you deserve to have a voice. Lastly, I would leave with you dealing with race and equity. This just seems to further divide us by demagogues. I would point to, in 2005, there was a 60 Minutes interview with the actor Morgan Freeman, and he was asked by Mike Wallace. Wallace said, "How are you going to get rid of racism?" Freeman's answer, Morgan Freeman, not a conservative icon by any means. Morgan Freeman said, "Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man, and I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man." Thank you. Have a good night. I know it's going to be a long night, but have a good night, and I wish you all peace and prosperity.
After Denise Wilson is George Rombach, followed by Greg Suskow.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, staff members, and Madam Mayor. I speak in favor of keeping the Rating Commission as well as keeping race in the name. If you were to Google the word race or check your dictionary, it defines race as a category of humankind that shares certain distinctive physical traits. Nothing more and nothing less. As you look around this room, you see that we all have different distinctive traits. We have different shades of beauty, different beliefs, etc. It doesn't say anywhere in the dictionary that race means racism, hatred, critical race theory, division, and a lot of other names that the Rating Commission has been called. We all share traits that make us who we are, fearfully and wonderfully made in God's own image. I don't need to stand here and quote scriptures or wave a Bible in my hand. Your character should speak louder than any other grandstand. The 7 commissioners were chosen from over 70 candidates that answered the call for our community. We just want to be a voice for areas of our community that may not feel that their voices are being heard. This commission is not here to be a thorn in our city, our community, our neighborhoods, or our city council, but as an avenue to be comfortable, to have these uncomfortable conversations. Yes, we do need to have them because they do exist. We need to be here to discuss the topics that are trending in our city and our surrounding areas, to be support to our city and to listen. We should be applauding our city council for taking a bold stand and doing what's right in our community. The Ready Commission is what's right. And I repeat, the Ready Commission is what's right, and we are not going anywhere. So let's put energy and our focus on what is important in our community, the people. Stop the stupid rallies, stop the protests, and stop making the city of Temecula look so darn bad. Let's come together. Let's come together as a city who cares and really embrace the Ready Commission and start supporting our city council. And to Jessica Alexander, you were wrong for bringing up George Floyd history. If you look around this room, there are several people here that may have a criminal background just as he did. He is dead. Let his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
George Rombach to be followed by Greg Suska to be followed by Christina Harrington.
Mr. Rombach, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. At the last meeting, when I talked about the Ready Commission, I focused on our city motto, old traditions, new opportunities. I want to start with old traditions. How many of you remember when there were hitching posts out in front of the Swing Inn?
I do.
How many of you remember when we had a stagecoach that went up and down Front Street?
I do.
How do many of you people remember those old traditions that this august body, when it was formed, brought into this city? And you've tried to marry it with the new opportunities without losing old traditions. I think the council, the guest body, and the honorary plaque out in the hallway, I'm glad to see, commemorates many people who came before you to help that go. But what has happened? Originally, we had a family community. People had a general attitude, my rights begin to stop when yours begin to start. And we lived that way. When those rights began to overlap and cause discomfort, we worked them out. Mm-hmm. When we were trying to organize as a city, there were two factions, big factions. Should we be called Rancho California, or the old Indian name, Temecula, City of the Mist? There was some acrimony over that decision, but when it was resolved, we all worked it out and went on our way. I want to relate two stories about my lifetime. More than a half century ago, my parents were told that I was so mentally deficient that if there wasn't somebody in the family to look out for me, I should be institutionalized. They didn't know about dyslexia. I'm a severe dyslexic. What I did was I learned how to live in this community. I didn't look for any handout. I didn't look for any aspect. Help, yes. I want to relate one other story. Several years ago, I witnessed a debate about slavery in the Civil War. One individual, a black man, was, I felt, a bit unfairly ganged up on. But afterwards, I called him aside. And I said, get knowledgeable in your topic before you debate it. I said, did you know that the first two law cases in this country, even before we had a constitution, both slave owners were black? And in one of them, the slaves were white. And in the Civil War, the largest single slave owner was himself black, who had started as a slave and was so respected by his talents, by his character, that he earned his freedom and became a substantial landowner and a slave owner. If you don't study the whole topic, you're doomed to be lost. We should be doing critical race theory. We better talk about the whole topic. That's what's critical. I think, quite frankly, we should be dealing more with coming up with more Christian, Judeo-Christian attitudes and dealing with each other. We've lost that over this whole aspect of the Ready Commission and the issue of slavery and the issue of race. And it's unfortunate because it's causing a debate that I don't think should need to be.
15 seconds, Mr. Rombach.
Yes. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina?
My name's Greg Suska, and I'm here to talk against the Critical Race Theory Commission. I don't know why we need it, but we've instigated it, and we've already lost control of it. You have a commission, and you don't have any control of it. You guys should control that. You know, you guys should keep an eye on who you've got in the commission. But I don't believe you can have, the first couple that came up here, black and white couple, I think that they kind of express our culture in that we accept black and white together as people who are attracted to each other. I don't think there's much of a race problem when two people who appear to be so different in color seem to be attracted to each other enough to get married. And so I feel race problem has dissipated over the last whatever years, and that we don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need to talk about negatives. We don't need to install into our children negative attitudes where they see a friend and he's just a friend and they like him because they like him. Why is the first thing that we teach our children is to look at when we see friends is their race? We don't, no, that's wrong. Why don't we have a critical race theory on height? You know, why isn't height, why aren't we treating people who have tallness better than people who are shortness? I mean, isn't there a infirm bias that we have towards short people or fat people? I mean, where does this end? We could go down that road, you know what I mean? We could go down that road. We could look at everybody's bias towards everything that bothers them. I don't like your gray hair. I don't like your black hair. Whatever it is, there's those biases that we hold on to. But we don't, what we do is we put them to the side and we try and do the Christian thing, and we don't look at that. We move forward. And this critical race theory is not moving forward in our culture, it's moving backwards. It's a negative. And it's an attack and a division on this culture. The culture that we've successfully moved to this point where you actually have black and white people marrying each other. Imagine. Now, I don't see, I understand that people can look at other people and have biases and it just comes naturally. But as a Christian, we try and always put those things aside. I just wanted to say I'm against this race theory thing because I don't think it's a problem in our culture. And I want you guys to eliminate it, kick it to the curb. And I honestly feel like when we make comments up here that when you shake your head like this, that you're actually imposing your thoughts on my thinking. So I appreciate it if when you guys, when we come up here and talk, that you don't shake your head like this, Matt. Thank you.
Christina? Christina Harrington, to be followed by Bob Cowell, to be followed by Eric Faulkner.
Good evening. At the last city council meeting, I posed 8 questions to the mayor and the council and asked for an emailed response to them. Mrs. Mayor, you made a point of asking me to email the questions to you and the council, which I did the following morning. To date, I have not received a reply. So I'm asking the same questions again tonight. It's a rerun. And again, I'm asking for these questions to be emailed, the answers to these questions to be emailed to me. A few people who have heard them also asked if I would request that they be posted somewhere. Question number 1, what study was conducted and what were the results that indicated that Temecula was supportive of the formation of the Ready Commission? 2, what verifiable data is there on marginalized, underserved, and underrepresented individuals in Temecula? This should be public information. 3, what are the needs specifically that are not being met? Can I get a list of them? How many face-to-face conversations did you have with local pastors, rabbis, priests, or other religious leaders regarding the problems you claim need addressing? How many nonprofits, charities, and non-governmental agencies did you consult before involving the government and taxpayer dollars? What are these mysterious barriers that no one has yet to define? Please name them. How much taxpayer money do you intend to spend on Ready recommendations? 7, what revenue sharing arrangements, if any, will the city of Temecula receive through the establishment of this committee? Include grant eligibility, please, and make this public. And number 8, if Ready truly has nothing to do with the oppressor-oppressed power games promoted by the CRT movement and has nothing to do with identity politics and does not intend to funnel taxpayer resources toward giveaways to fill in allegedly racially caused outcome gaps, then why not scrap Ready and have a community outreach program utilizing the services already in place? And finally, in closing, I would like to remind the mayor, the council, everyone in attendance here, and those watching from home, this is not a battle between right and left, nor is it a battle between black, white, brown, red, yellow, or any identity group. This is a battle between those who wish to fundamentally change America and those who wish to fundamentally preserve America and all that is true, noble, excellent, and praiseworthy herein. Thank you.
And after Bob is Eric Faulkner and Peyton Holsey.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to start out with a quote from Condoleezza Rice. Our black kids trapped in failing neighborhood schools. That's the biggest race problem of today. That's the greatest civil rights issue of today. Anybody who isn't in favor of school choice, anybody who isn't in favor of educational reform, anybody who defends the status quo in the educational system, that's racist to me. Condoleezza Rice. That means getting rid of public school unions in California. That would be my top priority, and that's what I put a bumper sticker on the back of my car. It's because defund public school unions. I was people clapping about the guy that taught white privilege in his classroom. To me, you know, when I got out of college in 1977, a long time ago, I applied for a job with the county of Los Angeles. They bluntly told me, that because I was white, I couldn't get a job. I had to be either a minority or a woman. So I went into, that was affirmative action back then, and I went into the defense industry, which was up and down and didn't have a steady job all the time. So I didn't have white privilege. So I consider that racist, calling us having white privilege. I'd like to also say, somebody mentioned what people are not being heard. What people? Who is not being heard in the city? You know, I would say that the people, and this is from Rick Reese who told me this, I would say that the people that go off to work every day and take care of their families and pay taxes, but don't have the time to come to a meeting like this, they are the people that are the unheard. They are the people that you don't hear from. I'd also like to say, in the end, I had a lot of other things to say about tree equity and other things like that, but I'm going to tell you, in the end, it comes down to really who runs the city. Do the people run the city? They should. Well, the city says we have to do something the state wants us to do, or we won't get tax money back from the state. Therefore, the state runs the city, but who runs the state? The state does whatever elected bureaucrats funded by your tax dollars and large corporations tell them to do. They even run the news, our schools, and this very body here. So the question really is, you're mostly just placeholders for the state to work through. You're puppets for the most part. You have little power unless you and others stand up against this new form of fascism, communism, hybrid blend. I urge you on this dais, to stand with us, the people, and reject the state and its crony capitalist money. Stand for freedom and the American way, which gives us freedom of choice and equality, not equity. We all have opportunities here in this country that are the envy of many other countries that brings tens of thousands of people here. They wouldn't come to a country that was racist and made them and subdued them. These are the countries that don't have a free system of capitalism. Those opportunities are built into our system of government, have been for 200 years. Those opportunities are, please support America and stop tyranny now. Make this city a sanctuary for freedom-loving people. Thank you.
Eric, and then Peyton Holsey, Greta Pontarelli.
Good evening.
Oh. Hello. Well, good evening, council members. First of all, let me say I appreciate your leadership during times like this. I know this is very challenging, and I know we have to get through it, and know that this too shall pass. So stay strong in your efforts, stay connected, and keep the press on, because we have some work to do. And I got out of order my papers. I know it's costing me time. Sorry about that. First of all, I already said thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your leadership in establishing the Rady Commission. All right. Through a unanimous vote. Appreciate you. I am proud to serve as one of its commissioners. And let me tell you a little bit about me. I'm a retired Navy veteran serving my country for 27 years. Thank you. Defending freedom and democracy, not only here at home, but abroad as well. I'm a Christian, a man of honor and integrity, and a resident of Temecula for 24 years. It amazes me that a man can categorize me as not Christian if I support the Rady Commission. So glad that God doesn't place that ability in the hands of man. We have had some challenges in our city in the past. We all recall Temecula Valley Unified School District. We all recall the issue with the mosque, and we all recall the immigration debate. We have also had challenges with council members making insensitive statements that were not commensurate with leadership to the leadership position they hold. Words matter. To whom much is given, much is required. And what I mean by that is we're responsible for managing our resources when we're given them. But it also means that when someone is in a position of needing a hand up and not a hand out, that we're there as citizens of Temecula to be there for them. And that's what the Ready Commission is about. So here are some comments. I looked at the last videos of our council meeting here. And I want to bring out a couple things that were lies that were told in those meetings. And I want to call them out here. The Ready Commission is racist. That is a lie not based in any fact. That is an opinion from one side of the audience. Because you don't know any one of those 6 members that were selected. You have not had an opportunity to sit down and talk with them to be able to make that statement about any one of them. So it is a lie, not based in fact, but opinions. The Ready Commission is associated with BLM. That is a lie, not based in fact. Nowhere on the city site can you even make an association that the Ready Commission is associated with Black Lives Matter. And I know that's an opportunity to put fear in people that that's the case. It's not the case. The Ready Commission is pushing CRT in our school system and on our citizens. That is a lie. We have not talked about CRT. We're not educators. Your concern is with the Temecula Valley Unified School District, not with the Ready Commission. So have that conversation there. So name dropping. You did it a lot at the meetings. You called the Ready Commission Marxist, the radical left-wing group of individuals using the platform to cause hate within the community. That is a lie not based in fact. And also, a young lady got up and said, we're a hate group. And said it multiple times, we're a hate group. You don't know me, you don't know where I'm from, you don't know what I've done in my life. You can't make that assumption without having a conversation with the members within that group. So to sit there and say that, based on your opinion, not based in fact, is a lie. So, we made a statement, the R in Ready stands for racism and racist, and pointing the finger at people. The R in Ready stands for race, which means that if a Caucasian man or a woman has an issue in this city, that I'm going to stand up for them as a Black African-American man. It is not associated with just Black people and people of color. And I know my time is out and I didn't get to say anything, but I am praying for this city. I love, no matter what side of the aisle you sit on, I love you and respect you because that's what God told me to do, no matter your opinion. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Peyton is Greta Pontarelli and then Marion Scatliff.
Thank you, Jessica, for standing up and wanting to create something positive for Temecula. You know, I was very discouraged last year when I read the Black Lives Matter website and I saw on their homepage, in plain sight, their agenda and their mission statement. It started with the words, "We are trained Marxists." They have recently scrubbed their site because the word Marxism is an extremely hard sell for Americans. However, the directive, which includes the tenets of critical race theory and the dissolution of the nuclear family, has not changed. Groups like Ready is part of their agenda, and this needs to be stopped. They use the same euphemisms, and I can't really see a difference. Somebody said, well, they're not a part of it, but if you look at the euphemisms, all of them are exactly the same. We will never erase the atrocities of the past. I have relatives who were Irish slaves. My German father was captured as a teenager and suffered at a prisoner of war camp during World War II. My grandfather was jailed by the East Germans for speaking out against communism. However, there was no reason to bring these tragedies into the present. In the profound words of the prophet Jalaluddin Rumi, allow the wound to be the place where the light enters you. If we connect with the philosophy of those who enrich our lives, and somebody mentioned that earlier, and I thought that is profound. We've got to work on creating something that unifies all of us. We can be beacons of transformation and healing. I'm deeply inspired by everyone who put their lives on the line fighting for our freedoms in this wonderful country, including my relatives who fought in the Revolutionary War. I'm inspired by Mahatma Gandhi and the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., who lives in a world of peace and harmony. We should listen to those words and hold that power within us to awaken the greatness that is within all of us, if we only allow it. In life, obstacles and problems and people cannot stop us unless we play the victim card or the race card. The pathway to healing is for all of us, is to embrace what unifies us. We are one race, the human race. Will we stop aligning ourselves with victimhood and create something, a committee that is culturally diverse and embraces all of us and brings us together in brotherhood, we will have become masters of our destiny. Thank you.
Greta? Greta?
That was her.
Oh, okay. Marion? And then after Marion is Liam McCarthy.
I'm so short. My name is Marion Scatliff, and I have lived here for about 24, 25-ish years. I'm blessed. I'm blessed because you guys have created wonderful cultural things here for us. Our Merc, our Jazz at the Merc, which I'm a passionate jazz baby. But I do need to tell some things. I'm blessed because I had two extraordinary parents. My mother, Lillian, taught me poetry and graciousness and kindness to anyone that came through their home. My father was Fred Katz, who is a world-renowned jazz cellist, who is in our Library of Congress for his classical works. They taught me not to hate anyone, and racial slurs were simply not tolerated, period. I'm an activist, having protested the Vietnam War, which I thought was wrong. I also protested George Floyd's murder, which I thought was wrong. And I was left feeling a rage that I never in my life ever experienced, and fear for my husband and my 3 sons who are Black, living in a country where systemic racism does exist. The Ready Committee is vitally needed because when people hurt, and people hurt quite a bit. I was hurt. I was bullied hellaciously for 6 solid years every single day because I was born Jewish. Then there's a committee who can do something to heal that hurt. Diversity doesn't take away from our society. It adds to our lives. And if we share our stories, we can learn and grow, and yes, even cry. And I have cried so many tears in this past year, in fact, even to the last Sunday at church, because I couldn't stand this hatred that exists. And I don't know what to do with it when I get like that. So recently, Paula Park was renamed Friendship Park, and it is beautiful, as is the duck pond. And I want to say, great job, Temecula, but it's only a start. We should have an international festival with arts and dance and food and music and vendors because it would enrich so many lives for the better. And by creating Friendships Park, that was a great beginning as well. Thank you for hearing my voice. Please keep the Ready Committee. It is vital to Temecula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peyton Halsey. Liam McCarthy, to be followed by Luis Burleson.
Good evening.
Hello, Council. Hello,
Raise the
Mayor
microphone.
Edwards. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I was going to read a thing, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm here in support of the Ready Commission. Because it is clear to me, just from this one meeting, that there is an issue in this city with this issue. And to claim that there's not is to ignore the fact that you have people within this community telling you that this is an issue. And all I hear from the other side is fear. Fear for people that they don't understand. And I just ask and pray that you would take the time to hear their side and understand them, because they're in this community and they're going to keep fighting for this commission, and I will be there fighting with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Louis or Luis Burleson? Okay. Lloyd Mize, to be followed by Christine Massa. Lloyd is gone, okay. Christine Massa. And after Christine is Jason Lund.
I promise this time. So, hello, Council. Thank you again for the privilege of letting me speak to you today. You know I'm a frequent flyer here. But for background, I'm a nearly 18-year Temecula resident. I have 3 children. We moved to our Harveston house the day my son was born, and he's starting his senior year at Chaparral High School tomorrow. And he's starting in person. And I'm sad to say that his sophomore sister won't be starting in person tomorrow because she contracted a breakthrough case of COVID at a school-related function where mask rules for unvaccinated individuals were not enforced. Thankfully, she's asymptomatic due to her vaccine, but she's not going to have a very inclusive experience. There is a point to this, just bear with me. Unfortunately, the district has no plans for bringing, the district has no plans for isolating or quarantining students and how to bring them into the fold. Now, that's an issue I'm taking up with the school board. But I bring this up on behalf of my daughter, a lifelong Temeculanan and a proud Puma, and an anti-racist who doesn't like people being excluded. COVID's still a thing, as we heard from the doctor earlier, and it's relevant here because you know it adversely impacts people of color right here in our town. And they'll be excluded from many things and not just school. And she'd want me to make sure that you knew that. This is her Be Kind shirt. It's good to have a teenage child who's the same size as you. It's a good thing. So this brings me to the Ready Commission and race in this town, and I fully support the Ready Commission, and I implore you to keep race at the forefront of Ready. Don't dilute their intent. The ignorance around race in this town and in this room is deafening. You've got a cadre of people here, most of them white, questionably from Temecula, who will tell you race isn't an issue here, but they have zero facts or experiences to back that up. They parrot talking points that were provided to them or that they saw on Facebook or that they got from their pastors. These folks have not done the work or done the research. They come in here or they sit up there damning critical race theory, even though they couldn't tell you 3 things about it. It's not taught in Temecula schools, and it isn't part of Ready's charter. The video that we saw, that's not critical race theory. That's experiential learning. That's a teacher telling his classmates about something that happened to him and something that he's observed, and I wish all of our teachers would do that. At the last meeting, we had people talking about Ibram Kendi, and they don't even know what the opposite of racist is. It's not, I'm not a racist. I've heard people on the council try to say that too. I'm not a racist. That's not the opposite of being a racist. The opposite of being a racist is an anti-racist. Anti-racist, in my words, not Dr. Kendi's, is the humility to understand that you don't know everything about race, the willingness to try to understand it better. It's admitting that you might have said or done something insensitive and apologizing or correcting yourself. It's trying to do better, which we all can. This is why we need Ready, and for Ready to keep a focus on race. And my fellow real Temecula residents agree with me, and I've got some data here. See if I can do this. First time trying. Let's see. So this is from, hopefully this is all familiar to you. Move this over a little bit. Mayor Pro Tem Ron, I don't care what religion you are, I know you like facts and data, so you should hopefully be familiar with this. This is the 2021 Community Opinion Survey. Nearly 60% of Temecula residents said that providing for diversity and inclusion in the city was important to them. This is from page 17, figure 10. The data speaks for itself. I'm done with it. Thank you. There you go. We'll put that back down. So I was going to close here. In fact, this was the end of my comments, and I felt compelled to write more. Because I need to call out Councilmember Alexander for saying that no one has spoken about race issues to her. And you know that's a lie. And I have witnesses in this room. In my public comments in the last city council meeting, I brought several examples, as did about 20 other people who spoke on behalf of the Ready Commission. It appears our words have fallen on deaf ears. But before that, on July 20th, my black friend and I sat across a table from you in City Hall and directly addressed race issues with examples and even discussed privilege. We did dialogue about it with you. At your request, we had that meeting. And it's shameful and telling that our time meant so little to you. And if you don't want to talk about George Floyd, fine. Let's talk about Matthew Tucker. Thank you. I'm sure Councilmember Stewart can tell you all about him. A teenager who in 2016 was having a mental health issue and was shot by Temecula police.
15 seconds.
Thank you. That's all I have to say. You know that I support the Ready Commission, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jason Lund. Jason Lund. Laurel Lamont. And after Laurel is Bradley Knapp, to be followed by Kiara Mapp.
Hi. It's been a long day. So I want to just, obviously, I'm in support of the Ready Commission. I'm in support of its name. I'm in support of it as is. So now that we've got that out of the way, I feel like you have your work cut out for you because we have somebody on the commission that is spreading misinformation on what equity actually is. So now we have a lot of work to do to educate on what equity actually is, which is not a handout, which is not me wanting the same house you have. It's me wanting, as the Temecula workforce, as a grocer, as a single mom who didn't ever qualify for WIC or government assistance because I make too much, because I don't have child support, because I don't get alimony, because I don't have those things, and I do it all on my own. Equity is creating attainable home ownership for the totality of the community. It's not giving me the 500, 700, whatever amount home. It's giving us the opportunity to own what we can afford. Smaller, equitable housing. It is not the same as giving everybody something for nothing, or you work this amount and I work less, so therefore, it's not the same. So we have to educate. What is equity? Equity is making opportunity for all of the working people. And the Ready Commission is here. Okay.
Please.
It's equity. We need to create opportunities for the working to purchase their own homes, to have a place to live. I'm not on government assistance.
Please be quiet so she can finish speaking.
The ability to purchase my own home with my own money.
Please be quiet. You can go ahead and talk to the council.
Thanks. You know me. You know where I've stood. I've been here since 2017. And without the Ready Commission, and the Ready Commission is so much more than race. It is one aspect of it, an important aspect of it, but it's more than that. Without the Ready Commission, we're not going to see equitable, attainable home ownership, which includes the other side. You're not left out of that. So that's my speech. Support. Thank you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bradley Knapp. Bradley Knepp. And after Bradley Knepp is Kiara Mapp and Susie Oliver.
So, Mr. Neff, I'm going to go ahead and call for another break as soon as you finish speaking, and then we'll come back. So go ahead.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Brad Knepp. I moved to Temecula in 2010, and I later moved to Wildomar because of the commute to my work in Temecula, which I continue to do. I'm a civil engineer, and I'm a student of the Scriptures. And I want to just share with you a couple of thoughts that I've had over the years regarding racism and its origins and how to get rid of it. First of all, it started out in the Garden of Eden. We all know that. Man and woman, humanity, stole from God what belonged only to Him, which is the knowledge of good and evil. And ever since then, that infestation in our minds that we think we know better what is right and what is wrong has clung to us in an unpleasant way. And then came the Tower of Babel a little later. And in that setting, all of these people were there, and God had told them to spread out. And He says, go and subdue the earth, get around everywhere, multiply, so we can have more of you. And then they decided not to do that because they knew better. And so, as a result, they built a tower, they got bricks, baked them, saturated them with bitumen, and up went the biggest, tallest ziggurat that ever was built to that day. And they got God's attention. And God came down and looked and said, hey, this is not what I told you to do. I told you to spread out. So God took matters into His own hands. And He said, guess what? Now you can't hear each other. You can't hear each other speak. You're no longer able to hear and understand what your fellow man is saying. And as a result, there were 70 nations almost instantly. 70 are recorded there in Genesis 10. Interesting number. Then came Jerusalem. Many thousands of years later, several thousands of years later, actually. And in Jerusalem, right after Jesus left, in fact, 50 days after He rose, came Pentecost. And on that day, God said, I'm going to fix all this now. And He says, get together. And how does He do it? He sends Himself, the person of the Holy Spirit, to humanity. And He says, get together. I want you together. But this time, because my Spirit is in you, you will be able to follow my knowledge of good and evil and resist the temptation to follow your own. That's Pentecost. That's Jerusalem. Now here we are in Temecula, some almost 2,000 years later. That'll be in 2029, thereabouts. And what are we doing? Are we, and there's a little bit
You got 40 seconds.
A little bit of blame for both sides here. The blame on the I'm in favor of ready is that with social engineering that gets us to look at our differences is just a return to Babel. and to the results of what happened. But when we go to Jerusalem and get the Holy Spirit of God,
10
get
seconds.
converted to Christ, and follow His will and His word, all of a sudden, we can hear each other. We can see each other. And we can love each other because
That's
of
a good
that
note to
truth
end on right
and that
there.
knowledge. And I'm done. Thank you, dear.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you for your patience, and if you could get back to your seats, we're ready to start.
And for speakers, the next speaker is Kiara Mapp. Kiara Mapp, to be followed by Susie Oliver, and then Jessica.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good. I have my mom with me for moral support, and she's going right after me, so it'll be a good
She told me
smooth-
she was coming up, and I said, that's great.
Yes, it'll be a smooth transition. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and the people of Temecula. My name is Kiara Mapp. I am 21 years old. I'm a fourth-year political science major at San Diego State University, as well as the president of the Turning Point USA chapter and the Students for Life of America chapter there. So now you have a general idea of how passionate I am about politics, but this is my first time appearing before my local city council, so I'm very glad to be here and thankful for the opportunity. In all my years of being politically active, which isn't very long given my age, I have never seen so much hate, anger, and divisiveness from anyone as much as I have seen from left-leaning organizations, parties, and individuals. I have been called every name under the sun by people like the science teacher from earlier, simply for my deeply held religious and political views. I have lost lifelong friends. I have had family members cut me off. I have been told I have worms in my brain. I have been called a race traitor, an Uncle Tom, brainwashed, a puppet for white people, a house Negro, and the N-word with the hard R, which I won't say out loud. And the list continues. I will tell you right now, I came here of my own volition. No one, and I mean no one, tells me what to think except for myself. I am an adult. I have faced discrimination for my skin color too, not only from white people, but black people, Hispanic, Asian, and other races as a child. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. I tell you this because the same people who call me these names are the same people who advocate for racially hyper-fixated organizations like the Ready Commission. When you hyperfixate on race to fight racism, you are no better than the racists themselves. As long as there is evil in this world, thank you. As long as there is evil in this world, there will always be evil people, including racists, and no amount of legislation can get rid of it in its entirety. Of course, we can try our hardest to address it. I will not deny racism exists. There are racist people. There are bad people in this world. But if we are to address racism, we should do it properly. The Ready Commission, from what I've read from their resolution from when they first were created, they believe that underrepresented groups of this community are incapable of communicating with their local government, that some events aren't inclusive enough, and that it is their job to look at everything this local government does with an equity lens. Equity, from what I Googled from the dictionary, means something that is just and fair. Their equity lens implies that there are things that this local government does that is not just and fair. And in the short 9 months that I've lived here, I have seen that this is further from the truth from this local government. You just saw a diverse group of people come up here and apply for the planning commissioner position. Did the Ready Commission have anything to do with the representation that was here before you just a few hours ago? They all had the equal opportunity to apply for the position, but of course, the outcome was different. The Ready Commission needs to stop acting like they can provide an equal outcome for all. It's just impossible. There is nothing that I, as a black woman, can't do that my white mother next to me can do. She left her life in Australia to start a new one in America. She married my father, who is black, who in turn abused her, my brothers, and me over the course of 20 plus years. They are divorced, thankfully. She got her degree in criminal justice while caring for 3 children on WIC welfare and food stamps, all while my father couldn't hold a job for more than 3 months. She served this country in the Navy as working for our local district attorney, where we're from, not from here, and our city council. She is my hero, who taught me that I'm fully capable of doing anything I set my mind to, which includes walking in here and addressing real problems facing my community and other communities relating to me, like the black community. If the Ready Commission wants a more inclusive environment for everyone, then stop talking about things that are out of our control that make us different. Let's talk about societal problems that are in our control that continue to cause this equity gap for the black community. For example, black single fatherhood rates are higher than ever before because of our welfare system, and this leads to a record high crime rates among young black men. The abortion industry has caused the black population in this country to stagnate for the past several decades since Roe v. Wade.
20 seconds.
Thank you, which is what is causing the underrepresentation in all of our communities, and the list goes on and on. Obviously, this city is small compared to the rest of the country, and there's only so much that we can do, but I will leave you with a quote from Frederick Douglass: "Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an unorganized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. Please stop telling underrepresented groups that they are victims, and let us all be victors." Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie?
You're up, Mom.
Susie Oliver?
Yeah.
And then Jessica? And then Andy Craig.
This is my current husband, not the abusive one that my daughter just mentioned.
Well, I'm glad to
Okay.
hear that.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. The angry science teacher who spoke earlier was right. Someone did tell me to come here tonight, and his name is Jesus. My name is Susie Oliver. I shop, spend money, and pay taxes here in Temecula. I'm here to voice my opinion as to why I'm against the Ready Commission, to tell you my story and hopefully change your minds as to the effectiveness of this commission here in Temecula. To give you a bit of background, I'm originally from Australia, moved here about 30 years ago. I am a proud Navy Gulf War veteran, and I am married to a lovely American man whose skin happens to be black. I also have 4 gorgeous biracial children. Being the wife of a black man and the mother of biracial children, I have experienced more than my fair share of racism in this country, and most of it has been at the hands of people who were not white. If you think that white people are the only ones capable of being racist, you are sadly mistaken. I've been called names, spat on, both physically and sexually assaulted, turned down for jobs, promotions, and apartments, just to name a few things. I've also watched my children come home in tears after they weren't allowed to play with other children, black, white, Hispanic, and Asian, or they weren't invited to sleepovers and birthday parties. My point in telling you that is to explain to you that no matter if this commission goes forward or not, you cannot legislate people's hearts. Racism will always exist the same way that murder will always exist. And again, racism is not just a black and white issue, no more than murder is. Murder is against the law, yet one just has to look at Chicago, for example, to see how well the folks there are obeying the laws. Recently, there were 45 shootings in under 12 hours. But I digress. I'd like to tell you a very personal and painful story. I'm not looking for sympathy, but please bear with me and I promise it will reach a thoughtful conclusion. When my 2 sons were aged 7 and 3 years of age, they were brutally and sexually assaulted by their 13-year-old male babysitter, a boy whose skin color happened to be black. Throughout my life from the age of 7 and including my time in the military, I've experienced multiple sexual assaults, some at the hands of men whose skin color happen to be black. So I have some questions. If we were to look at these instances through the lens of CRT, for example, in the case of my son's assaults, who is the oppressor and who is the victim? All parties involved were black. And in my situation, because I'm white, does that somehow make me the oppressor and my offenders are actually the victims? Would a commission such as Ready be interested in giving me a voice? While my questions are rhetorical, I pray that you understand the lunacy of all of this when viewed from a CRT perspective. Accusing all people of a certain skin color as being either a victim or an oppressor is ludicrous. It's as ludicrous as saying that all men are sexual predators. Not once did I ever hold men, regardless of skin color, responsible for the atrocious acts of a few. Not once did I tell my sons that they were victims, and because of what happened to them, they may as well give up on their hopes and dreams or becoming productive members of society. I raised my children by keeping them involved in sports, music, education, and most importantly, a Christian-based faith. Today, I'm proud to say that both of my sons have outstanding careers. One is also a proud Navy veteran and now a detective, and the other is an engineer. Commissions such as READY and teaching our children CRT in school will do nothing more than continue to divide us. I am sick and tired of self-deprecating, virtue-signaling liberals who I don't doubt for a minute are themselves racist, and because they now feel guilt and shame, they believe that if they are in fact racist, then all white people must be racist. Nothing could be further from the truth. What can possibly be gained by holding people accountable today for the sins committed by others generations ago? If your grandfather, for example, murdered my grandmother and got away with it, does the law allow for you to be punished for his crime and sent to prison? Absolutely not. So why are these programs trying to hold people accountable for slavery? How does that even make sense for someone like me who isn't even from this country? In fact, my ancestors were brought over in cages from England, raped and beaten along the way, and then spent their lives in forced servitude. While some may argue, well, they were criminals, I would argue back that the bread that they stole to feed their families did not come packaged in orange shoe boxes with a Nike swoosh symbol across it. So perhaps my relatives and I should be seeking reparations from the British. Again, I digress. There is not one person in this room who ever had a say in the color of their skin when they were born. One can be neither proud nor ashamed of something they had no control over. So we should neither be punished nor praised for it. READY and CRT would have us continue to focus on what divides us rather than what unites us, promote the labeling of people as victims or oppressors, and would have us expect equity over equality. And I'll leave you with a quote from Malcolm X. The white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. The white liberal is the worst enemy and the worst enemy to the black man. White liberals are those who have perfected the art of selling themselves to the black man as our friend to get our sympathy, our allegiance, and our minds. The white liberal attempts to use us politically against white conservatives so that anything the black man does is never for his own good, never for his advancement, never for his own progress. He is only a pawn in the hands of the white liberal. Thank you for your time. God bless America.
Jessica to be followed by Andy Craig. So Jessica, Andy Craig, and then Diane Strand.
Good evening. Amazing, that young lady. I want to be her best friend. Just a couple of things before I speak on things I already have typed out. The pastor that spoke about how you're cult labeling people, they are doing that exact thing to people like Jessica and Stu, labeling. They don't even know them, and they labeled them as racist because of misuse of words.
Yep.
And personally, it's like I don't know, I just feel like it's hypocritical, and basically, leftist ideals have been manipulated and used for control, wrapped in nice packages called race, equity, diversity, and inclusion, a slippery slope to the very end point of socialism, Marxism, and all the list goes on. And this is how they do it. They infiltrate cities on councils and commissions with ambiguous terms like diversity, equity, and inclusion. That if you say you are against them, for lack of better terms, you look like a complete jerk. Like basically they want to say, if you're against this READY Commission, you're a racist jerk, you know? And it's like, no, actually we're not. I know a lot of people in this group. Also, I don't go to 412 church. No one told me what to say. I love them, and I think they're great people, but no one told me what to say, think, or do this evening. I came here on my own accord. I'm not part of any group. I'm a United States citizen, American, Temecula. Actually, I'm also a Temecula native. I've lived here since I was 4 years old. A lot of these people are my neighbors. I know where they live. They are Temecula locals. Yes. So, anyways, so that's their game. They want to make you look like a racist jerk because you're against the READY Commission, which, for instance, I know from a distance who Stu is. I know him from a distance. This is not a dangerous man. Yet this crazy movement through manipulation created the most dangerous state that I've ever seen our city prepare for last summer because of his misunderstood words. Why didn't you just go to him personally, work it out? But you created such a scene here that the FBI was even tipped about it. I had to evacuate my home that night because of the Temecula Unity and the Ready Commission. They weren't that Ready Commission at the time, but it was birthed through that. The manipulations that brought threats to our city. To me and us, you all are untrustworthy. If something doesn't go your way, you resort to your cancel culture. You bring and you brought danger to where we live, case in point last summer, and you want to talk about rallies and things I've never... did you see last summer? Graffiti. The place was a disaster. It was dangerous and a disaster. And there were kids being escorted by police with signs that said ACAB. If I don't know if you know what ACAB means, it's all cops are bastards. And those people you're calling that were the ones providing you safety to get across the road. That's just disrespectful to me, and it doesn't belong here. So, I'm skipping subjects to the lady who spoke last meeting. I'm sorry your daughter on the football team was made fun of, or she was the only girl in the boys' sport. I actually have an opposite experience where personally I know 3 different girls in 3 different sports who suited up for 3 different football teams, and they were praised with standing ovations. We all thought having a girl playing tackle football was awesome. Everyone loved them. They were the only girls on that specific team in a boys' sport as girls. So check your perspectives, check your feelings. The government is not your shoulder to cry on for your kid when they are bullied or made fun of. You need to build up your own selves and your children in your own homes to live the life you want and handle the matter on your own. I am against your daughter being made fun of. Against it. I think it's wrong for her being the only girl on that team. But I'm also against it being the city council's job to coddle her based on this isolated event. That is a coach, parent situation. Handle it there. They're our politicians. They're voted in. They're not our therapists. This is a free country with every equal, sorry, politician. I don't know if that's a negative connotation. You're civil servants. This is a free country with every equal opportunity already. This is America. It's a free country. There are already laws and acts that rightfully protect you against any and every discrimination. Oh, except if you're mask or vaccine exempt, then you're okay to be discriminated against, and then those don't protect you there. I digress. Will people have bias against me?
25 seconds.
Will I get passed up on job opportunities? I'm not this or that enough? Of course. But that's part of the human experience. Leave the city council alone and let them do their jobs and handle issues like the homeless situation and the drug infiltrations and all those things. That's why we have them voted in, not for this therapist session. Anyways, Portland and Buena Park look terrible. Oh my word, they look like the trashiest cities ever. Please do not have Temecula look anything like them. Thank you.
It's Andy, Diane Strand, and then Nancy Alboa.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Edwards. Appreciate the opportunity to talk. So I have been a resident of this valley, Temecula and Murrieta, for 40 years. I have seen a lot, as probably some of you, I know, Mayor Edwards, you have been here a bit. And you know what I find interesting? Yeah, I had my thunder stole a little bit. Back in the day, I remember when I saw Ron, I mean, it was very sad. Some of my more colorful friends back in the day worked with Ron. I worked with, it was called Rancho Consultants at the time.
Great guy.
All of that. We brought all of the people. We developed, we promoted this valley. In my misspent youth, I was a member of a school board in Murrieta. I was president of the board here for 2 years. So I know what it's like to be a member of this community. And I have seen it grow. I have seen it grow dynamically and for positive. But what I find interesting is that we think that there is a need for such a commission. I kind of find it fascinating. As a body, having been a part of it, your job is to be leaders, to be neutral, to analyze a situation. If there is, in fact, issues, you have a vast array of staff that touch pretty much every aspect of every citizen's life in this community. And then you have the opportunity to talk to all of those nonprofits, all of those organizations that comprise this community and assess that situation. that is your job. But I'm not seeing that. That is your job, is to be leaders, not have a commission, and then we inject, if you want to call it racist, it's not. I'm not going to agree. I'm going to agree it's not. It wasn't BLM. I'm not going to say it's any of that. It doesn't have to be. But once you inject those concepts and those ideas, now you create an unwieldy set of issues that will come back. You're opening a door which will come back and torment you, because you won't be able to ever achieve that end, because when you read those terms, they are very nebulous, amorphous, and can be defined in any way that is seen to be fitting, which opens up, I'm sure council will love that when the cases come to light and we have to pay because somebody was slighted for something that we now have to create and we have to litigate. So he will be a busy man. So why are we doing this? For what? And there was questions I heard that were remarkable. That would be great to have those answers. I think as leaders, that's your job, is to assess staff, what they say, assess the community. You've been hearing it, both positively and negatively, but that's your job. And I want to, I know it's not a racist thing. I'm not going to even suggest that, but I do have a fun quote that made me think of it. And I emailed you all, and I enjoyed it tremendously. And I will leave you with it because I think it's appropriate. You know, racism doesn't have a very good track record. This is from Dr. Thomas Sowell. Doesn't have a very good track record. It's been tried out for a long time. And we'd think by now we'd put an end to it instead of putting it under new management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane? Diane Strand? Okay. Nancy Alboa, followed by Ashley Martin. Nancy? Okay. Ashley Martin. Okay. And after Ashley is Ivy Harris and Pam Barrett.
I may not agree with every approach or comment tonight, but I do strongly oppose the Ready Commission. Changing the name does not change the ideology and language from which it was based. And the commissioners may all be very lovely individuals, but that's not my concern. You have dismissed comments based off of factual information in the commission's own presentation and meetings as misinformation. The commission, as stated in the clerk's presentation, was created in response to George Floyd's death when, quote, the city found itself in national spotlight and trending on social media globally, end quote. This commission was not created based on Temecula city data. It was created to appease stirred up emotions and national opinion of the city. A year into the commission's creation, members were finally asked, only due to opposition, to identify these specific barriers and underrepresented groups. To me, this shows you're working backward. Please follow actual community data. Do not be swayed by illogical viewpoints based on equity and feelings. It's dangerous to use isolated and anecdotal feelings to generalize blame and guide policy. We all need to create solutions based on identifying problems first, not on feelings or hype. If there are specific cases of racism or discrimination, this has been illegal in our country since 1964, so those should be prosecuted as such. Can you provide actual city data that supports the narrative that Temecula is discriminating against certain groups or particular people to such a degree that it would necessitate this type of commission funded by our tax dollars? We don't need this commission to do what the city council members were elected to do and their paid staff were hired to do. According to your previous responses at meetings, you already have open door policies, you have various forums for individuals and groups to voice concerns. For those who think that the Ready Commission is your only voice, there is no one preventing you from coming here and speaking about your concerns like we're all doing right now. It's each of our responsibilities as citizens to use this great freedom, whether it's easy for you, like me, or not. It's not. But anyway, You say you're already supporting special needs community, assisting senior communities. I heard about the automotive externship and construction trades program, summer lunch program. Let's not forget the street paving index. Already they're happening without the Ready Commission's input. And I was excited to hear about a lot of those things. Sure, aim to support and hold local law enforcement accountable. Yes, let's strive to communicate better and become more efficient. There are real needs in this community and in our nation, but it's not it's not the council's job to guarantee equal outcome. This push for equity we see in our country right now has no place in government. I believe a solution-based direction as a community is to continue connecting those who have identifiable needs and that are looking for support with volunteer services, charities, nonprofits that are already in the area and they're ready and willing to help. The very ambiguous language and dangerous ideology of the Ready Commission should not be influencing the decision-making process. So I really hope we can get back to seeing and treating people and empowering people as individuals and serving each other as citizens, which is already at the heart of our great community.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ivy Harris, to be followed by Pam Barrett and Mark Lane.
Hello, it's very late. My name is Ivy Harris, and I've been a resident of Temecula since I was 5 years old. I also have the amazing opportunity of being a commissioner for the Ready Commission. Thank you. I'm speaking against the renaming of the Ready Commission to not include the element of race. Race is so much more than someone's skin color. It's your identity, it's your culture. It is an individual's connection to their history, their ancestors. And so many people carry a profound sense of pride in that. It is okay to acknowledge that we're racially different. However, it is important also that we as a community respect those differences, thus providing us the opportunity to not be separated and segregated by them, but to be unified by our collective admiration for what sets us apart. Like it or not, race is not only culture, but it dictates the way in which an individual is viewed and treated in this society. It is acknowledging that because of an individual's skin tone, they are treated differently than others in this country and in this community. I have the unique opportunity to have grown up here, and living in this town, I've experienced innumerable amounts of racism. I've been bullied, ostracized, ignored, and belittled. Typically the only black person in her class, I got used to being called racial slurs, and I became accustomed to hearing racist comments tolerated. And over the past few years, I've begun to feel increasingly unsafe in my own community. And when you're consistently faced with these experiences, especially as a child, they have a detrimental effect on an individual's self-esteem, their mental health, the way in which they engage and feel safe within their community, the way in which they feel comfortable to show up here tonight and explain their experiences, how they strive for the future. Although race is only a small segment of the Ready Commission, it is an important one. It is allowing those in this community to have the opportunity to finally be seen and heard, to feel a sense of comfort that we are moving in the right direction. In removing race from the Ready Commission simply because it's become too controversial, you are telling your residents that their identity and culture isn't important, and it is also ignoring the fact that the city has so much more work to do when it comes to addressing racism. And again, I will address the question at hand before the council. Should our city legislature vote to remove the word race from the Ready Commission? And my question in response to that is, what is the measure at which you are using to determine if race is an issue for this community? How do you calculate what is just enough discrimination and hatefulness to make this a priority? How many people of color must detail their most humiliating and hurtful moments, their trauma, to demonstrate that change is desperately needed? Your community of color is exhausted. I ask, finally, how do we begin to heal as a community when so many of us have to continue to fight just to be heard, just to have our experiences acknowledged? Our city government has a responsibility to represent and lead all of their citizens. It is time that it becomes abundantly clear that intolerance and blatant and willful ignorance is no longer acceptable. You ask where the ball is being dropped? Right here, tonight. When our community of color in Temecula have to have a city council member who continuously uses our experiences in order to bolster their political career. It stops now.
Thank you.
Pam Barrett, to be followed by Mark Lane, and then Julie Farnbach. Pam, okay, and then Mark, and then Julie.
Good evening. You can put, yeah. You can go as low as you need to.
Okay. I'm short.
Me too.
Mayor Edwards, Temecula City Council members, staff, and Temecula residents. My name is Pam Barrett. I'm a retired educator. My husband and I have lived in this beautiful Temecula Valley for over 30 years, where we raised our 5 children and where our 8 grandchildren are thriving. I attended the July 13th, 2021 City Council meeting and stayed in it until it ended around 12:30 a.m. because I wanted to hear more about Agenda Item 20 regarding the Reddy Commission. And mind you, at 66 years old, that is way past my bedtime. But I made the effort to sit for that July 13th meeting because I watched quite a bit of the online Reddy Commission Zoom meetings from January through June 21st. Even though I found them quite concerning, it was the video on July 8th of the Reddy Commission meeting, held in person in this very chamber, that disturbed me even further during the 3 hours of footage that I watched during that meeting. And honestly, I found the July 13th meeting of the City Council extremely disturbing, unwelcoming, and uncomfortable, but I was compelled to return for the next City Council meeting on July 27th because I wanted to know more. It became clear to me that after attending both City Council meetings, that the members on my City Council, my Temecula City Council, representing the city that I dearly love, were ill-informed on what critical race theory is, CRT, or how CRT has ignited the equity, inclusion, and diversity movement that is seeping into our educational and religious institutions, corporate and business communities, military, into city governments across the country, and now into my city government right here. It was clear after listening to individual comments by council members, such as, don't repeat misinformation, we're not talking about CRT, and we don't support it, that you weren't privy to the actual content concerning CRT, the CRT topic, in order to understand its divisive end goal. Since I don't claim to know your heart's intent, I thought I'd send over a few links that define the aforementioned topics that expose their true origin, especially since CRT terms equity, diversity, and inclusion are embedded into the Ready Commission's name and defining statements. And I emailed them to City Council, and they're here, and I have many, many more. I mean no disrespect to any of you. However, this Ready Commission, even if you remove the word race, must be put on pause until you folks do some reading and research into the origin of this ideology. You are no doubt very busy, and so am I. However, you owe it to yourselves, and especially to all the residents, to do your due diligence. I truly look forward to sitting down with each one of you individually. I'll even bring you coffee to hear your reactions to these links. I have also many other links and book lists to consider if you have any further questions. In fact, as I've said that, I don't know, that gentleman mentioned Thomas Sowell. Oh my goodness. So many great books.
Yeah, I have that one.
African American scholar, wonderful, Thomas Sowell. And then the one that I'm reading now, Red, White, and Black by Robert Woodson. He has the Woodson Center. They have helped many
25
communities.
seconds.
Thank you for your time and consideration to explore the danger that this commission presents. Thank you so much.
Pam. Hey, would you email me, please, and we'll set up a time that we can meet?
Mark Lane, to be followed by Julie Farnbach, and then Julie Gilbert. Mark Lane. Okay. Julie Farnbach, to be followed by Julie Gilbert and Greg Longworthy.
Hi, Julie.
Good evening. I'm sorry we're keeping you up late.
Oh, that's okay.
I was up most of the night last night. I have insomnia most nights anyway, and I've been trying to write the perfect speech. It doesn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, I left town last month to visit family and to greet my first grandchild as she arrived. Mother and baby are both healthy and beautiful. I wish I could say the same about what went on here while I was gone. I've spent the last week watching video of July's public meetings, and I realized that I had to get up and call a timeout. I'm a conservative Christian, Caucasian, obviously, and I need you and my friends in the local GOP club to know why I support the Ready Commission as presently constituted. Because my values have not changed, but my service on our school board, the most of the last 6 years, has broadened my perspective and taught me the hard way that divisive approaches make problems bigger. I know from my own lived experience that there are more than 2 options here. Whatever you decide tonight, I know you will Temecula-ize it, that you'll learn from it, that you'll expand your outreach efforts because of it. Whether we recover our sense of community after all of this remains to be seen. There is one detail that matters immensely to me, and that is how we treat each other. That's kind of the whole point of the Ready Commission. It has been a long, exhausting, brutal couple of years for Californians. Our nerves are shot, our stress levels are off the charts, and our patience is gone. Fair enough, I understand that. Let's just take a few slow, deep breaths. Because while we're preoccupied by cheers and jeers coming from the bleachers on both sides of this debate, there's a third view to be had, and that is of the field littered with casualties that need triage. If you believe there is no racism in Temecula, you don't get out enough. I know this because I've spent thousands of hours over the past 6 years, up close and personal with Temecula's student statistics and bullying cases. You would be shocked and appalled to see the data. let alone to read what they're saying and doing to each other at school, thanks to smartphones in every pocket. And we're almost hopeless to stop it. Well, we can treat leprosy nowadays, but how do we heal what's left after the infection? How do we cure being invisible, ignored, or unwanted, alone, targeted, bullied, or harassed? I'm no bleeding heart liberal, but our children and our grandchildren are watching. We need to stop fighting this win-lose battle and start building a win-win scenario. We need to seek to understand others before demanding to be understood ourselves. We cannot become the bullies. The real problem here isn't political, it's personal, and the solution is we need to trust our principles and values that they can withstand opposition and argument and discussion, and then we need to genuinely sit down and listen to each other's pain. The suffering is real, and it is deeply traumatic. So, though oftentimes justified, anger is not productive. Like a wildfire, a spark of anger inflames whatever's close by, spreading quickly without control, destroying indiscriminately, leaving ugly, scorched earth behind. Love, on the other hand, is creative. It plants seeds, it nourishes them, and ultimately cultivates beautiful, healthy growth. So if you truly care about your community, your neighbors, your children, your grandchildren, their education, your property values, the crime rate, please put down the incendiary signs, challenge the assumptions, and pick up your gardening gloves. We have a lot of work to do to repair the damage that's been done this summer.
20 seconds, Julie.
Lots of seeds to plant, some weeds to pull, and many hearts, families, neighborhoods, schools, churches, and businesses to heal. None of us has handled the past couple of years perfectly. I beg each one of us to set aside our divisive pride, to reconsider our attitudes, and to humbly accept the challenge to start over. Whether we do or whether we don't, we will surely reap what we sow. I fully support Tiffany Baker and the Ready Commission.
Thank you.
So Julie Gilbert, Greg Longworthy, and Dion. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the last name is, but it starts with the H. Yes. So Julie Gilbert? Okay. Greg Longworthy?
Good evening. I'll be saying good morning in a few minutes, so.
That was me. City Council, I'm from Wildemar, but I work in Temecula. I go to church in Temecula, and I just have some brief things to say. I think your goal that you all have is unity. You want to do what's right for Temecula. You want to bring the community together. Obviously, there's a lot of diverse opinions. So what do we have in common? Obviously, we don't have this Ready Commission in common, right? What do you have in common? You have the Constitution. How do I know you have the Constitution in common? Because you all take an oath to the Constitution in order to take your positions. Now, the principles of the Constitution, I think, can be a means to solving the problem. Rather than having the Ready Commission have the Constitution. Well, what does the Constitution say about this issue? Well, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. That gives you the responsibility to protect those rights among all the citizens. And you can all agree on that because that's your responsibility. You take an oath to that. And then you have the Constitution, which also gives you another principle of equal protection under law. So that's, again, your responsibility that everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, gets equal protection under law, and you can adhere that principle. Everybody can agree with that. That really takes care of the issue of racism, because you can't judge people on the basis of the race. The Constitution says that is illegal to do. And then just a couple more principles that I think would help in resolving the tension. The scripture says, do not accuse a man for no reason if he has done you no wrong. You can't accuse a man of doing something wrong because of the color of his skin or because of anything else. You've got to actually accuse an individual of something that they personally have done wrong. That's the way to judge a person. And then a corollary principle to that is, if you think someone has done wrong, like there was a lot of accusations against Jessica and accusations, that other people have done things wrong, well, the way to deal with that is to go to the person. Go to the person and say, Jessica, can I sit down? Did you really say this? Does the Ready Commission really, is it connected to BLM? Let me see your evidence. Can we sit down together and talk? That's a much better way to deal with it than coming up to a city council and then making accusations without first talking to the person. And that can really ease tensions, even with some of the people back here that are for the Ready Commission. I have no problem talking to them and hearing their points of view, but it always keeps the emotional temperature much lower if you first go talk to the person, make sure you got your facts straight. All right, is this really what you're saying? Is this really what your argument is? And then I think that would help resolve some of these issues. But appreciate the work you do, and you guys are being very patient. And Mary Ann, I sure wouldn't want your job, and you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Dion, William Condit, and Jim Neidricker.
Good morning.
Morning. First of all, I would like to give glory and honor to God, who is the head of my life.
Amen.
And his sweet son, Jesus. Greetings to you all. I'll just say this. I think there's a fundamental difference of how we see the world. People who look like me might not necessarily have the same experience with people who look like other people. I am of the opinion of the Word of God. I hear a lot of people bringing up the Bible, and a lot of people bringing up Scripture. But it seems like everybody wants to just stand on their own points of views. We saw this, the same thing in the last election. And there was people on the left and people on the right, and everybody was split. And nobody wanted to just stand on the relationship of Christ. Nobody wanted to just put all other things aside and lift up the spiritual things. And for me, I have an issue with anybody who doesn't want to look and pay attention to the same things that Jesus looked and paid attention to and call yourselves Christians. Let's not ever do that. And I'm saying both sides are guilty of that. So please, when I stand up in front of people, I never take a left position and I never take a right position. I only want to be seen with what Christ is on. And he's all about love and respect for everyone. Equality is something that's very important to Christ. People got up here and said, we should never be counted on for the sins that our mothers and fathers did. That tells me you don't read your Bible. The Word of God says that unto the third and fourth generations, you will be judged for the sins. So with all that being said, let's not try to get away from things that actually happen to people. Let's talk. My brother right here, we were sitting back there talking. I don't know him. I know that he doesn't see the world like I see it, but we at least were talking, am I right? We at least gave each other the respect to listen to each other. That's what's needed. It's not a separation of right versus left. It's not the separation of,
if you could face us, we got to get you on the recorder.
Sorry. It's not the separation of, of, oh, they say something that I like. Oh, this say something that I like. No, let's come in the middle and let's reason together, like the Bible says. And if you are going to stand for Christ, then reason is what we have to stand on. We don't come representing Christ with factions. That is a misrepresentation of our Lord and Savior. So I don't care what side you're on. Let's come and let's stand for righteousness, and that only.
Thank you.
William Condit, Jim Niederrecker, Kenny, Gabby. So William Condit. And then after that, Jim Niederrecker. William Condit first.
Good morning.
Hi. Thank you so much for being here so late. Okay. My name is William, and from the age of 7, I lived in Temecula until I left college. I'm 25 now, and I've had some time to think about what growing up in Temecula was like for me and my friends. Temecula presents itself as a safe community for all, and although in some ways this is very true, it is also true that this promise has not always been a promise to everybody here. It is absolutely of the utmost importance to hold our community accountable for the things that can be improved on. Throughout my middle school and high school career, I was called the F word and other homophobic slurs out of only the suspicion that I was gay. My brave classmates who made the decision to come out faced much worse of a reality than I did and were ostracized by many, if not most, of our classmates. Because of this, I never even considered coming out of the closet before I left Temecula in fear of the treatment that I would receive. I'm absolutely sure that nobody on this council would disagree with somebody who dealt with it firsthand that homophobia exists in this city. To me, it seems very probable that any community in our country probably has room for growth in the equity and inclusion of LGBT people. It would be hard to argue against that. Now, instead of the LGBT community, what if we were able to make the same point about the different races and cultures in our community? Isn't it possible that Temecula has room to grow in the equity and inclusion of all of our non-white citizens? In the years that I grew up in Temecula, I was very lucky to be able to surround myself with friends who helped me understand the differences of navigating life as a white person and a non-white person. Just as my experience growing up in Temecula as a gay kid was different from those of my straight peers, growing up as a person of color in a mostly white place was a different experience for my friends. Mm-hmm. To tell the citizens of color in Temecula that they do not experience different treatment as a product of their race is an invalidation of their entire being. How can Temecula grow and progress when all of our citizens are unable to look across racial lines and validate the experiences of our friends and neighbors? Whether we recognize it or not, race plays a factor in all of our lives, and if we choose to completely ignore it, that fact, and erase race, how will we ever be able to learn from each other and include each other like the commission is tasked to do? Council members, one last thing. I ask that you no longer appease Ms. Alexander in creating ridiculously satirical viral moments to further her political aspirations. No progress will ever come to our city if we continue to allow it to be nationwide mockery. My hope is that my friends and neighbors of color's experience with racism will no longer be discredited or ignored. To get rid of the R in ready is to do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim, to be followed by Kenny and then Gabby.
Good morning.
My wife sent me a text. She says, "Are you still there?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going to order
Where did
pizza
she
for
think
about 50."
you were?
I appreciate the fact, we all appreciate the fact that you're taking the time to listen to us, because this is really, really important. I've been a member of the Valley here for 30 years. I've never experienced any racism. I worked for an employer here. I got to retire a year ago. and they bent over backwards to avoid racism and to make sure that folks were included. It was a wonderful place to work. Equity, social justice, diversity and inclusion, and culturally responsive teaching are all euphemisms for critical race theory, or CRT. For the left today, equality represents mere non-discrimination and provides camouflage for white supremacy and oppression. In contrast to equality, equity, as defined by critical race theorists, is little more than reformulated Marxism, and Marxism is evil. You've seen it in the news where the U.S. government has undertaken different programs to reprogram our leaders at the national level. We've seen workshops on intersectional theory, telling white employees they've committed micro inequities, that they've been socialized into oppressor roles. The U.S. Treasury Department told all staff members that virtually all white people contribute to racism. At Sandia National Labs, white male executives were told that white male culture was analogous to the KKK. This ideology has made its way into schools across our nation. And that's the concern that I have, is that this ideology is ludicrous and it's unacceptable. And I don't want to see it in this community or this town, because I love this place. CRT champions say disagreement with CRT is irrefutable evidence of dissenters' white fragility, unconscious bias, or internalized white supremacy. That's all nonsense. And we heard some comments tonight about the fact that I should have more respect for others, that I've got some internal bias, that I really don't understand racism. That's baloney. It's just pure baloney for me. The fact that American history includes slavery and other injustices is irrefutable, and we need to learn from that. And I'm really concerned about the type of civics training that our kids are going to get in school, that they've been getting in school. When I was in school, I didn't have appreciation for history, and that was a shame. I don't know what they're getting now, but I guarantee it's not accurate and it's not sufficient. And we're going to see direction from Sacramento telling us what to do, and that scares me, because it's probably going to have some CRT components which I think are unacceptable. So the question then is, well, what's the council's view, or what's the council's position on what we're going to do with this commission? Are we going to keep it, or are we going to get rid of it? A lot of folks here tonight made a lot of comments about racism, and it exists. There are folks out there with a bad heart, and God help them, because they've learned it somewhere, and they need an intervention, seriously. But I look at the commission, and I look at their role and the direction and the coaching that you need to give them, and I'm trying to figure out, how are they going to change the culture of these folks that are actually racist? I feel like they're they're searching for a problem, and they're the solution. Are they going to go investigate all the different departments that the city has and go look at all the city employees and figure out where we need to go do some race training? Is that where we're going to go? I sure hope your answer is an emphatic no. What I think you ought to be doing is supporting the dishonesty of the historical narrative on which CRT is predicated, and support the true story of America, one that includes the injustices, but places them in the context of our nation's highest ideals and the progress that we have made towards realizing them. This is a fabulous country. And Greg mentioned the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. Those are fabulous documents.
Time's up.
And we need to follow those. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
The next speaker, Kenny, to be followed by Gabby, to be followed by Daniel Carlino.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council members, distinguished guests. You know, I have like this list of things, that I've written to speak about, and I'm going to try to stay on task. I'm always guilty of jumping off script.
Well, me too, so don't worry.
But I'll do my best here. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on the Agenda 17 and renaming the Ready Commission. I would ask you not to remove the word race. I want to share my feelings, concerns, and experiences that validate why this city needs the Ready Commission. First, let me say, I love this city, and that is why I'm here today. And if I took a poll in a room asking you to describe me, within the first few statements would be an acknowledgement of my race. A young black man or African-American man about 6 feet, kind of handsome. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing, but it's truth. So why are we so offended about the word race? I just can't get it. The word race has been and always will be used to describe or distinguish one from another. When the police officers give a description of a perpetrator, they talk about their race, their height, what they see. It's common. It's nothing bad about it unless we use it to be evil or we're using it as something that is bad. And what you can't see about me is that I proudly served my country as a United States Marine. I'm a veteran who received an honorable Semper Fi, honorable discharge, and remained in California after my end of service. I'm a native New Yorker, Jessica, married, father of 4. Now, a few years after leaving the service and my family grew, I began to make this transition. We bought our first home in the city of Temecula in 1995. I've been here, guys. We were in Paloma del Sol. And I must say, when I first moved here, I had some reservations, about schools and my children being accepted by other kids. But quite frankly, I had hope. We were going to make this thing work. My son attended a local pre-K in Temecula, and upon the first few days, he was bullied by 3 boys because of his race. They shoved him to the ground and called him darky. Was this going to be my experience? And now my conversations would have to change as I raise my children about what discrimination, bullying, or ignorance they might encounter because of the color of their skin. My daughter was one of the first students at Paloma Elementary. This is when the school was first built. And she also experienced being asked why she was so dark and why her hair was like that. And we're talking about pre-K and elementary school. And I'm not trying to discount what anybody else has said. I'm only talking about my experiences. No one can ever take away anyone's experiences. No one can never take away anyone's experiences. As they continued to advance in school, the racism did not stop, but continued and was more aggressive. My oldest daughter had people spit on her locker in school, call her more racial slurs than you might know, and we even had to start taking her to school because of the harassment she received on the school bus. I have also been verbally attacked and called the N-word and threatened by a young man who brandished a SWAT sticker tattoo on his chest when I asked him to stop fighting in front of my house. This took place in front of my family who were standing in the doorway of our home. I don't think there's a man in this room who would not have felt what I felt that day just watching and wanting to protect their family. My daughter told me later that because of what she's seen me experience, that she knew that she'd be able to endure. But why is that necessary? Why would she have to endure hate? Why? And I'm talking about my children. But despite these unjust challenges for those who think that, I'm playing the victim, all 4 of my children have attended and graduated from Temecula Valley School District, and all 4 have obtained college degrees. So we weren't looking for handouts. We weren't playing the pity card, but these are things that we had to endure here in the city. And I love this city. I'm still here. I'm not going anyplace because I still believe there's an opportunity for change. I have lived and experienced a lot of life here. I've had a home. I've lost a home. I've went through a divorce. I've been a single dad of 4, an African-American man with full custody. I have been up I have been down and out, and I have lived in the manicured community of Crown Hill to the low-income housing of Peugeot Street.
Time's up.
But I want to say, I support the Ready Commission. As a veteran, they would give me a voice. As a single dad, I'd have a voice. For my children, they'd have a voice. And our experiences count.
Thank you.
So Gabby, Daniel, Carlino, Anthony Lum.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wrote in my paper, good evening. Good morning, Mayor Edwards, City Council members, and all distinguished guests. My name is Gabby, and I'm here to speak on Agenda Item 17 on renaming the Ready Commission. I would ask you to not take the R for race out of Ready and to not remove the Ready Commission from the city. I absolutely love living in Temecula, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share my experience and to bring a Temecula youth perspective to this very important conversation of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was raised here in a two-parent household and went through the TVSD school system from first grade through my senior year. In elementary school, I was a Girl Scout for nearly 5 years, and for the whole time, I was the only Black girl in my troop. Some topics were hard to explain, like when we earned our hair braiding badge, and I was questioned by every other girl and some of their white mothers why I had a different brush than them. Excuse me. We sat in a circle braiding hair, and the entire night I felt like an alien, having to re-explain why I was different from them, and I couldn't do what they did. In middle school, a white boy told me that anyone who wasn't white needed to go back to where they came from. America was for Americans. My family is American. Also in middle school, a white girl told me that I was pretty for a Black girl. I'll tell you now that this is not a compliment because it puts down every other Black girl, telling us that people who look like me are, as a rule, less beautiful. I graduated from Great Oak High School in 2019. I was an AP and IB student, and I was heavily involved in campus clubs. In my time at Great Oak, academics was my safe place. I was always one of few, if not the only Black girl, let alone Black person, in my classes. I fought for my place to fit in by overachieving in everything I put my mind to, as my parents taught me. But still, no matter how hard I worked, the first thing people saw me as was Black. I personally witnessed and experienced discrimination and racism from other kids. Other students who weren't Black felt comfortable saying the N-word to me, calling me an Oreo, meaning Black on the outside, white on the inside, touching my hair as if I was some object or a freak. They called me ghetto. A student put a box of red Kool-Aid pouches on my desk, joking that I should like them because all Black people do. I was asked if my favorite foods were fried chicken and watermelon, but when I rejected the stereotypes, they called me whitewashed. I know how hard it is to be seen and treated poorly, labeled and judged because of the Black things about me, something that I cannot change. And this is what made me realize why in high school I needed to be involved in student support groups on campus. Not just for me to quote unquote prove myself beyond a label, but because there were other kids out there who were hurting, feeling ashamed of themselves, and who needed someone to understand. So I'm here tonight to make sure that our stories are heard, to say that race does matter, and that it's not a bad thing. I am proud of who I am, but the way that some people, especially the kids and teens of this city, treat each other because of race needs to change. We are the generation coming behind you. There are kids in Temecula being raised with these same prejudices, prejudgments about who we are as minority people, not knowing the hurt that they're causing simply because of lack of awareness. And I believe that the Ready Commission opens the door for change. One last story. For one Girl Scout trip, we went to meet the mayor, who at the time was now Supervisor Chuck Washington. I saw in him, as an African-American mayor, an opportunity for a Black girl like me to have a seat in this city. So I thank you for creating the Ready Commission so that many more young boys and girls from diverse cultural, social, and economic backgrounds can see themselves in these seats. Again, I ask you to consider not removing race from Ready and not disbanding the Ready Commission. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
That was really good.
Daniel Carlino? Daniel? Okay. Anthony Lum. Okay. Kelsey Rosendale. Okay. And then after Kelsey is Joyce Bianchi.
Good morning, Kelsey.
Hi.
You can pull the mic down.
I will. Let's see. Okay, maybe not.
Oh, it's the ear ring.
Okay,
It
it's just
happens
gonna
all the
stick on
time.
there. Hi.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm here to support the Ready Commission. As a part of the local workforce who make a fair wage, there is no attainable ownership opportunities for us. Within the local workforce, race and racism are apparent and are not issues that should be ignored. I stand against the erasure of the inclusion of race within the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Bianchi, to be followed by Adam Fenton. Joyce? Okay. Adam? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Adam Evanton. Evanton. Adam Evanton. And to be followed by Courtney Warren.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I want coffee.
Yeah, me too. You know, I've lived in Temecula for 23 years, and this is the second time I've ever been before this body speaking not on behalf of a client. I speak only as a representative of my family and of myself. I do not speak in my professional capacity. I want to make that clear. As somebody who's both an entrepreneur, as someone who's a community volunteer, as somebody who loves this community, has raised 2 kids, and has seen racism affect my son at Temecula Valley, it highlights the fact that, well, honestly, I was going to read this big old speech, but I think I'll keep it brief. You can thank me later. By saying simply that because we're having this debate, because we are arguing on both sides, for and against, because we have acknowledged that racism and prejudice does exist, and folks have experienced it firsthand, that we need this committee, we need this commission, we need it, call it what you will, but it needs to exist, if nothing else but to have the dialogue, to say, okay, I've heard things about CRT, critical race theory. Let's unfold that. Let's explore it. Let's unpack it. Let's discuss it. Any organization that's worth its salt always seeks out the best and highest amount, the freshest information as possible. They go and get the stuff they need to make an informed decision. And my understanding of the Ready Committee or Commission is to do just that. Not to advocate for anything in particular, but to make sure that the city is acting equitably in that its way it spends its money, the way it allocates its resources, to make sure that it doesn't overlook any particular way in which it allocates, say, the resources toward a park. Does one neighborhood have too many parks and another doesn't have any? Is it, in fact, one area is not getting enough paving? It's a function of actually just really taking a look at how things are allocated fairly. And there are a lot of folks who are very passionate on both sides, including the commissioners themselves. And they're not dumb people. They're very passionate, they're very smart people. And that if somebody brings a compassionate, thoughtful argument to that committee, I am sure they will listen and they will explore both sides of the debate. But to dismiss the debate is awful. I would almost say it's sinful, and I'm not a particularly religious person. So anyway, thank you very much. Have a good morning. I'm out of here. I'm going to go grab something to eat. Good to see you all. Take care. Thank you.
That was better than probably what you had on the paper. Thank you.
Courtney Warren, to be followed by Maria Lienza.
Good morning, Courtney.
fine.
You didn't bring coffee, did you?
No. Hello. My family and I have lived here for nearly 20 years and have had the privilege of watching the city grow into what most would consider an idyllic town. From its beautiful scenery, charming hot air ballooning, and amazing school district, there's much to be celebrated about the city of Temecula. However, every city has its problems. Temecula is not a utopia for all, nor is it immune to the social problems that plague this country. From the outside, it is clean and safe and friendly, the suburban dream for raising a family, and for most, it is just that. It's the reason my family moved here in the first place, to give me and my younger brother all of the advantages that Temecula offers. But the inside is complicated. For people like me, it is a hub of racism and isolation and sometimes conflict. Since moving back home after graduating from Berkeley, I've gotten a restraining order granted on my next door neighbors who tried to physically assault me because I made a Black Lives Matter sign. I've gotten involved in my brother's school because they've had so many incidents involving race that they created a hashtag TVHS needs change. Because in addition to harassing their Black classmates with hate speech graffiti, students were drawing Confederate flags and swastikas on their parking spaces. But if you live here, it's common. It's common to see those same symbols flying on people's trucks and motorcycles and sometimes homes. Some people won't change. It is their truth. But Temecula can change. It can evolve to be more inclusive and understanding and representative. That's why I'm proud of our city council for having the courage to denounce racism and for establishing the Ready Commission. It is much needed, and I hope it can be the first step in improving community relations as a whole. We are here, and this town is our home. We just wanted to feel that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney.
Maria Lianza, to be followed by Suzanne Lane, to be followed by Mick Sobzak.
Good morning, Maria. Yes, pull
Good
back.
morning.
You can go down even more if you need to. There you go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Council members and staff. Well, I feel for all the people that have expressed having felt racism in the community. I'm going to tell you what living in Temecula has been for me. I am a Hispanic woman. I was born in Mexico, and I became a proud U.S. citizen when I was 18 years old. I do not live in Temecula now, but I did live here for 20 years and taught at Temecula Valley High School for 18 years, so I believe I know Temecula. As a teacher, I work closely with students, parents, administrators, other teachers, neighbors, and other people in the community. During those 20 years, I never felt discriminated against. Nobody ever even insinuated that I couldn't do something or strive for something because of my race, my gender, or because I had an accent. On the contrary, people of all races inspired me and supported me to go beyond my comfort zone and strive for new things. During my life, I learned English, graduated from high school, went to college, became a teacher, all without the help of any commissions or any government agencies. And I know lots of others who did too. I would be embarrassed to find out that I was hired for a job because of my race or gender. I work hard to compete with others on equal terms and never saw myself as a victim. If you look at the survey on one change to improve the city of Temecula, addressing racism issues was second to last with only 1.6%. Temecula is already a flourishing, diverse, and inclusive community. Racism is not an issue. We do not need Ready. Perhaps Ready would better help minorities by inspiring them to strive for equality instead of equity by either promoting the improvement of schools in minority communities or supporting school choice. Now that could really make a difference in the lives of people of color. Not ready, not in Temecula. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Suzanne Lane. Okay, it's Suzanne Lane, followed by Mick Sobzak, followed by Denise Grandy.
Good morning.
Hi, good to be here. Okay, I was going to keep it short and sweet, but had some thoughts come up. Earlier, a gentleman had mentioned that humans innately are prejudiced, but I disagree. The Bible says that as a man thinks, so he is. And so our brains are like computers. What you put in is what you get out. So if you put in, oh, people are always going to treat you bad because you're this, or oh, you're in a pressure, you're going to get that. That's what you get. So I'm just saying, I've heard a lot of emotion over here, and I understand people are hurting over here, but these issues of race probably could have been addressed regardless of COVID. At any time, this could have come up. COVID was just used as a catalyst to kick it out there. So now people are thinking about it. Over here, we're trying to save our republic. We're trying to save the Constitution so that we can be free. So over here, I understand the pain, but this is not your job to help them with their emotional pain. The churches perhaps have failed in some respect. Maybe the churches need to step it up. These people need to know who they are in Christ. They need to know who they are. God created us in his image. We are all created in his image. He loves diversity. And if you don't feel good about, let's face it, there's a lot more white people in America than there are black or minorities. That's why they're called minorities. That's just the way it is. So if you're going to feel awkward, if your child feels awkward, that sucks. We all have had horrible experiences as children. Children are mean, But I think as families, we can teach them to be proud of who they are because God made them that way. And don't let those other people hurt you. You got to keep it in your mind. As you think, so you are. And when you renew your mind to what the Bible says about you, that he loves you just the way you are special and unique. He made you in his image. You're going to start to not care about what they say, because people are always going to say mean things. It's a moral issue. It's a heart issue when people say mean things and people are racist, whatever. But the devil is laughing at us right now because we're arguing about race while our country is going down the tube. So we need to focus, okay? We need to focus here. I'm sorry that I don't agree, but I believe the Ready Commission, we've said it many times that it's two sides of the same coin as CRT. I hope and pray you guys can understand that now. I really do. It's very important that you discern the truth here, that they are the same thing. They just call them something different. There is a full-on agenda. It's a huge global agenda to destroy, to kill, steal, and destroy. That's the agenda. So please understand, you can make a committee, you can repurpose this committee, you can rename it, make it a committee that's really about, our community, and maybe they can be used to help, hear what the residents really want, because many residents had no idea this committee was even being created. But it's clearly hugely controversial, and it's a huge distraction from everything else going on right now, okay? You guys need to uphold your oath to the Constitution. Okay, we need to be a free people, not a people that we shouldn't have to come to you and be like, you need to help me with this, emotional issue or that emotional issue. That's not your job. That is not your job. We can have other committees that are supporting, but right now, this is not okay. This is an agenda. It's a far left-wing agenda, and I think you guys have enough information from what you've heard over the last several months, but please do your work, do your research, understand where it's coming from, and just repurpose them for something that's truly positive, that truly unites, so that we're not, having people feeling horrible over here, but I can't fix their problem with legislation. It's a moral issue. It's a spiritual issue. It can't be fixed with legislation. So I think that's all I have to say. Sorry, didn't mean to get so upset, but it's
fine.
Early and I need coffee too, so.
Yeah.
No, we talked about it. So the next speaker is Mick. Okay. Mick, okay. And then Denise Grandy, and then Nancy Austin.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good.
All right, so fix this for me. Mixed subject, and originally moved to Temecula 2002 so that my youngest two daughters could get to a better school system than San Diego had to offer. I was born and raised in Queens, New York. At the age of 18, I dropped out of Hofstra University and joined the United States Marine Corps. Finally retired 4.5 years ago. And it was fun. But I grew up in a neighborhood in Queens where you were either FBI, which was full-blooded Italian, Italian and Polish, or Italian and Irish. Because New York neighborhoods are really good at self-segregating each other. And that's just the way we operated. And as NYPD, you can tell, we self-segregated. But we never held anyone accountable for our problems. We were adults. We were taught to be adults. Our parents taught us that we were responsible for things that happened to us. We put ourselves in situations. And I'm not going to try and belittle some of what I've heard tonight, but after 19, 20 years of living here, my wife was born here in 1965.
Wow.
So yeah, she has seen the changes. But what I've heard tonight from some of these people is seriously like hate crime issues. And I don't know the last time I heard of a hate crime being reported in Temecula. I don't know the last time I've heard of sheriff's deputies having to respond to racial discrimination in Temecula, where a shop owner was brought up on charges for racial discrimination. Can anyone up here tell me the last time that's happened? You know? So, and then I'm sitting back here watching this, and I felt like you already had your minds made up. I see the two on the outside here watching everyone. And then, this is nothing personal, but I watched you having your faces buried in either your cell phones or your laptops or your computers or whatever you were doing, and you weren't giving the people at this microphone the courtesy of listening to what they said. And last time I checked, you all work for me. You work for everyone in here. We don't work for you. You are public servants. And to hear my Mayor Pro Tem tell me that he's going to try and have this subject moved because some people express their First Amendment rights to freedom of expression, whether loud, raucous, whatever, they're allowed to do that. Because the United States Constitution limits you on what you can do as a government, whether it's state, federal, local governments. But the Bill of Rights gives me my freedom from you. And in the First Amendment, I have the right to freedom of speech, assembly, expression. And you can't take that from any one of us. Whether I agree with them or not, I will lay down my life so every one of them has that right. And I was willing to do that for a long time. But you guys had yourself in a predicament because you brought this Ready Clinic in, or Ready Commission in. And I don't want you just to get rid of the word race. I want you to get rid of every letter in there. Because one of the words in there is diversity, right? I think it's the third one. Well, I got to look at the Ready Clinic today, or the commission today. 5 black, 1 Hispanic, and 1 white. That's not really diverse. There's no Asians included on there. There's no Native Americans on there. You only have 1 male. Where is the diversity in that? Can you answer that? Something needs to be done. But you have yourself in a predicament because if you vote to satisfy us, they're going to be pissed at you. And if you vote to remove it, they're going to call you racists. So there's nothing. You are in a no-win situation in this. And believe it or not, for once in my life, I actually feel bad for a politician. But you put yourself in that position by actually creating this commission. You should never have done that. You created a problem where it didn't exist. You know, when you looked at during the intermission, all those pictures of Temecula Valley, you know, I remember in 1983 when Winchester Road was 2 lanes all the way down to the freeway.
Me too.
You know, I remember when the 215 at Cactus Boulevard was a stoplight. You know, wine country, where I had my first house out in wine country. It was the only one for 3 miles. I had 1.5 miles of dirt road to get to my house.
Oh, your time's up.
So,
But I will
thank
tell you,
you.
I have
but-
tried very hard to acknowledge everyone that has come up, and I have very carefully listened to everyone, so.
No. All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Denise Grandy, to be followed by Nancy Austin and Jessica Christopher.
Morning.
Good morning. Way low. Thank you. Appreciate being here. I am a 29-year resident of Temecula. I still love being here. We have a little bit of housekeeping we need to take care of, clearly. After attending the last few council meetings, I have a few observations and questions related to the Ready Commission. Matt said at a July council meeting that the commission was not a knee-jerk response, but part of a plan, just like addressing issues of seniors, special needs, and the veterans. However, the presentation by the city clerk said it was a response to George Floyd's death, or was it a response related to then Mayor Stewart? That seems to be the more likely scenario. Stu resigned early June 2020, and on July 14th, the council reviewed a report, and on August 25th, adopted the Ready Commission resolution. That seems like a really quick response to a supposedly really deep issue within the community. I know last year it was really tough to get a business license. I tried. It took a lot of months. Yet we were able to put together an entire commission that was researched, commented on, presented in less than 2 months. Is it possible the city clerk's affiliation with groups such as Race Forward enabled the fast forwarding of this commission? We were all supposed to have had an opportunity to comment on the commission. I'd like to know when those dates of the public hearings supposedly happened, and I'd like minutes of them. So I don't know how to go about doing that, but I would like that information.
You can email me.
Okay, thank you. At the last council meeting, Mayor Edwards said that the Ready Commission is just like a welcome committee, so that all feel included, like seniors, special needs, and veterans. But do each of those groups have a unique commission? I didn't see that on the website. I don't see a director for each of those groups sitting up front. Is each of those groups reviewing every city document to make sure they feel included? I haven't seen that. If they are similar in that same way, why is one group represented and not the others? According to the recent city survey, issues of race and diversity are 1.6%, second from the bottom of the list. The consultant said the community wasn't really hesitant in speaking up. We let ourselves be known. And if that's the case, then where's the need, as it's not reflected in the survey we just got back? I don't really understand that. Where are all these issues of racial inequity? If this commission is about welcoming, why is it that folks are hesitant to give their names when commenting because the supporting groups are not very welcoming? They actually hatefully target people who don't agree with them. What happened to if you don't like a point of view or a program, you just change the channel rather than insist the point of view or channel be canceled? Freedom of speech doesn't seem very welcome by these so-called inclusive groups. I don't think the name of the commission should be changed. That's just changing the color of lipstick. It's what is at the mission of the commission that necessitates it actually be ended. At the most, it should just be a group of advisors in the same manner as the seniors, special needs, and veterans groups. No more, no less. So thank you so much for taking the time to hear all of us. We do genuinely appreciate it and being seen and being heard. So thank you and best wishes.
Thank you.
Nancy. Okay, so Nancy Austin, to be followed by Jessica Christopher, to be followed by Melanie Price.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and express our concerns and our opinions.
I know it's been doing that all night.
It's kind
sorry.
of annoying. Anyway, it's been a while since I've addressed the city council. I've had 3 separate careers. My name is Nancy Austin Brockett. I've been in education, law enforcement, and commercial real estate. The last one, commercial real estate, mostly here in Temecula, 27 years. And I just have been so proud of what has happened here in this city since my husband and I have lived here. And we would like to stay here. Who knows what tomorrow will bring, but today we want to try to do what we can do to be a part of the community and to speak out when it's time to speak out. I became interested in this topic of ready, and I went to the trusty computer and I pulled it up and I looked at the last meeting they had, which was a month ago approximately, and read through the resolution 2020-56 and listened to the introduction of the members of the committee. And there's a few things that I'm concerned about because I know that you as city council people are here representing us as elected officials in our community. You have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution of these United States. And one of the things that concerns me about the Ready Commission is that, first of all, I'm not real sure about the qualifications. I don't want to get too deeply into that. It's nothing personal. But it just seemed like the young lady that just mixed the diversity wasn't quite what I would have expected it to be. But it's important to me to know that they do not swear an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and yet they're given. Are they? Because the information I saw said that they were not.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. I stand corrected then. And I wanted to make sure that there were a few things that, as elected city officials, we want you to make the decisions. That's what you're here for, is to make the decisions. I respect the fact that you want to have input from citizens and commissions that you have established to help you, because obviously you can't do all the homework on your own. But we want you to make the tough decisions. And one of the tough decisions that seems to be coming up is to keep this commission or not keep this commission, to change its name, whatever it is. But I don't think changing the name is going to change the issues. So I would just like to see that, I want to emphasize that throughout the 27, 28 years that I've been here with my husband, is that I've watched the city grow and prosper under the direction of city councils, and it's been very refreshing to know that they want to do the right things, and that's the bottom line. Is it the right thing to do? Or is it the wrong thing? Is it just the right thing? And want you to do the right things. That Temecula has grown and prospered, and that I would hate to see you start following the leads of cities that are not, that have not and are not proving themselves to be of the quality that Temecula is. So I just stand that I probably at this point, cannot support the Ready Commission. I don't know why it was ever created. You have a legacy here in this community that proves that you have done the right things for this community over several decades. And I would like to see you take the reins back and make these
Time's up.
decisions on your own. Thank you for this time, and thank you for the opportunity.
So
to be
call
here.
me and come over, and I'll show you the oven.
I'm sorry?
I said, call me and come over, and I'll show you how the oven is still in great shape.
Thank you. I'm glad it is. We spent a lot of effort getting
She and
that
her
thing
husband
shut
helped my
in the
husband and
wall.
I put our double oven in the wall. It weighed like 400 pounds. It was quite fun.
Our pleasure. Let us know if you need another one.
Okay.
So the next speaker is Jessica Christopher. Jessica, okay. Melanie Price. Okay, and after Melanie is Amy Minier, and our last in-person speaker, Simon Cooper.
Good morning.
Hello. My first time here. Thanks for paying attention, most of us. I'm here to talk about a few things. The first thing is I am married to a man who is Black, he's Native, he's a big mix. You know, I really love cultures. I love different people. I love all the diversity that we have in America. And I want to tell you a little bit about his dad. So his dad grew up on a dirt floor in Virginia. He was not privileged at all. That's where his African side comes from. It was my husband's half white, half Black and Native. So his dad is on the African side. He did not have any privilege at all. He worked very, very, very hard. And he was actually the first African man to graduate to get his doctorate at his university back east. He was at Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Cool. And that was something that really, you know, made him into the person that he was. You know, he worked his booty off, basically. He was a great man. He's not with us anymore. But he would never stand for the Ready Commission. Ever, ever, ever. He worked his butt off, and he would want every single person to choose to do that or not. And there are people that might not have, you know, quite as, they might not have the brain or the heart to do what he did, but God created us all equal. You know, there's a lot to say with what he did. So moving on, if anyone has been wronged, you know, it's up to that individual to take it up with the law. It's not really, it shouldn't even be a thing right here, honestly. So, and I know that it's only been recently that we've been just a little more swayed in one direction than the other, but our founding fathers guaranteed us a Republican form of government, 19 essential services from the government, and no more. So that is what I'll leave you with, is that we should not even have this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy? Okay. And then following Amy is our last in-person speaker, Simon Cooper.
Hi, Amy. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I guess I'm like one of the last people that put in, so sorry about that. Did not know I'd keep everyone here for so many hours. Again, my name's Amy Minier, and I have been in this valley for 45 years. Guess how old I am?
I know how old you are.
Right? I just kind of wanted to let you know I'm blessed to have been married 22 years and have 4 beautiful children. I'm an educated woman at this point with a degree in industrial engineering and a master's in business. So that's what, you know, you might see from me if you are, you know, just looking at me from afar. I have served on the Temecula Chamber of Commerce, the Boys and Girls Club Board, the Temecula Valley Community Advisory Board, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, soccer mom, baseball mom, softball mom, anywhere that needed help in the community, right? To help have this community for my kids. I recognize a lot of people up here for years. Some I not yet. A lot of people I hear out here. I've been in this chamber a lot. Not as much as you guys, not as many hours. I don't recognize everyone here to be working to make Temecula a better community, year over year, day after day. I know Boy Scout parents, I know Girl Scout parents, I know room moms that put in a lot of hours to help their kids, to help their neighbors' kids. And I am not hearing a lot in the people who are against this commission about how to make our community a better place. So, just as an example, when I talk about my kids and how proud I am of what they've done or where I've come from, what you may not know about me, if you've never met me before, is that my grandmother was born in a crate about 5 miles from here, not far. My mother kept herself warm in a bed with bricks because they were native. Now, do people know that about me? No, they don't. So do I get to hear racism? Do I get to hear judgment? I do. And it's not directed towards me. So everyone who wants to say it doesn't exist, it does. If anyone wants to act like those of faith should be showing us how to come together and not allowing their parishioners to act so rudely in a house. This place, what I would call a roundhouse, this place is meant for respect. On my reservation, it's a direct democracy. We all get the pleasure to speak, and it is never allowed to be rude. And I just have to say, because my daughter, who is 14, is staying up, even though she's a freshman, and she's supposed to go to sleep as soon as I get off. She's promised me. She said, make sure, couple things. She's very disappointed in how a preacher would say certain things. And honestly, also, why certain things are put on with the city of Temecula that are just flat wrong about diversity. I don't expect anybody to dig a hole for those that work hard. I worked with Boys and Girls Club for years as a hand up. So for some of those things, and now look, you're all leaders. I appreciate your time. But seriously, there has to be a new standard for what is allowed on the City of Temecula logo material. That has to be a majority vote or something. It has to be real. It has to be true. What I saw is not correct. And I love this city, and I just really hope that we're able to go through this and stay respectful and not attack our public leaders for whatever you believe. And that's fine. So I just want to say I want to be very careful about what being judged. One last thing. When this city first had Nagar, and even before that, there was a recognition that we could do more for those with special needs. One of the other things you may not know is that my oldest has autism. And 10 years ago, were we mean to those with special needs? No. But did we decide to do better? Yes. And that's what makes Temecula great, is that we do better. We always try better. There is nothing wrong with trying to do better. It didn't, and by the way, it didn't show up, oh, my time's out, but you know what, I'm a numbers person, you should just really look at a lot of stuff to realize that. Last thing, justice cannot be for one side. Mrs. Alexandra, I totally respect you as a new leader, but you are only seeking justice on one side. Please try to do better. Thank you.
Amy, can you explain? I lost you when you were talking about the logo and something about the city of Temecula.
There was a presentation put up on the screen with the city of Temecula logo on the bottom, with the presentation that Miss Alexandra put up, the slides.
Oh, okay.
Those slides included the logo for the city of Temecula.
I see what you're saying.
And it's one thing to get out there in and what happens, right? We always speak as a voice of the city of Temecula. That's not my city information, and that's not verified information. It should not have been on there.
Okay, thanks.
Should not have been on there. Thank you.
I didn't know what she was talking about.
Okay, so the last in-person speaker is Simon Cooper.
Simon Cooper, I'm sorry, you don't get a prize or anything for being the last.
For sticking it out this long?
But thank
Why not?
you.
All right. Well, first of all, Jessica Alexander, I don't think you could be doing any better than you're doing, and I want to thank you for the bold and courageous stance that you're taking. I want to thank you for your presentation earlier. I thought that was very well done. I just want to say that my family and I have we've lived in this valley for 19 years, and I have really enjoyed the diversity of people that we are surrounded by. And I'm thankful to be part of such a loving and welcoming community. Now, some would say that's just because of my white privilege talking, but I reject that. In fact, I have a racially diverse mix of family and friends that are thankful to be part of this community also. Do acts of ignorance ever occur in this valley where people are treated unfairly? Sure, it happens to all of us, but no more than any other community, and those rare instances should be called out and dealt with if they occur, rather than create some divisive program that implements the very dangerous critical race theory that has been pushed so heavily in this country lately. As a Christian and a pastor at a local church, I can tell you that those of us who reject CRT and oppose the Ready Commission do so in love and with open arms, literally for everyone. Doing some research, I've been looking at comments from the community on Facebook and in the local Temecula Unity Facebook group that has been so adamant about Ready. And in it, I have read a number of slanderous comments about those of us who are standing against it. Some of these comments refer to us as fascists, extremists, and worst of all, the Ku Klux Klan. Doesn't sound like racial inclusion, equity, and inclusion to me, but just the opposite of that. Unfortunately, this kind of hate is the impression that the Temecula Unity group creates, and the type of spirit that is being brought into our community through the Ready Commission. So it is my prayer that instead of allowing a program that empowers people to point fingers and cast stones, that the city of Temecula will instead stand up and remember its history and reputation as a family-oriented, loving, welcoming, Bible Belt city. I'm tired of losing my place here.
That's okay.
I support the proposal to change the name of Ready at a minimum, but let it be known that the city and this valley will be better without this commission at all. Again, as a Christian, as a committed Christian and a pastor, the only Ready I want to hear about in this valley is how we are ready for a revival of faith and Judeo-Christian values that will inspire us all to love our neighbor as ourselves and take responsibility for our own lives and our own actions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to extend, I know we have, Randy, how many written comments do we have?
So, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to jump in here as well.
Because it could take us another 4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, I've got 60 written comments.
Okay.
So I don't think they'll all take 5 minutes, but some may. And we have done a quick tally, and regardless, these comments become a part of the redacted record. We have done a quick tally, and 3 are in support of a name change. 11 are against the commission as a whole, 22 are in support of no name change, and 24 are in overall support of the commission.
Okay.
So it is actually up to you now if you would like me to go ahead and read all these or what the option is. And I would actually like the
Yeah,
city
Peter,
attorney
what are we allowed to do?
Madam Mayor and members of the commission, you do have the legal authority to limit the debate at this point in time. That is an inherent right of the city council. In this case, you've heard more than 4 hours of testimony. You still have 13 items left on your agenda too. So you've got
Mm-hmm.
all legal authority, as I say, to do that. I'm not recommending it, I'm not saying you have to, but you do have the legal authority. The other thing too to keep in mind is this is not your first night of debate on this issue.
Right.
You've had several other meetings in which there's been extensive testimony. So, as I say, you're free to limit the debate where you will not read the email comments that were made. They will become part of the record. They will be part of the administrative record, the official record of this, so they will be preserved.
Okay, so I want to get a consensus, because I don't want those people to feel like they were ignored, and obviously they're going to go into the record. So,
It's
consensus?
probably, well, you can ask for discussion, but you should do this by motion.
Okay. Well, let's have the discussion first. I mean, so let's know, what do you want to do, Stu?
I move that we don't read them and they just go into the public record.
Okay. Zach?
Well, so I'll second that. And for one reason, that many of these, I've already received the emails on.
Yeah,
right?
we
We've
have.
been
I
inundated
have
with
too.
emails, right? So I've read virtually everything already.
I got 800 emails in my box right now.
And I was unable to reply to everyone, but I definitely read them. And look, we've been here for far too long at this point.
Okay, Matt?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we've all seen the emails. We get
We
them
did get
forwarded
them.
by the clerk's office or to folks sending them directly to us.
Okay, Jess, what do you think?
I'm always in favor of sitting here and listening, but you got four who's ready, and so whatever you guys
Did
want
you
to do.
get the emails too? I mean, you got a
No,
lot of...
actually, I haven't gotten all the emails. You got 800, I might have,
Oh, not from this. I mean, I have 800 total, but not from this.
no, I haven't, I don't know what you guys have, I don't know what's seen, I just hear the numbers. So I can sit here till 5 in the morning and listen, but I know everybody's tired, so you guys decide. But you can listen to my side.
There's a motion and a second on the floor, so we can call for the vote.
Okay, so you want to do a roll call? I'm just going to call for the vote. Oh, electronic vote? All right.
We'll just do a roll call vote.
Okay, so, okay, go ahead.
So there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Stewart?
Mhm.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwank?
Aye.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Councilmember Ron?
Aye.
And Mayor Edwards?
Aye.
Okay, with that, that is the conclusion of the public comments in person and in writing. And as city attorney stated, they will go ahead and become a part of the record, and in redacted format is publicly available for all.
And Randy, I'm going to request one more thing. I'd like to have copies of those, because I do like to answer as many as I can. So it wouldn't be too much trouble to provide hard copies to all of us.
Yeah,
Would-
yeah, we can go ahead. And
Okay.
Several of these came to all 5 of you.
Yeah.
But I can repackage them and send them to you all again. And again, I've given you the tallies of the basic.
Madam Mayor, when the city clerk mentions the redacted version, it's none of the comments are redacted, it's just personal information
Right.
of the people who've submitted it.
Right. And that's okay. Okay, so, gosh, I've got to get my papers in order now. I'm sorry if I keep putting eye drops in, but I really can't see. And it's not because I'm tired, it's because I don't blink enough. And it is getting late, so, but, okay. We're going to go back to the city council agenda where we left off.
No, you need to
Finish this one.
Oh, that's right, huh? The whole reason we're here. Okay, so you've heard the public comments, so now we're open to discussion. So does anybody want to comment? Stu?
All right. Well, as most people know, I wasn't here when this commission was conceived. And so I would have had a problem with the name of the commission, for one. I mean, I really do think that the acronym is incendiary at best. I mean, it's one to really kind of prick everybody's conscience. And now, that being said, when the Ready Commission was formed, and it was told to me that it is a commission to look inward and outward at our community to see how we could do better. And I'm one of those guys that I don't know what I don't know. So I was completely in favor of looking at our city inwardly to see if, there's something we could do, or if we're not doing, we might be doing everything right. In fact, that's what the commission did when they looked inwardly at our city. They said, hey, we're spending the money properly. We're including, everybody and anybody who needs to be included. But, our community is made up of a bunch of different races, such as Hispanics. 23% of our population is Hispanic. Well, I know just from the Hispanics that I know, there's usually a couple people in every family that don't even speak English. How are we getting to those people to include them into our community and get them to be engaged in this process? Do we print stuff in Spanish? I don't think so. What about deaf people? Why don't we have a signer out here that's signing to deaf people? I've had deaf people ask me that. We don't do that. See, and these are all the little things that this commission, in my head, was designed to do. Now, whatever everybody thinks this is what I thought it was. So if the whole idea of the Ready is throwing everybody's brain in a twist, that's not what was told to me this was.
Right.
This was not that. This was supposed to look at our community, how can we do better? It wasn't to, and they don't have any power over us, by the way.
No.
I mean, literally, they're just completely advisory. They have as much power as you do standing at that mic. And so, someone brought up something that just triggered my mind, that, when we started talking about what roads we're going to fix, we did a pavement survey, what that does, it created an equitable way for us to spend our dollars. And so, I live in Meadowview. My roads stink, so I said, what's up with our roads? So they said, well, we can't really just fix your roads, So we did a pavement survey where we surveyed every single road in Temecula. Yeah. We paid a company to go check each, the depth, the deterioration.
It took pictures, camera underneath the truck.
So it came back in like a 1 to 10 scale all over Temecula. So that's how we're determining how we're spending our road dollars. And that's really kind of what this commission to me is. Now, everybody keeps saying I'm thinking something else, but no one's ever talked to me about it. I've had people accuse me of stuff, and it's like, have you sat down with me for 2 seconds? No. So that's just it. People talk about the open door policy. My door's open. I put out on Facebook, hey, email me, talk to me, I'll go to coffee with you. But no one ever does. And it's like, okay, that's what this commission in my head is. So unless it's rattling around in the wrong space, you guys tell me, because you guys were the ones who, actually created it.
You're right.
Take it away. You tell me if I'm crazy.
No, you're right.
You're not crazy.
Okay.
Shall I go?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were gearing up to go.
No, I'm going to use this time to sort of just talk to my colleagues and really just speak from the heart for where I'm at with this. But I want to start off first by thanking the Ready Commission and staff for their service to our community. It's certainly been a difficult time to be a commissioner or a staff member, and I want to personally apologize to you all. You've endured personal and professional attacks that are, quite frankly, they're disgusting. We talk a lot about the Temecula family here at City Hall. It's really one of the reasons we've been so successful over the years. Mm-hmm. It's that culture, right, that Temecula family. And it's my personal opinion that we haven't supported you enough and we've left you hanging out to take too many arrows during this time. That sentiment goes for city staff as well. The City Council created the Ready Commission. The City Council passed the Ready Initiative. And the City Council tasks staff and commissioners. And we need to be mindful of that. And I'm truly sorry for not doing enough over the past 6 months to protect and defend both staff and commissioners working in this space. So I apologize to you all. Well, we've heard a lot about we're all one race and race doesn't matter, and that's just not true. If we were speaking from a scientific perspective, you'd have a point, but we're not. What I'm hearing is that race doesn't matter to some people in the community, or that they're using that as an argument to not discuss issues surrounding race. The fact of the matter is that race does matter. And while it's a social construct, race definitely matters. Most, if not all, people identify with a given race, and they're proud of their race. To pretend that people don't identify with a race is just another way to try to erase that lived experience from the fabric of the American dream. And these lived experiences are right here in Temecula. They're everywhere. This is America. If we genuinely want a more perfect union, then we're going to have to put in the work. Well, let's talk for a second about what this means to the community at large. We know that the community as a whole values the Ready Initiative and the Commission. Are these conversations difficult? Absolutely. Are they needed? Yeah, absolutely. Having 2 children currently attending TVUSD public schools, our family is excited that TVUSD started this conversation surrounding equity, access, and inclusion for all students several years ago. They're currently investing in staff to advance and improve outcomes, and I'm confident that TVUSD will be a stronger and healthier district for it. Having volunteered and worked in TVUSD schools, specifically Temecula Elementary School, I've seen firsthand how important this conversation is for families here in Temecula. A school where 70% of the families are able to receive free and reduced meals. A school where nearly 84% of the students identify with a race other than white. These students are proud of their race, and they'll tell you if you just listen. So personally, I recently graduated from MSJC with an associate's degree. In our family, lifelong learning has been a commitment. So it pleases me that MSJC is also working in this space. This is from their website. Mount San Jacinto College is committed to supporting the diversity of its students and communities. They're in our community. We are proud to unveil our new MSJC Equity Pledge. It says, we, the Mount San Jacinto College faculty, classified professionals, and administrators, acknowledge that there are systemic barriers that have historically excluded and prevented equal outcomes for students on the basis of race, ethnicity, gender, identity, socioeconomic status, language, disability, age. The list goes on, but you get the idea. MSJC is a community partner. They've invested heavily in our community. We are a stronger, more resilient community with higher education firmly planted in the heart of Temecula. Do you think MSGC is watching us tonight?
They might have been until about 10:30.
I do. I think they're still watching.
I think they are too.
So, and then I reflect, this past summer I spent every Sunday morning glued to Facebook watching Rancho United dive headfirst into this conversation. Many mornings I was in tears listening to Pastor Treadway. I know many of my friends felt his words too. The conversation continues today with small groups trying to understand and empower and uplift each other in Temecula. I know because I'm a part of those conversations. We know several local nonprofits, businesses, and organizations that already have solid policies in place surrounding race, equity, diversity, inclusion. They will help serve as a resource for other organizations in Temecula that are beginning to form a plan to implement policies focused on race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. We need them right now, and they need us to stay the course. So let's talk a little bit about commissions. What do they do, and how that translates to city services? So I was appointed to the Community Services Commission. I didn't have a background in parks and rec or sports. But what I did have was a family with 3 young children who participated in city programs, whether it was a library or contract classes, or just playing in our parks. And after my first meeting, I quickly understood that I had a unique perspective. I could contribute to the conversation surrounding people, parks, and programs. That's essentially what a commission is. It's a conversation on a given topic or sphere within the city, and how that translates to services and capital projects. It's that simple. It's really that simple. An appointed group of residents having a conversation about their community and how they would like it to grow. I know all of the commissioners on all of the commissions. Our commissioners are well respected in the community. They're passionate. They each have unique experiences, but most importantly, they have Temecula and its residents in mind when they meet and they once again have a conversation surrounding Temecula. Commissions have always been an independent voice outside of City Council, and while commissioners are appointed by the council, I think it's important that we let them do the work we have asked them to do. I know Zoom meetings made it easy to stay engaged with the commissions, but attending meetings and trying to steer the commission in a particular direction is really not how council has treated commissions in the past.
Right.
As a commissioner, I appreciated my autonomy, but knowing City Council will make the final decision in the end. So we've heard a lot about other cities and the perception that these cities are inherently bad and that only chaos and destruction will ensue if we continue the conversation around Ready. This is 100% not true. We often have conversations with our children about the things that they read or they've seen online, and we always start with one question. Does that seem reasonable? Knowing what you know about Temecula, does that seem reasonable? No, it doesn't. We know diversity is a strength and not a weakness. We see this in the business sector, and it's equally important in the private sector. By extension, we know that supporting and uplifting everyone in our community, that we as a group will be stronger and more resilient. We will innovate at a higher percentage than communities that don't invest in Ready initiatives. While we do offer programming to support our diverse population, we should continue to discuss ways to reach all Temecula residents. And you're all very well aware of the programs we offer, and Stu, you mentioned some, but let me touch on a few. Summer Food Service Program, the Junior Women's STEM Program, the Global Citizens Horticulture and Viticulture Vocational Program, our building trades, our pavement management plan, which is equity-based, free swim lessons supported by Supervisor Washington in Riverside County, the special games, and the Cancer Task Force. These are just a few of the ways that we try to meet every resident's needs. This is how Ready will continue to impact Temecula residents. These are not nefarious plans to drive Temecula into some post-apocalyptic hellscape, but that's what we've heard. Does that seem reasonable? Yes. It's not reasonable. We know what the right thing to do is here tonight. We did it last year when we formed the Race, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Commission. We all worked within the community and communicated directly with residents. We held public meetings. Most importantly, we listened. Out of all of that, we formed the Ready Commission and the Ready Initiative. The Ready Commission represents the best of Temecula, and we need to support the commission and let them thrive. So tonight, they came for race, and we know it won't end there. Equity's next. Where does it end? Don't think for a second that they won't come for diversity. Or what about our LGBTQ friends and family? We heard passionate remarks from local students when we issued our first Pride Proclamation. We heard how thankful they were that their hometown sees and hears them, and they see them for who they are. Is that worth fighting for? Yeah, it is. Let's talk about inclusion. The only inclusion that we've fully leaned into is special needs inclusion. And that's after only years of normalizing and fighting for this inclusion. I know many people in this room, many have left, hopefully they're still listening, that fought for that full inclusion for our special needs families for years. Before it was popular, they fought for that. They know the struggle and how hard it was, and it continues to be to this day. But I'm proud of that community that embraces the special needs community. It hasn't always been easy, but it was definitely worth it. Once again, Temecula is stronger and more resilient community because we have embraced the special needs community. When we opened Friendship Park, we heard remarks from council members, commissioners, students, artists. One comment stuck with me. While at the podium, a young woman walked us through what Friendship Park means to her as a lifelong resident. She's a teenager. She said, "I finally felt like I was actually a part of Temecula." We were all there. We heard it, but it really resonated with me. My experience living in Temecula can be vastly different than someone else's. Just because I haven't experienced something firsthand doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If one person doesn't feel part of Temecula, is that not enough? If one person doesn't feel that they're part of Temecula, is that not enough? So what's the end game? The end game is to completely tear down all the progress we've made in Temecula. The end game is to dismantle the Ready Commission. It's not a secret. This isn't about the name. While we offer many programs to meet Temecula's residents' needs, there is always room for improvement. We can always do better. I would argue that we overvalue the past and we undervalue the future. Change often comes slowly, but at the end of the day, what community do we want to leave for our children? I want to leave a more just community, a safer community, a more empathetic community, a more accepting and loving community to our children. History is watching us, our children are watching us. And with that, I will not support changing the name of the Ready Commission or the scope of the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. So, Matt?
Thank you. So this has been a long night. You know, we've all heard a lot of passion, a lot of emotion, a lot of concern, and a lot of fear. But we've also seen a lot of anger, a lot of frustration, a lot of hatred. This has been a tough year and a half. I recognize where everybody's coming from. A lot of built-up frustration, a lot of anger. We need to lower the temperature. There was something I read last week. I was referring to the Ready Commission and talking about rallying support in opposition. And in that rally call, there was a statement that said, "Our community has nothing to apologize for, nor nothing to feel shameful or regretful about. This commission threatens the long history of cohesion, tolerance, and unity that has been a cornerstone of Temecula." Now, I would agree that in our more recent history, I think that's probably mostly true, yeah. But Temecula, as we know it, represents a loving, very caring community. But let's not forget the actual history of what happened here, right? We had a woman speaking earlier about Pechanga and the tribe. You know, don't forget our history. The Pechanga tribe experienced one of the last massacres of Indians in the United States. Those burials exist just off of Temecula Parkway today. Shortly after that, that tribe was forced at gunpoint off of their native land and onto the place where they are today. In that process, stones were thrown at them, insults. There were gentlemen who joined a posse led by the sheriff in San Diego. Of those gentlemen, you'll recognize some of the names like Wolf from the Wolf store, and even Juan Murrieta, namesake of the city of Murrieta. As the tribe was forcibly evicted from that property, later Juan Murrieta took all of the tribe's livestock and refused to give them back unless paid for them, and sold them at auction. About 5 years after that incident, the U.S. government came in and forcibly removed the children from the homes of those tribal members and placed them in a school that was created. You've heard of the Indian schools, just in Paris, just north of here. Those children were forced to no longer speak their language, no longer practice their religion, and they were forced to learn menial jobs. There's pictures of these children wearing headdresses and these beautiful feather headdresses, doing dancing for the community of Riverside and other folks. Those headdresses aren't Pechanga. Pechanga never wore that. Western tribes never wore it. That's a Central Plains fantasy of what tribes are supposed to be. And so we imposed that on these folks. Now you could say to yourself, well, why is Matt talking about all of this stuff, right? This is old, ancient history. No, that's Temecula Valley. The last students that were ripped from the homes of that tribe, last time that happened was just before World War II. People remember that. People know those relatives. Now, that tribe was put on that property and told, you're going to be farmers now, right? You're going to follow our lifestyle, and we're going to tell you to be farmers. And the thousands of years of them subsiding on their own, raising their children on their own, they were told, you are going to be farmers. We're going to give you this land, and you're going to go farm there. And then what happened? That land was encroached on, and those water rights were taken from them. People impounded and diverted water and removed the water that was supposed to help that tribe in their agricultural endeavors. Now, you might say, well, that's all ancient history as well. No. You know that water rights litigation was one of the longest litigated cases in U.S. history that was only resolved about 2 years ago. Right? That's the history of what we had in this valley. So to say that we have nothing to fear from our past, no, we do. And interestingly, nobody here is asking anybody to apologize. I wasn't around when this happened. When this happened, my family wasn't even in the United States at that time. Right? We're not asking folks to apologize. We're not asking for a redistribution of wealth. Nope. We're not asking for any of the things that CRT or anything espouses, but we're asking for acknowledgement, right? We don't want to forget our past for fear of making those mistakes again. There are people alive today who are part of that history. People's parents and grandparents were forcibly removed from homes. That's the history that we're talking about. That's the history that we're worried about. Now, why do I talk about that? Because, every community, every location has experienced some form of racism. I'd be hard-pressed for anybody to find one that hasn't experienced something along those lines. We're here to represent everybody in our community. That's why we're sitting here. Our commissioners that we appoint, they are here because we as a city council have chosen to appoint those. You saw some of that earlier today, right? And you saw us appoint commissioners to the Planning Commission. A lot of folks have said in prior meetings, we never voted for the Ready Commission, we never wanted it. How do you even know the community needs it? We had nearly 80 applicants for those seats on the Ready Commission. Tonight, the Planning Commission had, 12, 15, 16. That is a functional committee. Ready Commission has no actual authority. They're advisory in nature. That's all they do, right? But the Planning Commission actually has authority. They have discretionary authority. They get to decide on projects that the City Council may never see. And yet we didn't see 80 applicants apply to that, right? We saw a good group of people. And I'll show you something real quick. In the applications that we receive, we get all the information in the application that these folks fill out, and then we get this. We get a redacted page. Now, I know some in the back it's going to be hard to see, but the big lines across, redacted information. We had the same binder, it was much larger when we met to discuss the Ready Commission. We've heard folks say, well, the Ready Commission doesn't represent me. Right? And the diversity of the Ready Commission isn't what I want that Ready Commission to be. We had names, we had qualifications and resumes, letters of support, just like we have in all these other applications. And the information that's redacted has to do with age, gender, and race. We never got that information. And we still, to this day, when we go through our commissions, we don't get that information. And so we all sit with our matrix and our tables and our applications, and we read and we go through, and then we start to look at who do we think represents a good seat for Ready or planning or traffic and safety. And as it turns out, we do that independent of knowing. Ivy Harris, I had no idea that she was a black woman. I had no idea she was as young as she was. But her resume and her experience and what she wrote as to why she wanted to be on the Ready Commission was pretty powerful stuff. Eric Faulkner, that didn't jump out to me as a black man's name. but his experience with veterans and some of the things that I thought definitely needed to be represented on this Rotary Commission, he checked a lot of boxes for me. So are we supposed to apologize that we end up with a Rotary Commission that's too diverse? I don't know. But our goal there wasn't to check off boxes with races and say, okay, we've got one of each. That wasn't the goal. The goal was to find experts who were able to describe for us why they felt as passionately as they did about a subject, just like we saw with the Planning Commission here tonight. That's all we were trying to do. And that's all we did here again tonight. That's what we're going to do again when the next commission comes up for renewal. We're not here to take away anybody's rights. Our authority as a city is actually remarkably small, right? The federal government sits above all of this, state government above that. We have county rules that we have to follow as well. And then it comes down to the city level. And so all of this stuff happens at a very large level. And a lot of the things that we talk about and we want to debate and we want to have conversations on, we don't have any authority in those areas. But what we have authority on is the public safety aspect, right? That's one of our biggest charges as a city, public safety. And then quality of life, right? And so we've been working hard to check off those boxes. But we haven't taken away rights. We're not redistributing wealth. We're not rejecting religion. We're not teaching private schools or public schools. We're not teaching, right? We're not doing all of those things that folks here talked about tonight. We're not espousing a philosophy that gives priority, advantage, or disadvantage to any race, religion, ability, gender, or age. We're trying to do exactly the opposite. The timing on the Ready Commission was unfortunate. I'll be honest. Because this conversation, like I had said in prior meetings, and at this point, I don't care if you believe me or not. I know what happened. My colleagues know what happened. And if you look back to some of our older meetings, the public can know what happened. We started with veterans planning. We started with special needs planning. We started with senior planning to make sure that parts of our community were represented adequately. And then we decided at some point we should cast a larger net, right? We should throw out a slightly bigger net to encompass other types of planning efforts. And that's all that Ready, and Stu, you're absolutely right. That's what Ready was about.
Yeah.
The timing, that was unfortunate. But it was a nexus to continue a conversation that was already happening. And it had nothing, I had never heard of critical race theory until several months ago. Never heard of this thing. But it's all over the news now. It's all over this conversation in this meeting. But CRT, that's brand new information for me, right? I heard a lot of stuff about, our staff and their relationship to other organizations, things that are done at the League of Cities and all of that. The League, it's funny. How many cities from California have joined the California League of Cities? It's actually easier to list the ones that haven't joined. There's 4 of them. It's Guadalupe, Jurupa Valley, Laguna, and Orange. That's it. And some of those cities, as I understand it, aren't able to join because financially they can't. Not right now, right? Founded in 1898 as a nonpartisan organization to provide municipal resources, support, and advocacy at state level on behalf of its member cities, largely focused on our local control, our desire to have local control. Now, we've been to those meetings for years. Our members of the city council in the past have sat on different boards. I currently sit on the public safety committee, right? What did we do? This year, we reviewed all of the crazy legislation that came down from the state talking about law enforcement. And there were some great debates and dialogues in this. And as a group of cities, we made recommendations up to the board and up to this membership to say, there are some bills that we absolutely need to oppose because they are eroding our law enforcement's ability to do their job. And we've talked about that here before, and we've seen it happen. 482 cities are part of that. Doesn't have anything to do with an R or a D or a blue or a red. They take advantage of that. Council member Mike Nagar gave an absolutely riveting lecture, which is what we do at these meetings. We all share our stories of cities, what we do, what works, what doesn't. And he talked about special needs a few years ago. And I was happy to sit in the room and support him on that presentation. He did a remarkable job. And cities from around California came up to him afterwards and said, how did you guys do that? That's pretty amazing. You have a great story to tell. How do we get to that place ourselves? Right? That's what the league has done. At no point were any of us who've ever been involved in the league dragged off to a room, that's funded by George Soros and forced to watch, videos about critical race theory, and then we decide to, investigate the Zapruder films and the Kennedy assassination. It never happened. If you want to find out what the league is about, I invite you to attend. Jessica, if you want to go, take my seat. Absolutely take my seat this year and find out what the league actually accomplishes when they get together.
I've been looking.
We don't always agree with them either.
And we don't. We don't always agree with him. And oftentimes, the league will take no position on issues because the cities, look, we can't all agree on stuff sometimes, and we just take no position. The National League, everybody bashes the National League as well. All states are part of the National League of Cities except one, Hawaii. Why? I have no idea. Okay. 2,500 cities are also members, founded in 1924, again, nonpartisan organization to provide municipal resources. Did I agree with everything that the National League provided us in the workshops that they gave us? Absolutely not. But that's okay, right? It was just a conversation that was happening. It doesn't mean I have to agree with it. It doesn't mean I have to adopt it. It doesn't mean they're trying to, manipulate us into some sort of agenda. If there's an agenda out there, I haven't gotten my manual. Everybody talks about this like we're all part of some weird conspiracy. I haven't gotten it. But if you all have, let me know. What other organizations support READY initiatives? Not all cities call it READY. Other cities call it a Human Rights Commission, right? Everybody has a different word for it, and every community does it slightly differently because every community is unique. The U.S. Conference of Mayors, the International City and County Managers Association, American Public Works Association, American Planning Association, National Parks Recreation Association, International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the International Association of Fire Chiefs all have some version of this READY thing that's going on. And our local businesses, Zach named a few. The Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, Riverside and San Bernardino counties, Riverside County Transportation Commission, Mount San Jacinto College, Abbott Vascular, Amazon, Medline, Southwest Riverside Association of Realtors, Walmart, Costco, Chamber of Commerce, TVUSD, Rancho Community Church, and many of our nonprofit organizations. They're not all part of some weird conspiracy to undermine the Constitution of the United States. They just recognize that they would like to have conversations and they would like to identify ways of being better. Why did Costco choose to do that? I have no idea. But it's interesting to see how these programs emerge and what they actually accomplish. So, let me diverge for a moment here and say, I during the break, got a communication from Councilmember Nagar. And Pastor, I know he had sent you a text message and he asked that I share it. He says, Matt Runn is one of the deepest spiritual persons I know. I've been discussing Jesus with him for years. His heart has grown softer and softer. What you said was not helpful, it was hurtful. It did not persuade, it brought nothing to the party. It was the voice of a bully. It did not convey Jesus and was unnecessary to say those things publicly. He's very much loved and has done marvelous, compassionate things you know nothing about. It's my good friend Mike Nagar. Mike Nagar and I used to vehemently argue at the city council meetings, but we grew to be like brothers. When he left the city, I made a promise to him that this READY Commission would be directed by the city council, would meet the objectives of what we all talked about before we voted on that, and very importantly to him, would continue to represent the special needs community. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. Now, the words that were spoken was a little surprising, especially from a pastor.
Are we having a conversation, you and me, right now? Is that what we're doing?
No?
No? You're talking right at me.
Those are
This is council
This is
discussion.
council discussion. You want,
Talking to me, you want to have a conversation, we will.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Matt.
See the wicked spirit about
the wicked
Go ahead,
spirit.
Matt.
wicked, evil spirit.
Please be quiet, sir.
I commanded to leave.
Please be quiet, sir. Go ahead, Matt.
Madam Mayor, this is only the time for city council.
This is only city council
This is only the time for
comments.
city council debate.
We're discussing.
No power over me. Do you hear me? I see that you see it.
Sir, let us have our discussion, please. Go ahead, Matt.
You know, my daughter left the room crying after what you said. That's Jesus. That's Jesus. You know, I'm going to start from a place of respect and compassion and assume that your words or anybody else's words come from a place of misunderstanding, maybe even fear. That lack of understanding, we want to be able to overcome that. Now, I know we have a mutual friend that's attempted to help foster conversations. It hasn't gone anywhere. I didn't presume to know your heart, and I don't think you should presume to know mine. I'm happy to share it with you. I'm happy to share it with anybody. My door's always open. In fact, Mark Lane, who was unable to speak tonight but had put in a speaker slip, I know he had to leave early, him and I sat down for 2 hours on what was supposed to be a 30-minute meeting. We had a great conversation. It's very deep, very understanding. I don't share my religious beliefs publicly because I choose not to. I find that once you become an elected official, very few parts of your life get to remain private. And those things that I hold deeply important to myself, that religion that I was raised in, that church that I grew up in, I hold that to be very sacred, very important to me and who I am today. Now, my upbringing compels me not to hate. My upbringing compels me not to assume the worst of people. I forgive you. I forgive all of you in this room who have said things that have hurt people and have been intentionally divisive. I'm here. You want to talk? Let's talk. And I will offer up something. You know, I will offer up an opportunity for us to chat. You know, as mayor, I held what I would call the coffee with the mayor. And once every few weeks or so, we would pick a coffee shop somewhere in town, and we would just sit down. And at some points during those conversations, things got heated. People got frustrated. I started those meetings off after about the third or fourth one, and I would tell folks, you know, the one thing I've learned talking to all of you is that the worst street in Temecula is the one that's right outside your household, right?
Yes.
And it was simply the fact that, look, we know there's potholes, we know there's street issues. We would have representatives from the city and Public Works join me. And we would say, you know, if you've got an issue, if you have a pothole, we have an app for that. But if you want to provide that information right here, right now, we're happy to do that. Now what else do you want to talk about, right? We need to start from a place we're not automatic enemies. We don't know each other. We've never actually met. We've never actually talked. A lot of you who I have had the opportunity to, you know where my heart is. You know what my beliefs are. And you know what I'm trying to do here on this city council. Now, whether or not you believe me, that's up to you to decide, right? But we can't start this conversation automatically as enemies. It's hard to trust. I get it. It's hard to trust government. I get that too. I was sitting there at one point, not always trusting government.
We still don't trust Sacramento.
I still don't trust Sacramento. You know, but it's easy to become jaded and callous, and it's easy to become deaf to the comments that we don't agree with. But that's not our job. Our job is to be here for everybody, to listen to everybody, and to be able to have those conversations with anybody who's willing. Now, if you want to meet and share your ideas, happy to do it. If you want to do that once a month, I am happy to sit down in the conference center. We'll set up a time. I'll bring the coffee, right? And if you want to talk and you really want to have a conversation, I'm one of the liaisons to the Ready Commission. So if you really want to have a conversation, I am happy to do that. If you want to yell at me for an hour, I could take it. That's my job. That's what we do. If you want to break past that and have a constructive conversation where we actually get to know one another, I can do that too. You know, I've had the opportunity to watch a number of sermons and understand where folks' perspectives are. I saw one sermon in particular that referenced ad hominem attacks, where you attack the person and not the issue. Mm-hmm. That's extremely important. Nobody should be calling you a racist because you disagree with Ready. Absolutely not. Right?
Right.
There's my one clap. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick. But truly, right? I think we actually agree on a lot more than we disagree on. And I'd really like to start from a place where we actually can agree. Let's start there and share those thoughts. Because I really do believe that we're trying to accomplish the same things here. Simply talking past one another isn't working. And the ad hominem attacks, no, they're not fair. They're not fair to me. They're not fair to use and label somebody as a Marxist, as a liberal, as a socialist, as a communist, as a racist, as a Nazi. You know, I remember a time where you had to build up to calling somebody a Nazi. Now that's where you start.
Yeah.
Where do you go from there? Right? I mean, my goodness, you have to build up that. Now we start there. That's the worst of the worst. You've got nowhere else to go. That's where we are as a people right now. That's how we communicate with one another? No, absolutely not. You know, so if you want to do that, reach out. You've got my email. You can email the city clerk's office. You can email Randy. You can email Louisa. Happy to set it up. I'm here to represent everybody here. I'm here to make sure that the guardrails we put on the Ready Commission are there and they stay in place. You know, we don't want something that's going to undermine this city. We don't want something that's going to destroy the integrity of who we are as a community. The whole point of this was to create something that helps us move forward as a community, recognizes that the folks who came forward and shared their stories of what they have experienced in this city, I'm going to start from a place of trust and say, I believe that those stories actually happened. Mm-hmm. That shouldn't be happening. For those of you who have never experienced racism in our community, I applaud you because that's why I moved here. That's the Temecula I fell in love with, and that's the Temecula I want to see grow and prosper. But that's not everyone's experience. That's not everyone's story. So I'm not saying we divert special resources or funds or grants or whatever was talked about. That's not the point. The point is to look at things through a different lens. And when we start to invest in our community, to make sure that we're doing it in a fair way. And to select people from our community who are able to help guide us in that conversation. That's all. Whether or not we take it doesn't matter. You know, we asked the Ready Commission to meet with our city departments in the first 6 months of their operation. That's what they did. Mm-hmm. They met with our city departments and they understood the heart of what this city was all about. It was incredibly educational for them, and they came away with a very different perspective because let me tell you, they were not happy with the city of Temecula when they came here. We had commissioners who were absolutely very, very upset with the city, thinking that we were doing things that we weren't doing, and they had read on social media or other places. And we said, just take the time before you start swinging the axe. Take the time to learn and hear from us first. And then truly the first thing that they accomplished past that was making recommendation about Friendship Park. Those are pretty positive recommendations that they made. And we opened up a beautiful park together. That's what the Ready Commission is about. Right? That's what we're trying to accomplish. And under that bigger umbrella, yeah, race is a conversation. And I'm not kidding when I say that veterans, seniors, special needs, those are all very important parts of those conversations. You talk about barriers. You want to know where the barriers are. Heck, if we knew the barriers, there wouldn't be barriers, right? I mean, that's the challenge that we're running into right now. How do we define as a community what the biggest barrier is? You want to talk about hate crimes? We can talk about hate crimes in the city, right? We can get those data and those statistics.
I have them.
But I do too. But what's more important to have a conversation about? Crime in general? Hate crime? Oh yeah, that's an indicator of where you are as a community. The numbers of suicides we have in our community are attempts at suicides. Stunning. The number of sexual assaults and rapes that we have in this community. Unconscionable. Who's representing those folks? Is that a Ready initiative? Absolutely it is. Right? Why aren't we doing more with our hospitals and our community to provide the kind of outreach and support so we don't have addiction, we don't have a suicide rate? Right? Why aren't we doing that? You know, I grew up with a single mother, raised me and my brother in low-income housing. No government subsidies, no handouts. She worked hard to become a nurse, raise us as children, buy our house, bring us to the best schools that she could, so we could become the people we became today. I'm proud of her. Would it have been nice to have more support in the city of Reno where I grew up for single mothers? Absolutely. Did it exist? No. Why aren't we having that conversation here today?
We have. I've brought it up.
And we need to do better. We, as a city council, will...
Yeah, and while we're timing out, let's go ahead and take a
Extend.
vote to extend. And I hate to say this, but it's 3 o'clock at least.
Let's go to 3. Move.
Okay? Motion to...
Second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
But I guess, you know, look, I'll end here and just say there's a lot that we don't understand of each other. There's a lot of mistrust. And if anything I've seen here tonight, there's a reason why this conversation needs to move forward. I'm here. I'm ready to talk. I'm ready to listen. And I'm ready to make sure that everyone is represented adequately. That is our job. That is our job. Not just the people we agree with. Everybody needs to be represented in that conversation. Thank you.
Jess?
All right. Well, obviously, I took up time earlier, but a couple things that were brought to mind is...
No, that's okay,
I
because
know.
that was your item.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you, though. But one of the things that I asked sheriffs to be able to get for me were the hate crime stats. And I want to kind of go back initially, though, in what we first started out, and the whole reason I asked for this is the renaming of the race, equity, diversity, and inclusion, which I had 2 members on this council already say to me that they were going to think about changing. The hate crime stats in 2017 were 0. This is according to the FBI UCRD that is completely public for everybody. 2018, 0. 2019, and this is all just in Temecula, 1 hate crime, which is a tragedy. Again, I can't control somebody's heart. This is facts. This is your facts right here. This is your area. This is facts. 2020, we're not released yet. There's nothing I can do with that one. That's just going to take some time. So I can't do anything. It's telling me that if we're looking at it as far as a police issue, we're not seeing any hate crimes or they're not getting reported. Oh, yeah, I thought of that. Okay, but the thing is as a city council member, my job is to represent both sides, which I do not only sitting here, but in my job as well. And if you're shaking your head no, in fact, I do. Okay, I represent this community in a lot of ways that people just don't see behind the scenes. We can't fight racism with racism. We just can't. It's like fighting hate with hate. How do we do that? If anybody has an answer, Christina, stop shaking your head at me. If anybody has an answer, please tell me, because I've already trying to have conversations. And all I get is people screaming at me rather than an answer, or how can we come to this together? That's what I'm looking for. Why do I want to get rid of the race and equity name to it? Because like I've said, it's already tainted. It's not, when you look at the facts that I've put up there, how can we sit there and say that it's okay for a organization that we can be involved with that supports white supremacy? It's racism. It's exactly what we're fighting. So how do we incorporate that? I just don't know. Again, we can't fight racism with racism. If the whole point of the Ready Commission is to get rid of racism, they're just including a different part of it. The other thing that I have to tell you, working with the staff for 7 months has been awesome. Okay? We have a diverse staff. Whether or not you see them behind the scenes, we have a diverse staff. This staff has created the roads, the diversity for equity for roads, whatever you want to call it, the internet garden, the senior meals, the kids' meals, and our very own city council member was the one who fought for special needs for adults and kids. That's our job. That's why I feel that we're spreading it too thin. This race and equity, we'll just stick with race. Race is not our thing here. It has to be taken care of in the churches. I can't be a therapist. I have 5 kids. I don't have time to be somebody's therapist. I'm going to be honest with you. As much as I would love to have the conversation with you, I'm going to tell you I can't be your therapist. That's what a community is here for. But to find out what's going on, whether or not a child is not allowed to go into a store, whether a child is not allowed to enter a some sports club, that's an issue. But that's why we have laws. So getting back to the race, again, why is race in there if we can't combat race with race? Everything that we've seen already is tainted. That's already been brought into the Ready Commission. Our workshops, some of the ideologies, where do we have to start over? That's just my opinion. Let's just get rid of it as far as race. You know, I want to live in a community that stands in truth. And if it hurts feelings, sometimes that stinks. I've had my feelings hurt too, but guess what? I've grown from that. I think everyone in here can, especially after listening to several of us that have had experiences in our lives we've all grown from. We've all grown from. And we wouldn't be sitting here today if we didn't overcome that. The question is just, how are we overcoming that? That's where we need to figure out. And one of the things I will be honest with you, and I'm going to finish with this. Whether or not we decide to change the name or not, there's 5 of us. But I know what I am doing sitting here is right. There's not a doubt in my mind, or I would have never brought it up and stayed here till 2 in the morning. I told you guys I would have stayed till 5 or 6 to listen to the public comments.
Oh, I'm not going to bed.
I'm just saying. But many people talk about religion, and it shouldn't be shared up here. Well, I'm going to explain something to you. My love for Christ is supposed to be shared. I am told and demanded to have that be shared. I'm sorry if you don't agree, but that's the freedom of my religion, of sitting up here, being able to express that. And nobody will ever take that away from me. And I can talk about it freely, just as everybody else can. And I will listen, and I will love you no matter what the cost is. I will sit here and be with you. But again, I'm not going to be your therapist. So my question is are we going to keep I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say, Mayor Marianne, but I know we said we were going to possibly look at changing the name because 3 of us had talked about it. So that's where I stand. Everybody knows where I'm at. And we just got to figure, are we going to continue to divide with race? Or can we just have a welcoming commission? That's it.
So let me clarify. 3 of us talked about it in an open public meeting.
Yes.
Yes. So here's what the Ready Commission is to me. And as far as I know and understand, and from what we discussed, this was the Ready Commission from the beginning. And the word race is there because we are going to make sure that people aren't excluded based on their race. That's a positive thing. We don't want them to be excluded based on their race. It's not that we're including them because of their race. We're making sure that no one is excluded because of their race, and those are very different statements. And then the other thing that's really bothered me about all of this is that we can't disagree anymore without hate. And you heard that hate tonight. What is wrong with us? We are Americans. We have so many things to be thankful for. Can we agree to disagree and sit down and discuss it? I sit down with anybody. I meet with anybody that wants to meet with me, and I always have. And I am behind on my emails because I have hundreds in the box right now, but I'll get to them eventually. But it really bothers me that we can no longer simply have a disagreement and work it out. And that's what this council has done in the 14 years I've been on the council, and actually in the 30 years I have followed this council. And I was at the first council meeting because I loved my city, and have been almost every council meeting since then. But people, why do we have to scream and yell just because we disagree? I was so embarrassed to have this physician stand up here and say what he believes because of the research, and then to have people laugh at him and hoot and holler. That was embarrassing. Why does that happen? Can't you just agree with him and go talk to him about it? Do you have to make fun of him, ridicule him, insult him? Because by doing that, the people that were watching this meeting, what are they going to think? Now, some of you might not care what people think, but I do care what people think, not about me, but about Temecula, because there are reasons for that. We want people to move here. We want businesses to move here. We want to thrive and continue to thrive. And cities that aren't growing and expanding and constantly reevaluating and changing die. And it's just that simple. So please, I want you to consider, what is it in you that makes you act that way? I certainly don't act that way because I respected every single person that was here, whether I knew them or not, because they have a right, because of the Constitution, to stand in that well and say whatever they please. And it's my job to sit here and listen. And it's exactly what I did. I was respectful because I know they are passionate about what they're saying. Who am I to tell them that your passion is wrong? Who are you to tell me that my Christianity is wrong or fake because I look a certain way or because I might shake my head? And I'm very careful to try not to shake my head because of that. What has happened to us? There was a time when different religions got along too. We didn't hate each other. We didn't criticize each other. We didn't laugh or point fingers or boo if somebody with a different opinion, different religion, different race got up and said something that was passionate to them. Do we automatically write off people just because they have a different religion than we do? Oh, well, I'm sorry, whatever you say must be stupid. No, we do not. People have a right to their opinion, and you need to respect that. And as council members, we need to consider every comment that we hear. And you got to agree with me, some of the things we hear are pretty crazy. So what has happened to us as Americans? What has happened to us as human beings? Treating each other this way. Ready was made to make sure that no one is excluded because of their race, their age, their condition, their disability, how much money they have, where they live, what kind of car they drive, nothing. You should not be excluded from any activity, any ability to engage and be part of the city. and I want you to feel welcomed. You think people are going to feel welcomed when they see an atmosphere like this? And you wonder why some races don't come to these meetings? It can be very intimidating. You know, I'm used to it. But for somebody who's not used to being criticized, when they stand there in that well and they hear people booing behind them, it makes me want to cry, because they're never coming back. So congratulations, you've just excluded somebody else from wanting to participate. That is exactly what Ready is about. I don't want anyone to feel like they can't participate and they're not taken seriously and that I don't care about them. I may disagree with them, but I love them as a human being, as every Christian is supposed to do. So how dare we judge each other? I'm a better Christian than you. You know, oh, you're not as good as I am because I'm blacker than you. Oh, no. I mean, it's crazy, people. We are occupying this planet. We are occupying our country and this city. And I happen to think we've done a pretty darn good job on this city. And all you got to do is look around, and you don't have to look very far at some other cities. Where do you want to live? You want to live here because of what we have built here. And it's not me, although I've been really busy, because I love it. That's the only reason I do this. You'd have to love it, or you could not sit here week after week and have people say horrible things about you. You know, when my kids were teenagers, they got to where they wouldn't watch the meetings, they wouldn't come to the meetings, and they wouldn't answer the phone at home because they knew somebody was going to say something bad about their mother. And I tried to talk to them about it, but, you know, I'm sorry about your daughter. Is that what we want for our kids? Do we want to be so mean to each other until we drive our kids away? That's what happened. We've got to stop this. It's happening all over the country. We can't control that, but we, by gosh, can control what we do here. But it starts with you. It starts with you. It starts with me, and I've been saying that for months and months and months. In fact, it's probably been a year saying, you know, we've got to stop this, and it starts with me. And you saw that practice tonight. It starts with me. And I was courteous, respectful, acknowledged them, because I love people. I don't care whether I disagree with them or not. They have a right to believe what they want. If they're mean, I might not love them so much. But I think everybody is worth knowing, and, you know, I think every life is worth saving, because every single person has something to offer to this city. And to say we don't, who are we to say there's no racism? How do you know what these people have experienced, what those people have experienced? If you'd experienced racism, you're going to say there is racism here. I'm not going to be the one to say that there isn't, just because I haven't experienced it. Come on. Again, I say, what has happened to us? I don't think this is what the Lord had in mind. You know, He wants us to occupy and to love one another and care for one another, and that's what Temecula used to be. Why can't we do that when these sensitive issues come up? I heard people tell me, you know, it makes me so uncomfortable to talk about this. I'm not the least bit uncomfortable talking about this, because I know my heart, I know I want the best for people, and I assume that the people I'm talking feel the same. They have a heart and they want the best for people. Let's sit down and figure out how to patch it together so we can accomplish that. It's not brain surgery, people. It's not brain surgery. What Ready does is open the lines of communication and build relationships between different cultures of the community so that we don't have to go through this garbage every time something happens, every time we disagree. We shouldn't have to do this. I mean, I wanted people to come up, and instead of calling me names and telling me I'm not a good Christian and telling me I look mean, which I really don't think I do look mean, I wanted them to tell me what we could do to have the same effect. How are we going to increase communication? How do we get people to communicate? How do we get people to be interested in other people's cultures? Because it only makes things better. And you know what? I always told my kids, it's really hard for somebody that likes you to do something mean to you if they really like you. But it's peer pressure that causes a lot of that to happen. When we get in these big groups, we go crazy. Why? Why? Because I'm in a group of people who are angry, does that mean I have to be angry and express that? Why does that happen? It starts with who? Me. And I'm going to hold everybody that I see left in this audience, and boy, those other people are going to be glad they're not here. I am going to remember the next time you come and speak to this council, and Rick, I love you, you're always very sweet, even if I do disagree with you. So every time you come to speak to this council, I expect you to start with me, to start with you. You must reflect the actions that you want to promote. You must reflect the city that you want to build. And if you want to build an angry city where everybody hates each other and doesn't get along, then boy, you're on your way. And we are up here doing the best we can to try and prevent that. Because the Temecula I've known for 34 years was a kind, caring place. If anybody needed anything, all you had to do was tell one person, and the whole town was over at your house to help you. Whether you were black, white, purple, red, it doesn't matter. Because you were a Temecula'n. And we need to remember that too. Are we proud of our city? That's one thing we have in common. And if you're not proud of your city, then you get in here and be polite and tell me what we need to be doing. Or how can I help you so that you're proud of your city? Maybe it's a matter of trying to, learn what everybody does. I think you'd be proud of the city if you knew how hard these people work and how hard these people work. So I'm completely off topic here, but I think everything I've said as a human being, it upsets me to see people fight for no reason. You don't see football players on the same team fighting each other. They get in that huddle and they figure it out. And then they go out and they whomp people that they're playing. That's the team we need. And we aren't going to help the team by people coming up here and calling us names. That's another thing I never could figure out. And I've been a commissioner and a school board member and a city council member, and I've served with every nonprofit in town because I love them all. They do wonderful things. I've never understood how people can come up and call you names and yell at you and then say, oh, please fund my organization, in the same breath. They're going to be mean and nasty and then expect you to come over to their side? How does that work? It doesn't. So the attitude of yelling, screaming, and making accusations is nothing but counterproductive. Nothing. And we've been spinning our wheels on this issue for months. And I don't remember who mentioned it, saying, wasn't it a coincidence that the Ready Commission sprung up so quickly after something happened? That Ready Commission, staff had been working on that Ready Commission for months before that. It didn't spring up in 2 months. They had been working on it for months and months and months because they knew how sensitive it was and how important it was. And if you cannot get over the fact that the word race is used, when did race become a dirty word? It's only a dirty word if you use it in a dirty way, or if your attitude is if your heart isn't pure and you judge people by their race, that makes it a dirty word. I don't think race is a dirty word because I don't judge people by their race. I want to make sure they can participate without other people trying to stop them because of their race. And that's what the Ready Commission is going to do. And the people on the Ready Commission, they travel in different circles than we do. And, they're going to meet and talk to people, their peers, their friends, people we'll probably never talk to. And I can tell you that's true because when we got those 80-some applications and those applicants came in here, I was dumbfounded. I take great pride in the fact that I know a lot of people because I've been here forever, and I always tell people I'm your neighbor. I kept saying during those interviews, where have you people been? Talented, passionate, caring, long-time residents. Where have they been and why have they not been here? That's the question, and that's what we need to find out. I want every one of those people to be here and be involved, be engaged, volunteer, help the nonprofits. So anything you do that causes hate, incites violence, incites anger, doesn't help. You need to get in and encourage your friends, your neighbors, and your relatives to come in with an open mind. You may have your mind made up, but that doesn't mean you're going to shut off everybody else. You can't have a productive conversation by that. So I don't believe Temecula is a racist city. And I don't think very many people do. Even the people that talk about racism, I don't think they believe Temecula is a racist city because every single one of them said how much they loved this city. But by golly, there are racist things that happen. Jerks come in every color. I know that's not very poetic, but is absolutely true. Mean people and jerks come in every color. And, you know, maybe you get oversensitive. And this is an example. When I was pregnant with twins, I was huge. I had this little skinny body and a 51-inch waist. And people would see me coming, and they'd walk past me, and all of a sudden they'd think I was deaf when they got about right here, and they go, "Oh my gosh, did you see what she looked like?" I got to the point where me, the outgoing person, didn't want to go out the house because that hurt my feelings. Well, I wouldn't give a hoot now, but it hurt my feelings. Can you imagine a person that has that same reaction from people just because of their color, their size, the fact that they're bald? Just imagine if you got it every time you left the house. Wouldn't you want to kind of stay in the house? Would you feel like you are welcome, that you can get out and get involved? Would it make you think perhaps that everybody thinks that way? I can see how that would happen. So that's what Ready is going to help us with, building relationships and building bridges, because we need those people. They're part of our city. We care what they want. We care what they think, and it's important what they think. So the last thing I'm going to say is, people stood up here and told me, I don't even know what critical race theory was, and when I heard about it, I was appalled. So if you think that I'm sitting here trying to promote critical race theory, you're crazy. I think it's appalling to assume that one race is responsible for everything that's bad in the world or anything bad that happens to somebody else. That's crazy. Like I said, jerks come in every color. So that was never an issue. And remember, don't let some crazy organization define what race means, what equity means, what diversity means, and what inclusion means to this city, because we are the ones that gave our Temecula definition to those words in this city. And how you can equate that with letting people come in who believe those things is beyond me. We defined those words. Those are our words, and I'm proud of those words because we gave them definitions that fit the needs of our city. And remember, race isn't judging people by their race. It's helping to make people sure that others aren't judging them by their race and keeping them from participating for some reason. So somehow that got all turned around. The same way with equity. I mean, equity is in the Constitution. To me, equity is everybody has equal opportunities and equal chances and equal, circumstances are never going to be the same. I mean, I had no family at the age of 8 years old, and pretty much raised myself, thank God for my Irish grandmother. Otherwise, I would have been on the street. So, not everybody has it as easy as you think, so don't let anything fool you. But who's to tell me what equity means? I know what I intended for equity to mean in this process, and all it means is giving equal opportunities and equal chances and making sure that everybody gets the same information. We want to make sure that people get information, because maybe it will get them engaged and so we can get their expertise. And then diversity, we're already diverse, but I want to make sure we're not hating each other because of our diversity. That's something to celebrate. Hey, do any of you here not like Italian food? Do any of you here not like Greek food? I mean, come on. We're diverse. And the sooner we learn some of the differences and learn to appreciate them, it's going to open our eyes to a whole new world and building those relationships. So don't anybody come up and tell us what these things mean and what the organizations and George Soros and what critical race theory means. We don't care. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. This is not, like I said, this is not brain surgery. And it doesn't get any bigger than this. That is the definition. Now we're going to apply that to everything that we do in the city, making sure that people aren't excluded by race, making sure that everybody has equal opportunities to participate. And that doesn't mean, there's no subsidies. I heard people say subsidies and, on the government dole, and like we're giving money to different organizations or people because they're perceived as being not able to take care of themselves. That's hooey. You'll have the same opportunities for everyone, and that's the definition of equity in this equation. Diversity, that's easy to understand, and inclusion's understand too, because the goal is inclusion. Are we going to force people to be, to participate and be included? No, but they have a right to be, and they have an open invitation to be if they want to be. So don't come and tell me that this is, critical race theory. It isn't. I just told you the entirety of what this Ready Commission is. And changing it is not going to change what we're trying to do. We're not going to change things so that everybody's not going to reach the same goal. We can open the doors for everyone. Everyone's not going to reach the same goal. Not everybody got appointed to the Planning Commission, but the doors were open, you had a chance. And they'll come back again. Mike Nagard, I think every time he tells us this, the number gets bigger. He says he tried 10 times for Planning Commission, and I know it was a lot because I was there. So you don't give up. I mean, I didn't win my first election. I didn't go up. I came back here and volunteered, did everything that I did before because this is my city. And if people give up that easily, this is not their city. They don't care enough. So that is my complete take on the Ready Commission. Don't attribute your definition to the words that we have defined for this process. And don't always think the worst of us. I think that's the last thing. Why do people assume the worst? They don't ever come in and just talk to us. They come in and they've already made up their mind. We hate them, we hate this, we hate that. And now that, we get the threats and the hate. We get the name calling and all of that. Why do people assume? All you have to do is look around this city and see it's not ugly. It's not anything bad. Do you love the city? It's clean, it's beautiful, it's safe. We have great residents. I mean, come on. We have great shopping, we have great amenities, we take care of everything, we care about people, we have fantastic programs for people of all ages. Why do you think the same people that built that city with your help are going to turn around now and do something as stupid as critical race theory? Why would you think that? If anybody that knows me knows that would never happen, but yet they still come up and accuse you of that. It's very frustrating, and I can tell you guys this, and I guarantee you some of you are going to leave here and say, I don't believe her. What else are we going to do? All I can do is tell you the truth, tell you what our intent was, tell you what we're working towards. You have these opportunities, and whether you achieve the goal or not is your responsibility. You have to work hard, you have to work at it, and you have to be persistent, but we're going to make sure those doors are open, and we're not going to exclude anybody for any reason. So what do we get tonight? It starts with me. I don't want to see this anymore. I don't want to see this hatred. This is not the city that I knew 34 years ago. This is not the city that I knew as recently as 5 years ago. If we're going to let something like this divide us, we're done. We have to be able to come together and talk. And in the name of Jesus, I put it on everybody that goes to church. We have a responsibility here. So, I'm done.
I have one quick thing to add, and then we'll all go home.
Are you going to be mad about it and pound? I'm pounding my
I
fist over here.
I haven't pounded yet. I've been pretty calm today. So, one of the things, and this is going to be very quick because I want everybody to go home, but before we vote on this, I want us to think of something, because one of the things I always try to do is at least bring an answer. I can't stand when somebody comes to me and says there's a problem instead of let's work it out, and doesn't have any type of solution or anything. Yeah. So let me ask you this. Let me just state this. Every word has a meaning, and every word means something. So every word that we put into this Ready Commission, race, equity, diversity, inclusion, means something. So let me ask you this. What about changing it to something called the Heidi Commission? Human race, equality, diversity, and inclusion. Because when I look at equality for the word, the definition from the Cambridge Dictionary, the right of different group of peoples to have similar social positions and receive the same treatment. Equality between the sexes, racial equality, the government department responsible for equalities. So why not mix? Because we have two sides. Can we kind of come together? because we can't forget about them either. Because then what's the point of the Ready Commission? We have whether or not people from our city or people in the surrounding areas, the people from our city have also spoken. We can't forget about them. So why can't we call it the human race? What is wrong with that? Is that something that we could sit and say there's nothing wrong? We're all human beings.
Well, I'm because I know what these definitions are, I don't think there's anything wrong with the way it is. And we had so many people come up and say, keep the Ready Commission, keep it, and
But we've had so many to oppose it.
and tell us how important it was to include that.
And they've opposed it. We have to look at both sides. We have to be equal. If we're talking about equity or equality, we have to be equal.
But I think they opposed it because they thought we were doing things to favor one race above another, or support one race more than another, or
No.
to change the city so that, I don't know. And that is not it. What we're doing is protecting them by not allowing race to get in their way.
Well, we're not. And that's the incredible thing when we look at the human race. If we call it the human race, we are actually doing more good than harm. We're actually saying we are one body. We're one. There is no division. Yes, there's cultural differences. I'm Italian from New York. I'm proud of it. That's just, I heard some other New Yorkers here as well. Let's be proud of our cultural heritage. I know Randy, I've spoken to her several times of her background, and I love it. Her parents are from India. We've heard how many other people over from, Australia? I want to learn about this. There's nothing wrong with that. But we are one human race, and we have to look at both sides. If we keep saying that there has to be two sides. We can't just look at one. If one side is saying one thing and another side is saying other, let's come to the middle. That's exactly what I'm hearing at this table.
Do you want to make that a motion?
I would love to make that a motion. Call it the Heidi Commission.
Okay, so make that your, explain it again so we
Okay.
get the acronym right.
So human race, equality, diversity, and inclusion. So again, Heidi Commission. Nothing against the Heidis, because it's a
Did
good
you leave
thing.
out the R?
No, Heidi, H-E-D, wait.
Well, you got human race.
Human race instead of just race.
It's two words.
I can have that. I can do whatever I want. We're city council members.
No, I mean, but
We could do that.
there's an R in there.
No, we're getting rid of the ready. We're putting for Heidi, not ready.
So you're not saying human race?
Yeah,
That's human is an H and race is an R, and then all the other letters.
but it goes together. Again, I'm trying to come up. You guys just stop for a minute. There's still race in there. Listen, you guys want something and they want something. Do you want to meet in the middle, or do we want to continue the fight? I'm asking.
I was just trying to clarify the
I know. Well, I could look at it. I'm trying to meet everybody in the middle. Then what's gonna happen is I'm gonna tell you, not from me, but what about these people? All we're doing is looking at one side. If you want the city to come together, Marianne, Matt, Ron, Zach, and Stu, we have to meet in the middle.
I have a question, though.
Yes, sir.
Because it seems to me the one side is all about getting rid of the commission.
But I already said in the last, were you here in the last one, or I don't know who was gone?
Well, let's get
Right now, we're not talking about that. That's not what's on that's not what's on here.
Right.
What I brought up is to change the name. I didn't ask to get rid of it.
Oh.
I already stated my point.
Now, I will say I was 100% behind you on changing the name. I think
That's what I'm saying.
Right. And I think the name really created a lot of issues and problems from the start. However, now that I'm on this side of the argument, I'm thinking, okay, you were just saying about, you can't cure racism with racism.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me how this commission creates racism, because that's what I'm trying to get to now. I'm trying to understand where you're saying,
Okay. No,
where's the racism?
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I can only do one thing at a time. There's 5 of us.
Yeah.
When I'm looking, again, let me go back because I got the pictures on my phone. Okay. Let me ask you from a brother to a sister.
Sure.
Okay. If we plant a seed and it's not a good seed,
Right.
is it going to be fruitful?
Probably not.
No. Okay. That's what I'm looking at. When I'm hearing on the ICMA that was spoken about at the Ready, this is an organization.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, that's the thing is I'm looking this up. But Randy spoke about this at the commission, on the commission, the Ready Commission. Understand that this was spoken. But this is, I'm just saying. But again, remember, the seed that's planted is not going to be fruitful. So if we put things that are not good, it's not going to do anything.
Right.
Okay?
But now we're back
It's
to
tainted.
deciding what's good.
But we just asked, again, you asked me a question about race.
Right.
Where do I see racism? When somebody tells me, in an organization, we say we are the ones who can forge real change in our own communities. As our cities, towns, and counties build from the pandemic, here we go, we can create a foundation that replaces white supremacy.
We're not doing that.
No.
And nothing we say we didn't say that. We're not doing
You're not, I just said. We might get to the point where you guys are just not understanding me because you're not seeing.
No, I
Do you
understand
see
exactly
it?
where you're going.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, I see that now. So, but I'm still, because you're using a different definition of what they created for us.
Right.
I mean, you and I weren't able to participate in the creation of the name or anything else. So we're kind of coming in this a little different than the three of them. So, but at the same token, I see what they intended.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it, but I'm also seeing the people that I represent.
Right.
And we are governed by them.
But we are representing all of these people.
All of them.
Right. So, and that's where I'm having the trouble is, I'm still seeing what they had intended. I'm not seeing what, the CRT argument is, or the ICMA, or all that other stuff. I'm still seeing what they intended, and that's where, because literally, if I were here, I would have argued that whole Ready thing.
So why are we not doing that now?
Well, because now it's like...
Is it already here?
Well, and that's just it. In my opinion, based on what I know of what they were going for, now all of a sudden I don't really have as much heartburn about it, because now it's going to look like we're backpedaling and we're changing something when, in fact, I feel that the program or the commission itself, based on my headspace, where I've put this commission, is all good stuff. And one guy brought up, let's focus on the good.
Yeah.
Because I think if we did that, I don't think a lot of us would have as much angst about this, because the good is we're going to know more about our community. We're going to, as far as reaching out and actually talking to people in their space. I've had many conversations in the last year, and with Asian people and biracial. I mean, that's a huge issue for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've had conversation with biracial kids that are just like, they're struggling. So it's that kind of thing that I see, that this commission has the opportunity to look inside of our community, get into that headspace. We're not going to spend any money. We're not there to create it. But if there's something we as a city can somehow glean from this kind of a conversation and somehow implement into our city, conversation, whatever you want to call it, I don't see, and that's what I do. I focus on the good. I'm not focusing on what CRT is or what ICMA or ABCD. It doesn't matter to me, because for me it's all about what good can we do with this. And I do think, and just like Matt said, there's rails on this thing. If they go off the rail, we're going to be on them like white on rice. So it's like, no,
Yep.
that's not something that's going to happen. They're not going to go off the rails without, and Matt and Marianne are the two people who are going to be overseeing that. So they're going to make sure.
Well, but in fact, it's all five of us.
Yeah,
I would just
true.
interject, right?
But
we're
you're
the
the
liaisons.
liaisons. Yeah.
But the direction doesn't come from us. The direction comes from the council.
Yeah.
Right? All five of us have a voice in that annual agenda, if
Right.
you will.
And anything that we learn from the commission, it all gets disseminated to everybody within, Aaron, it's out within 6 seconds. you know.
Right.
So.
And that's where I think we as city councilmen have a responsibility, because this is a fledgling commission. It didn't exist. It does, it's literally brand spanking new. So if we don't want it to go off the rails, we have to be proactive and make sure that, maybe we show up to these commission meetings like you did, and I think, Matt, yeah, and I haven't been to one yet. So I really need to get to one, but offer that kind of direction, it's still within our purview to do all this stuff.
And this ready isn't like any other ready.
No, and I think that's the confusion, because there is a ready commission for, different other, and they do call it something else. There's a couple other names
Real.
that have been thrown out there too. So, but this is ours. This is something was created by this city council and has been defined by this city council. So, I don't think anybody should get caught up in what is happening somewhere else, because it's not happening here, and it won't happen here.
So I have a motion on the floor. Right. Oh, Matt, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. No, Stu, very, very well said.
Yeah.
We create the guardrails, we provide the direction, all of us, right? And we all represent the community, right? We listen to all of you. We get to help create the direction that this commission goes. They're not off wandering on their own. In fact, your recommendation several meetings ago has given direction to that commission right now at their next meeting.
And
right?
that's what I want to do is
And that's what we are doing. Right, but let me just say, this reminds me. So mostly what we deal with, in my experience, are things like development projects.
Yep.
Right. So somebody comes forward and they say, I want to build 22 condominiums on this 5-acre lot. Well, Stu, I mean, you put it very well. I mean, when folks come to the city council and they say, I don't want that condominium complex. And we ask them, what don't you like about that? And they say, I don't like the project. We can't do anything with that. Right? It's that not in my backyard philosophy that a lot of people, the NIMBYism. I don't want it. Well, give us a reason to work with you on that project. Is it the air quality? Is it the traffic? Is it the noise? Is it the, cultural resource impacts, biological, water quality? What is it that we can fix those, right? And at the end of the day, if the community comes to us and says, these are all actionable things that would result in the city being litigated against or whatever it is, then we can go forward and say that project does not belong here in the city of Temecula.
Mm-hmm.
But what I haven't heard here tonight is actionable items.
Mm-hmm.
well, that's what I brought this to you for, because I just brought something.
But there isn't, like, the Ready Commission has not done something yet that is actionable, because we have provided the guidance. The city council, you have provided the guidance to that Ready Commission. So our goal is to make sure that they represent everybody's ideals. I offer to sit down. You want to grab a cup of coffee? This dais, this structure of this meeting, this is a horrible way to run an interaction.
Mm-hmm.
You want to grab a cup of coffee and have a chat with me, or any one of us? We can accomplish so much more that way. That's why I love the Coffee with the Mayor. I found more out about this city doing that than most of our city council meetings.
Mine was last Saturday, and I'm having another one next Saturday.
And you're doing them. And look, this is confrontational to begin with. It's a raised podium. It's, the speakers, the microphones, the cameras. This is confrontational to start with. This does not foster a pleasant dialogue. But we can get there, right? And if we can have a conversation about what the real concerns are, in this community with your constituents, with my constituents, and really dig into that, then we can find a right path forward. And Stu, I think, you're right on, man. I mean, what we're dealing with right now is just letting this thing find its way, right? Letting it actually do something before it gets killed,
They haven't really
right?
done anything
I mean,
yet.
that's what we're trying to figure out. So am I in favor of making any changes yet? No, because I haven't seen a reason to just yet. And my goal is that I never want to see a reason to, right? And going back to the analogy of the development projects, if folks come in and say, I don't like the condominium project because it looks like that project that was approved in the city of Murrieta, and their definition of condominiums is this, I'm going to say, I don't care. ICMA, I don't care what their definition is. We are not ICMA.
Right.
The city of Portland, we are not the city of Portland.
No, we're not.
But that wasn't used as a tool to say we want to become the city of Portland. That information is taken out of context. That was used to say there are other communities that have done this. There is another community on that list that struggled with their own protests and their own issues, and they created a commission to deal with it. And the only reason that was put up there is to say these are the different definitions. Love them or leave them. That's not what we're asking you to do. Just recognize that other communities are going through a very similar process. Do we want to be Portland? No.
Heavens no.
I don't want to be Portland. Absolutely not. But that was never the point, right? It's our job to create those definitions.
And we did.
So if we bring this back to council on a more regular basis and we make sure that this direction, I see you back there still, and God, I just adore you. You are advocating for property rights and housing for your community like nobody's business, right? That right there, that's a ready initiative, and I'm sorry, given all that has happened tonight, that our meeting earlier today, I wasn't able to make that recommendation to pass on. I will do that at the next meeting, but we have had some great conversations about what this commission is actually about. Let us have the opportunity to make that happen. That's all.
So do you want to retain your motion? You want to keep the motion?
Well, of course, yeah.
Okay, so I have to have a second. Would have isn't what we're looking
before
for.
tonight. I mean, and then it was just like, you know what?
You don't have to explain, Stu.
No,
It's
yeah,
okay.
I know, but I was on the same wavelength as her, as far as the renaming. And like I said, I definitely would have pushed to try to see if we can come up with a better acronym or whatever. And whatever you guys went through, I wasn't there, I wasn't privy to it. So, but yeah.
Okay, so
For that reason I say
so then the motion is going to die for lack of a second.
Yeah.
And
all
I
good.
need I need a motion to do something.
Motion to do
I don't think we need to
something.
do anything.
No?
Oh, that's right, because we're not making any changes.
Right.
You're not making any changes, so there's nothing that you need to do.
I'm so used to having motions to do anything. All right, well, I think we had a good discussion, and I hope you think we had a good discussion, and I hope that that we've communicated something to you. We don't hate you. We love this city. We love you. Don't hate us. Don't yell at us. Just come and talk to us. We are nice. And you know what? I think you can go home and make pancakes.
I'm going over to your house.
Yeah.
Mayor,
I'll make pancakes.
We're not done.
On your agenda.
We still
Yep.
got
to get through the agenda.
I know.
We're
I'm
back
getting
to-
it. Does anybody need a quick break?
No,
Okay, let's get this thing going then.
Powered through.
Community Service Commission report.
Yep, Community Service Commission report, Zach. Oh, we're on the Commissioner's report. Commissioner Levine, are you alive?
I am. So, your Temecula Community Services Commission met here, not last night, but Monday night, and the audience was not quite as full as this evening, but it was full. We had a full agenda, including a business item to discuss the status of the roller hockey rink at Ronald Reagan Sports Park. And as you know, the rink is currently closed for repair, and requires a longer-term plan to remain viable. 15 speakers commented on the business item, the majority being youth who described their passion, their experiences, and their learnings. Their message was clear that the amenity was of value to them, and they implored us to find a solution. The commission learned a lot from both the public and the staff, who provided a robust and informative report. Our next steps include sending comments on to the subcommittee for further review. And then back to our cute little slide. Our summer concert series continues through August. Join us for a free concert at the CRC Amphitheater on the next 3 Thursday nights from 7 to 8:30 p.m. Gates open at 6:30 p.m. Guests are encouraged to bring their own blankets, lawn chairs, and snacks and prepare for an evening of musical entertainment. And finally, join us at the Temecula Valley Museum to celebrate the history and heritage of Spain, enjoy food, entertainment activities, and a free art lesson provided by Bigfoot Art Classes. The next time will be this Saturday the 14th from 11 to 1. Where? At the Temecula Valley Museum. That concludes my report.
Okay, very good. So now we're going to go on to public safety report. Are you still alive?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Mayor, council members, and residents that are still here. Anyway, just for July, Temecula City Fire Department ran 823 calls in the city. 612 of those were medical calls. We had 16 fires, and our average response time from the tones going off at the station to somebody's front door is 4.5 minutes.
That's amazing.
Next slide, please. For our prevention stats in the city, for plan reviews in July, 438 were completed. Construction inspections, 377 were completed. Annual inspections, 412 were completed. And we did have 20 people come into City Hall to our counter for service. Next slide, please. And with the humidity and heat outside, we just wanted to remind the residents in the city that our cooling centers are open at Marianne Phillips, and you could go to the Riverside County website to find all listed cooling centers in the Inland Empire. That concludes my report.
Stay cool, and thank you. Okay, so we're down to the non-agendized public comments.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I did have one from Veronica, but I'm going to...
Oh, come on up. Are you still here?
Wow.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Here,
Please, Veronica.
You get a Hershey bar. Oh, yeah, you know what? Come here. Come here, come here, come here. You're going to get my pin. I'm going to give you my Temecula pin.
You flipped the agenda to have the city business before you go into all the community service district, the whatever used to be for redevelopment that they now call the successor agency, and all those other things to do city business first. So really appreciate that. And just wanted to comment, you mentioned the Circus Vargas, and I did see the tents over there. Well, 45 years ago, I was in my high school marching band, and we were at Circus Vargas in the circus parade.
Oh, my gosh.
So just to hear that mentioned tonight, just wanted to let you know that it's a fun show.
When they had, didn't they have animals in the parade back then? Elephants and everything?
The elephants, I was in the last row, the elephants were behind us, and that's
Oh,
why
thank
it's such a
God.
vivid memory, because we had to stop, and we didn't know if they would.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah.
it was kind of like tonight's meeting, kind of a little bit nerve-wracking, but exciting. So,
Wasn't it?
Yes, so I'm glad these issues are brought up, glad they're talked about. I am from the city of Wildemar, and it was interesting to also see how you
put your planning commission together, because I served on our planning commission for 8 years, and ours is each council member appoints a commissioner that is then approved by the council as a whole. And so that we had individual meetings with the council member who then would bring it forward to the city. So it's a very different process and not in a huge meeting like this. So I don't know if I would have made it having to go through the process of coming before and not really understanding the responsibilities of a planning commissioner, and that it is the land use issues, because the planning department and the people that come with their projects are the ones that make those big proposals, and the commission just really looks at what is our general plan, what is our zoning, and that's our responsibility to hold that vision for the city. So really appreciate how you do things for Temecula, in Temecula, and our city's meeting tomorrow night. And so I'm going to see what's happening in our city because of what's happening in your city.
Well, we love your council members.
Yeah, so really appreciate what you do here. And yeah, a little, our city, we're a little more compliant. We do like raise hands quietly so that everybody gets all their 5 minutes or whatever to talk. So yeah, or a quick.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, and yeah, I know, it's the flavor of the cities. So just appreciate you guys hanging in here, and we would never have a meeting this late, but.
I have now go on record as having the longest meeting.
You guys are rock stars, so thank you.
Well, come here, get your pin. You'll like it. And actually, you know what? Wear it tomorrow night and go and show Ben. It didn't.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to talk really slow. It didn't go till 4. So be sure you show Ben that pin. It didn't go till 4. Yes, we do.
And
Didn't
then,
go till 4 o'clock.
Madam Mayor, I did have one emailed comment.
Okay.
But it was actually, it looks like the same email that was sent to all of you from Rick Reese regarding the condition of the post office. So we will go ahead and make this a part of the record, similar to the others.
Okay. So, city council reports, but we pretty much have, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so consent calendar, it's going to go quick. All matters listed under consent are considered to be routine and all be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no discussion of these items unless members of the city council request specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Okay. Number 1, waive reading of standard ordinance and resolutions. Number 2, approve action minutes of July 27, 2021. Number 3, approve list of demands. Number 4, approve updated office lease with Richards, Watson, and Gershon at the Temecula Civic Center. Number 5, approve sponsorship and economic development funding agreement with Inland Empire Film Services for fiscal year 2021-22 at the request of subcommittee members Edwards and Stewart. Number 6, approve license and services agreement with Tyler Technologies, Inc. for the upgrade of the city's financial accounting software system. Number, did I get it? Yeah. Number 7, approve agreement with County of Riverside for library services at the Ronald H. Roberts Temecula Public Library. Number 8, approve First Amendment to agreement for consultant services for engineering, survey, and environmental services with Engineering Resources of Southern California, Inc. Number 9, approve contingency for extra work for the minor maintenance agreements with MCE Corporation and Neves Landscape, Inc. for fiscal year 2021-22. Number 10, approve appropriation of Temecula energy efficiency and asset management funds and authorize the purchase of lighting equipment for the Murrieta Creek Improvement Project. And that's it. And Peter?
Madam Mayor, on number 4, that's a lease with my law firm.
Yeah.
If you take it off the agenda, I will leave the dais, but because it's on the consent, I do not need to unless
Does
someone
anyone want
takes
to
it
pull
off.
that? No.
Move approval.
Okay, move
Second.
approval. Motion and a second. And do we want to push a button?
Yeah, just give me
Okay.
1 second. Okay.
Uh-oh.
You got it?
Nope.
Mayor Edwards
Aye.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
I don't know why that's
Okay, it's
like that.
unanimous.
Okay, thank you. I was, I don't know why I didn't get it, but it's okay. Where are we? So now we're going to recess. So Zach, you want to take Community Services District?
Great, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll call this morning's Temecula Community Service District meeting to order. We are all still here, so no need to deal with that. Do we have any public comments this evening?
We do
Okay,
not.
dispense with the reading of those rules. We'll move on to our consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar considered to be routine, and all will be enacted by one roll call vote. There will be no discussion of these items unless members of the Temecula Community Services District request specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Item 11 is approve action minutes of July 27th, 2021. Item 12, approve extension of joint use agreement with Temecula Valley Unified School District for Temecula Elementary School. And number 13, approve extension of joint use agreement with Temecula Valley Unified School District for Temecula Middle School.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Let us vote.
Sorry, I lost my voting screen.
Are you able to get it now?
No.
Okay.
It's at the desktop, and I don't know how.
No worries. Mayor Edwards?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
Great, thank you very much. That passes 5-0.
I think I pounded too hard on my desk, and it did something.
We'll go ahead and move on to our director's report. Interim Director Russo, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, I do. We do awesome stuff. Tonight, I wanted to highlight the awesome stuff being done by the Inclusive and Senior Services team, which is housed out of the Mary Phillips Senior Center. Specifically, real quick, we just wanted to call attention to National Senior Citizens Day, which is Saturday, August 21st, which the Mary Phillips will be celebrating with a movie and ice cream social. Also, we'd really like to highlight the Global Citizens Vocational Program, which will be kicking off with their fall session. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with this program, it's a workforce development program which works with special needs adults to help provide them with horticulture and viticulture experience, pairing with 2 local wineries, Wilson Creek and Spiro. Fantastic program. It's won awards. It's changed lives. We love it. If you have any questions, want any more information, there's the number for the Senior Center, or you can always reach out to anyone in TCSD. Thank you, Mr. President.
Wonderful, thank you so much. General Manager, any report tonight?
Nothing further
All
tonight,
right,
Mr.
Directors, anything? All right, we will go ahead and move adjournment to our next scheduled meeting, August 24th. We're adjourned.
Okay, you were just trying to read as fast as I do. So we're moving on down to the Temecula Public Financing Authority, or what I like to call the TPFA, and we're going to call that meeting to order and let the record reflect that we are all here. Any public comments for the TPFA?
None.
Okay, so we're down to the consent calendar. Item number 14, approve action minutes of July 27, 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. You have to call the roll because I still don't have anything.
Okay, Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Mayor Edwards?
Aye.
And Councilmember Stewart?
It's 3:30 in the
I was
morning.
going to say no, but
Oh, don't.
Go for it.
do you want a
It's
PowerPoint
reflecting a
presentation?
unanimous.
It's the TPFA. You can't say no to the TPFA.
No, do it.
Unanimous vote reflected.
Okay, so Executive Director, you
Nothing
wouldn't
tonight.
dare have a report. And any director's report, you guys wouldn't dare have a report.
No.
Okay, so we don't need to reconvene the Temecula City Council meeting, so I believe, Peter.
yes, we do
you got-
need-
We got you. So we got to reconvene and get closed session?
Yes, I need to report on the closed session. On the third item on closed session, which was the 8 real property interests, the council approved the appraisals and authorized the offers of a offer to buy, so
All right.
that's all we need to report.
Thank you. So I'm ready to adjourn, and as promised, I will adjourn this meeting in memory of our wonderful first mayor, longtime council member and friend, Mr. Ron Parks. And stand adjourned.